Training facility of Crystal Palace Football Club as Crawley comes forward and defends into the onside. Yeah, lots of school children in today. You can see a number of them wearing high vis, etc. as they're gathered around at one end of the stand and then tucked in what will be a sort of long on position from the far end during the second over. A lot of the supporters who are, well, hopefully well wrapped up because it's cold. As Crawley drives with much more convincing fashion for 4 than his first runs of the day. But if this is, well, a sign to come, the signs suggest, as we perhaps suspected, that this is an absolute belter of a wicket to bat on and that the bowlers are going to get precious little from it in terms of help. I did think that that might be the way Kent would go, or it was probably going to be one extreme or the other. They were either going to leave a load of grass on it to try and help the bowlers, but maybe with the weather around and the possibility of rain over this weekend, as Crawley lets this one go outside the off stump, Kent's probably best chance of getting a result here against the Division 2 leaders is with the rain around to have a pretty flat deck and see if they can take a draw from the game or bat first and get a big score and have some scoreboard pressure to help them. But you suspect that with the talent that is stacked in this Durham lineup, they're going to be a tough team to beat on what looks like a very good batting wicket. As Crawley comes forward to defend up towards mid-on, so 9 without loss after the opening over. The scoreboard over on the far side, which is already fairly small, has got extremely small text on it, so we'll do well to keep you up to date with what the actual score is. We'll do our best. There's a smaller scoreboard which is by the chicken truck, which is it's 9. There was two boundaries for Crawley. The scoreboard by the chicken truck is not even working, so hopefully that will be shortly. Right, Matty Potts then from the city end. I always dislike the name of the ends here at Beckenham. They're very bland. The city end and the town end. There's Potts then with 3 slips. Backward point cover mid on mid off, mid wicket and long leg is in and bowling to Dawkins, who lets it go outside the off stump. Yeah, good morning, Lucy. It's a cloudy and chilly day here at Beckenham. I hope the spectators that are here have bought plenty of layers. Kent have won the toss and are batting first and are already 9 without loss after the opening over here. Zach Crawley, who was not included in the England Test squad this week, has got himself a couple of boundaries, one more convincing than the other. He edged one through the slips or through gully down to third man for 4 before driving one back past the bowler for a much more convincing 4 runs. Ben Dawkins is there with him on 1 not out. Kent won the toss, chose to bat first. It looks a really good pitch for batting. It often is here historically at Beckenham. We've seen records set by former Kent batter Sean Dixon, who got a 100 here. Durham themselves scored 400 here in a one-day game a few years ago, so it's always typically good to bat on. Kent have picked a spinner, Matt Parkinson, with that in mind, and Matt Milnes comes back into the team as well. Joey Everson drops out of the side along with Mikey Cohen. Commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website then of Kent batting against Division 2 leaders Durham, and they are 9 without loss. There we go, first update done for BBC Radio Kent. I did get it right. This is the town end, the Beckenham end. Okay, Beckenham end, fine. Here's Potts. Oh, a bit more lift on that one. A little bit more carry as it goes through to Ollie Robinson. Everybody at Kent Cricket will be absolutely delighted to see son of the county back here, very close to home in fact, from this part of the county as well, playing his club cricket for Bexley. Ollie Robinson, I think for Beckenham when he was younger as well. He's got the gloves on as Matty Potts bowls to Ben Dawkins, and he squirts this one out to point for a single. Good morning, Martin. How are you?
Freezing. It's like being back to pre-season friendly sort of temperatures, isn't it?
I genuinely was going to pack my thermal leggings earlier. I did consider it.
I've got my gloves on. I've got my body warmer on. I've got a hat on. A lot of the media lads are wearing Kent beanies. Yeah,
the media boys in our tent have come dressed appropriately, and the written press, who were in a marquee away to our left, looked like they were all lacking a layer or two.
Yeah.
So Crawley on strike for Potts. Oh, there is a bit of lift as he walks down the pitch. Crawley, and it goes past the outside edge through to Ollie Robinson. 10 without loss, Kent, after the opening couple of overs here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Newcastle.
I've starting to get over it now, but I've been on a rally driving course this morning.
Yeah, when I first saw you this morning, you just got off the bus.
Yeah, I thought I was going to I really felt ill. The last time I felt like that due to transportation was at the speed ride in Las Vegas in 2001, and it took me about 4 hours to get over that. So,
I mean, I must admit, when I was driving in, I didn't pass any buses that were doing
you wouldn't have caught
top speed.
Here's Ben Rain, right arm over from the Beckenham end of the ground, and that's driven down the field and away for 4. And it already looks like runs will be in abundance here. The scoreboard's gone off at the far end of the ground. Scores 13 for none.
Yeah, I must admit, if I was Joey Everson, who's been left out of the Kent side for this one, I'd be thinking, shame I'm not going to get to bat on this, but not minding that I won't have to bowl on it, unless of course there's an injury and he gets subbed into the game. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be a tough gig bowling on this.
Rain comes in again and playing a miss. Rain's got 30 wickets now in the season this year, the leading wicket taker in Division 2, and he got his 18th fifer in his first class career at Worcester the other day, when that match just absolutely turned on its head out of nowhere on Sunday afternoon. And he also helped himself to his 50th wicket against Worcestershire in the process. He's had 3 fifers this season already. In short sleeves, bowling from our end of the ground, comes in, and this is played off towards mid-wicket. No run there, picked up by Emilio Gay, who has received a call-up for England this week and is expected to open the batting for them. He comes in at number 3 for Durham at the expense of Zach Crawley, Kent Zach Crawley, who's been left out. And I was just listening to an interview on our sports show last night when I was on the bus this morning, in which Emilio Gay was saying he drove down to Bedford to tell his mum and dad personally that he'd been selected.
I did hear that, yeah.
Rain comes in again and bowls, and that is played back to him.
Martin, I haven't done the Durham team news, so do let us know who's out there on the field.
Yeah, well, Durham look like this. Alex Lees is the skipper. Then you've got Ben McKinney, Emilio Gay, David Beddingham, the leading run maker in the division at the moment. Gay's just behind him in terms of runs. There's a new lad called Ben Stokes. I don't really know much about him. I think he's just signed a rookie contract. Graham Clark, Ollie Robinson, the keeper. Then you've got Casey Aldridge, Ben Rain, Matty Potts and Callum Parkinson. And Callum playing against his twin brother Matt. As Rain comes in and bowls, that's left alone and swings away towards first slip. The keeper tries to grab it and it spills out of his gloves. He's at full stretch there. I can't recall that either Parkinson played in the opening game between the two this year up at Chester Street.
No, it wasn't really a spinner's wicket, that one, was it?
Well, it was. It was more of a swimming pool after Storm Dave blew the covers into the stands.
Yeah, crikey.
But they have got each other out a couple of times. I remember a game at Leicester that I did 3 years ago.
Bowling their stronger suit, in fairness.
Yeah, Callum's batted well recently, actually. In comes bowler again, and that's driven towards the covers. So Dawkins currently on 6. He didn't play against Durham either. Crawley at the other end on 8. And that is the end of the over with a dot ball to finish. It started with a 4. If you want to get in touch with me, you can email wearecricket@bbc.co.uk or at Marty Cricket on Blue Sky.
Yeah, kencricket@bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch as well. Yeah, Ben Dawkins playing in this one with Ben Compton having that finger injury, so he obviously would have played up at Chester Street. And then neither Parkinson playing in that one because it was very much a seams wicket, whereas this one you suspect that both teams might get through a fair bit of spin as the game goes on. Weather dependent. The Sunshine's joined us as Potts bowls, and through it goes. Let go by Crawley to Robinson.
The journey down yesterday, train actually did get me all the way to London, because the last 2 journeys I've done to and from London, got kicked off the train at Doncaster when it broke down on the way home 2 weeks ago, and the train on the way down for that trip had to pull into Stevenage or somewhere to reset its engines because it lost its power. So
you don't have much luck with the travel, have you?
Yeah.
Clipped away by Crawley, leg side, through backward square, might be 4, it is 4. Parkinson down there, won't be able to cut it off, so Crawley moves on to 12. He's helped himself to 3 boundaries so far. The cover drive or the straight drive was the most convincing one, but that's a close second.
Yesterday I came up with the unbeatable plan of going from King's Cross to St Pancras and getting the Thames link to Bromley South, and it never came. And I sat there and then eventually I just thought, right, I'll get on a train to London Bridge and take it from there. Then I ended up caught in a storm at New Cross, and it was just a journey that never ended. It took me 3 hours to get to Bromley.
Bit of lift here for Potts, this next one. Crawley stands up and tucks his bat inside the line.
Do you ever have those dreams where you're sent out on a job and you never get there? Do you ever have those dreams?
I definitely had various work-related ones.
Well, that was what it felt like yesterday.
Normally that I've got like a minute before the sport bulletin and I've not written any script and I just have to wing it.
Yeah, that's irregular. Or dreams like this one where you can't see what's going on.
Potts bowls. Crawley walking down the pitch, fielded by Emilio Gay at mid-wicket. Where is then the England Test skipper fielding?
He's up there.
He's at mid-off.
Mid-off, yeah.
I do find it the beautiful irony of Ben Stokes deciding to play a couple of rounds county championship cricket, and one of them is in a field in north of Kent.
It's quite a slope on this ground as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
going down to the left.
Yeah, I guess that's something for the bowlers to work with. A little bit of a slope as Potts running in hard. Crawley again on the walk defends out into the covers. But yeah, what a prospect on school's day out. All these kids over on the far side that have come to the county ground in Beckenham today.
I'm just wondering how old they are, because my daughter is going for a walk with her class today, and they're going to the beach to buy ice creams to celebrate the end of their SATs.
It's not bad.
So I'm wondering if these kids have all been through their SATs in the last week as well. They look about that sort of age group, 10, 11-year-old.
And they get to see the England skipper out there on the field, and I'm sure he'll be bowling in a bit as well. It's defended up the pitch once more by Crawley. There's a bit of talk, isn't there, about Ben Stokes possibly even opening the bowling for England due to a lack of specialists with the new ball, if you will, in that squad.
He bowled limited spells at Worcester last week, one of them with the new ball. It was only 3 overs. So we were wondering whether or not there were instructions that he should only bowl a certain amount. As it is, it's Ben Rain and Matty Potts who've taken the new ball here. 18 without loss after how many overs have we had? 4, sorry.
4. Yes, indeed. So Rain to continue from the Beckenham end.
He comes in and bowls. Dawkins plays that down the hill, past point. It's being chased by Potts towards the far side of the ground. He stops it going for 4. They run 2. What do we call the far end? Is that the Farmers Field end or something?
It's actually the city end, because...
Which city?
London.
miles away, isn't it?
Not really. I think it's only about 6 miles to London, out the far end.
It's got to be further than that.
7. There you go.
I knew it was further. That extra mile makes all the difference, you know.
Mile. It's closer than you think.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. In comes Rain, playing a miss there from Dawkins. Well, sitting in the press box at Surrey last year, you can see the Crystal Palace transmitter.
Yeah.
So it's just over the hill to our left, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Training ground is behind us.
I met up with my friend Cass last night. He lives in Eltham, used to be the head teacher in the school there. He's from Sunderland originally, but he actually watches a lot of Bromley matches nowadays. Just down the road from Eltham. Yeah. They've just got into League One, haven't they?
They've had a cracking season indeed.
Be playing Leicester next year. Yeah. Rain comes in again, balls. Dawkins plays that behind backward point and towards the City end. It's chased down towards the touchline, the boundary rope by Parkinson.
Could be a nice local one for Darren Stevens to go watch his football team next season. Sit in the away end at Hayes Lane.
Well, it's not that long ago that film The Bromley Boys came out.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Adventures in, was it 1960s? South East London, following non-league football.
And here they are, in League One these days.
Yeah. Rain comes in again and balls, and is defended on a length.
Andy Woodman, their manager. Was he goalkeeper coach at Newcastle?
He was, yeah,
he was.
Yeah. You know, I mean, last time I was down here, we stayed at the Bromley Court Hotel, and I was looking in the area, I was thinking, I recognise this place. I knew I hadn't been at the hotel before, but I thought, why do I know this corner of London? When I looked at Google Maps, the Millwall training ground was just around the corner.
Oh, okay.
And I went to interview Dennis Wise and Ray Wilkins when they took over as the management duo in 2004. Next ball from Rain, bowled to Dawkins, goes along the floor to backward point, stopped by Parkinson, no run. That was quite an interesting chat. Saying to Dennis Wise that, you know, came as a bit of a shock that he'd gone into management, being the Jack the Lad that he was, and he said, Jack the Lad? Who says I'm Jack the Lad? Just about everybody. And Ray Wilkins said, he's got a point.
Excellent. Yeah, no promotion for them this season.
Ball turned down towards fine leg. There's a race on here for Graham Clark to come round from deep square leg to try and cut it off, but he will do. Ball going uphill towards the right hand corner of the City end of the ground, slowing down in the outfield there.
Yeah, there's not much in terms of food kiosks over on that side, but I can see a sort of wooden bar area which has very helpfully a sign that says bar on it, but it doesn't really have a roof.
No.
So let's hope it doesn't rain, because all the taps will be getting a bit wet.
I think there's some heavy showers knocking around this afternoon.
I think
it could
there
be
is.
hit and miss, really.
But at the moment we got glorious sunshine, which has burst through the cloud that greeted us at the start of the day. There's a chicken food van over on the far side as well, which I'm sure people will be frequenting as the day goes on. Let go outside the off stump, this time by Zach Crawley, as Matty Potts starts a fresh over from the City end of the ground. Yeah, I feel like every time we come here each year we discuss what the ends should be called, and they're still just the City end and the Beckenham end.
You could call the City end the training barn end, couldn't you? Looks like a giant ice rink, but it's Palace's training barn.
It looks like an aircraft hangar, doesn't it? It's where the academy and the women's side train. Generally, is this thick edge from Zach Crawley, well wide, a third slip, flashes through the gully and away for 4 runs, down towards the pitch covers and various bits of the ground staff's equipment, heavy roller, etc. Might have to go and find that from underneath their porter cabin. Has it gone underneath?
I think the score might be 28 for no one.
That's a good point. What is the score?
I think it's 28 for no one.
There's a tiny scoreboard
Where?
which is now working in
Where?
front of the chicken van.
In where? Oh, yeah, 28.
And
yeah.
where the ice cream van is. So yeah, I can just about see that.
There is a big one to our right, but we can't see it because of the marquee.
Oh yeah, I'm with you. So yeah, 28 without loss.
That's an anxiety dream.
16 for Crawley. And 12 for Ben Dawkins. Yeah, I think the electronic scoreboard over on the far side has got some frames that are not working. I can see the score, but I can't see the batters' names.
It's in miniature as well.
Yeah, it's also 100 yards away from us.
Yeah.
We'd need binoculars to see it. As Potts runs in again, bowls. Crawley nudges it into the onside and they come through for a quick single.
Emilio Gay slipped there as he fielded that and went down awkwardly. He's up again okay, but yeah, and I was standing on New Cross Station last night about 6 o'clock. It was absolutely hammering down there. I was wondering what these downpours were, what impact they were going to have here. Does it drain okay here?
Ish. Let go this next one by Crawley. Yeah, I'm trying to remember when I've been here when it's wet, to be honest. I feel like we had some... Do we have some weather, or was it just really cold and cloudy for that Pakistan tour game a few years ago? Definitely the last 4-day game here against Surrey was cut short by the weather. As Potts bowls to Dawkins, pushes out towards point. Stokes in again. Let go outside the off stump by Dawkins. Hey, I think the generator's working. Here we go. The PA is working again. The computers are working in the media marquee again. I think the generator might be back up and running. Change of bowling as well. With Ben Rain replacing Matty Potts from the City end. Good afternoon. Yes, we've been battling various technical issues to stay on air so far this morning, but sounds like the generator has kicked back in, so hopefully you're hearing us loud and clear. And it's been a good hour so far for Kent. They are 56 without loss, so no wickets so far. Both opening batters on 25. Zach Crawley, who hasn't been picked in the England Test squad for the first Test of the summer, he's been facing the England captain Ben Stokes, who's been bowling for Durham without reward. It looks like a very flat pitch, and so far Kent, having won the toss and chose to bat first on it, are having the better of the play. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Ben Dawkins, the other opener, is still there on 25. Kent have won their last couple of matches to move off the foot of the Division 2 table. Durham, though, are the leaders of the division and beat Kent at Chester Street earlier on in the season. So expecting a tough game over these next 4 days, but Kent have won the toss and have made a good start, 56 without loss, as commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Update done then for BBC Radio Kent. You can hear Martin doing BBC Radio Newcastle, and I think you might even be able to watch pictures and hear us again via the live stream, via the club live stream on the website. Now the generator is kicked back in. Apologies for the on behalf of the club, as this one is down the leg side, off a bit of bat, maybe a bit of pad. Not on behalf of Martin Emerson and I, but on behalf of the club. Apologies that there has been a break in the live stream because the generator stopped working. Essentially, it sounded like as we went off that somebody had just pulled a plug out. Plop. We just disappeared down a hole.
Yeah. I do like the sound of a generator. It's quite soothing, isn't it? Particularly when it's working.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's almost like being on a canal boat.
We're still on the battery power at the minute, so I'm going to switch this over in a moment.
Oh, yes, so we're going to fall off air again.
Yeah, just very, very briefly.
Okay.
As Ben Rain bowls down the leg side.
Have you got the orange thing switched on?
Yeah, I have. I just switched it on actually. I was about to use it.
What was its power meter on?
84%.
Alright.
So yeah. Although I've now turned it off because the generator's working again. So we'll give that a whirl.
We've got something like that because we go to a music festival most summers, so it'll supply enough power to do everything we need to do across the whole year.
Yeah, I was going to say it's so far I think it's been used for a couple of football games, and then the show itself is 4 hours long, and it's lost about 15% battery over that one afternoon.
So what league will Punjab United in? Isthmian League?
So they've just got into the Isthmian South East via the Southern Counties East. As known,
Did they play the home games?
Gravesend.
Right.
Gravesend way. So they just got promoted via the penalty shootout in the playoff final. As Rain bowls, and again forward comes Dawkins. End of the over. 57 without loss. If you're listening via the BBC Sport app and website, you're just going to lose us very briefly. Just going to lose us very briefly while I switch us back onto mains. Now the generator's working again.
And so that was why you said that?
It's like we weren't even gone.
That was very quick.
Like I say, it was a lot quicker than when I tried to dial in this morning.
There's quite a long conversation going on in the outfield at the moment between Ben Stokes and Ben Rains. We haven't missed anything. Rains just put his jumper back on and he's feeling it mid-off as Stokes starts a new over. So Stokes so far, 4 overs, none for 16. Rain, 5 overs, none for 20. Stokes coming in right arm over the bowler, Crawley. And Crawley drives that back past the bowler. He couldn't get down quick enough to stop it, and it's away for 4. It's coming up towards our commentary position and comes to rest on some adverts just across to our left-hand side here. So Crawley moves on to 30, and the score 61 for none here on the BBC.
Yeah, very nice shot from Zach Crawley, straight back past the bowler.
Do you feel at some time today you'll settle into this and feel like you're sort of relaxed now? Or?
I don't know, I think I've been stood up for the last half an hour, haven't I? Maybe I'll sit down, sit back in my seat a bit.
Do a blood pressure test now.
Trust that between the power and the connecting and staying connected.
I'm not happy with the ball now.
Come on, it's not.
Did you get that ball back? That went under the...
Unless they think it's got damaged by going underneath the groundsman's porter cabin. They've chucked it straight back to them. They were never going to change the ball after 16 overs.
Well, Alex Lees is showing them it again and said, look, it's out of shape. And they said, well, it's just gone through the ring.
Somebody just texted me going, pictures are back, but you sound like a Dalek. Sounds better on the BBC Sport app and website.
I've got another thing to tell you as well.
So, I mean, you could try and sync up.
Being a Dalek, you're not going to be able to get up and downstairs either.
That's a good point. So.
That's your day ruined, isn't it? Some big grey clouds drifting our way now. There was some rain in the forecast this afternoon.
Well, can modern day Daleks fly?
I don't watch it, I don't know. And I would hope no. Because the fact that they go up and downstairs was an Stokes in again to ball to Crawley. Crawley defends, the ball rolls back to Stokes. He's staring at the ball now. He doesn't seem happy about the shape of it.
I'm just wondering what the narrative is at the moment for the written media away to our left in there.
Well, there's quite a few of them at Worcester last week.
Like if they're watching the England Test captain bowl to the man he's dropped at the moment. The scapegoat for Bazball's failures, Zach Crawley.
Is that how that's how it's been put out down here? Is it?
Some might suggest.
Stokes comes in and Crawley plays it into the ground, and for a second it looked like it was going to roll backwards towards the stumps. He was looking around rather nervously. Came to rest just away from the target. A police helicopter just flying to the north of us.
I don't think it would be unfair to suggest that Zach Crawley has been sort of painted as the picture of what Bazball supposedly is all around.
Well, Alex, you could argue Alex Lee's lost his England place for the same thing. Not a fast enough scorer, but...
and hence why Crawley was picked, because he was the sort of batter that could batter to a certain strike rate or put pressure back on the bowlers with his boundary hitting ability.
61 for none. Crawley drives out into the covers and is out. So the England captain gets him. He's caught by Matty Potts. I think that's come off the toe of the bat there. He's gone for 30. 61 for 1. While we're having that discussion, the England captain won.
There you go. There is the headline for the members of the written media that came to see the England captain today. He's removed the man that England have just dropped, Zach Crawley. Out 430, hitting a drive. Sam Northeast will come out to bat at number 3 then.
Made his debut against Durham all those years ago, 2007 I think it was, at Canterbury, end of the season. Durham were in a battle to try and win the title, with Sussex leading them by just not even a handful of points. And although Durham won, Sussex won the title by 4.5 points, and the following year, by dint of fate, Durham found themselves back at Canterbury for the final game of the season, still with an outside chance of winning the title. And on that occasion they did. They beat Kent, and then Notts lost at home to already relegated Hampshire, and Durham won the title.
We're still sounding robotic on the live stream. As per
on which stream? On
the picture feed.
Right, not the BBC feed.
No. As per Sydney and Tunbridge, you got in touch. Said we're fine on the BBC Sport website and app.
So that's Tunbridge with an O, not a U.
Correct. Yeah.
Rival towns. So one of my mates from Sunderland lives in Tunbridge, actually.
Tunbridge Wells or Tunbridge?
No,
Tunbridge Wells, you mean?
No.
the deep by... It is Stokes, I think, out there, is it? Yeah. Just doing the fielding. So, just 3.
The game at Tunbridge Wells, there were lots of people parked their cars in the field next to the cricket ground on the first day, and then they couldn't get their cars out. They sank in the mud, and they had to get a tractor to come and tow them out. But
yeah. We're good on the audio front again. Excellent.
Right.
Excellent.
You can get up and downstairs again now.
Daleks have been banished from the marquee. It's rain bowls. Dawkins then back on strike, gets a glance on this, and he's I was about to say going to get 4 runs, but I think Parkinson's done really well, and it's only going to be 2. Sliding.
That's not
Callum Parkinson, that one?
No. That's right-handed throw, that.
Oh, good point.
Who's that?
Somebody wearing his jumper. Who's number 15? Is it a subfielder out there?
It would appear to be. Could be Dwan Olivier.
Doesn't look tall enough to be Olivier. Could be wearing somebody else's jumper, in fairness, as it's defended away.
Well, he's got the number 74, so it's not him, according to the...
Casey Aldridge, possibly?
Well, he's playing, isn't he?
I don't necessarily think it is a sub, because I didn't see anybody leave the field. I'm just trying to go on stature from 70
Aldridge
yards
is
away.
55. I'll tell you in a minute.
It was Czech Republic, by the way, that were in the
Czech Republic
final of the Italia 96.
Euro 96 in England.
Euro 96, sorry.
It was at Wembley.
Don't know why I think it... I don't actually remember Euro 96 at all.
Do you not?
Nope.
How old are you?
5?
It's no excuse.
France 98 was the first one I remember. It was Italia 90, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Getting my 90s football tournaments mixed up. So yeah, Dawkins on 27 on strike to Rain. Defends this next one. 3 dots in a row. After the 3 for North East and the couple for Dawkins, and then in the previous over, Crawley out for 30. Was looking really good out there, in fairness. Probably the best I've seen Zach Crawley bat so far this season. 44 as his top score.
Will Rhodes,
there we go.
I was trying to think if it was him. I couldn't remember his number. He was named in the squad yesterday.
I don't remember seeing anyone go off, in fairness, and so unless somebody's got Will Rhodes' jumper on, but defended away by Dawkins on the walk. Yeah, my theory maybe is that
Potts has borrowed his jumper.
Somebody has borrowed his jumper, off the back of not bringing enough themselves. Looks like Casey Aldridge is going to have a bowl from the Beckenham end. He's just taking his jumpers off and handing them to the umpire. So yeah, either Rhodes is out there or somebody's borrowed his jumpers. Yeah, so that 61 the opening partnership was worth. Crawley got 30 off 45 balls. As I say, probably looked as good as I've seen him all year, albeit it's looked like a really good pitch to bat on, and in the end it was a batter error which led to his departure, going for a full-blooded cover drive to Ben Stokes and hit it low but in the air. 2 extra cover and out for 30, safely pouched, and Durham as a result getting a breakthrough, which I think they may well have to work hard for their breakthroughs.
Derek says it was like the 80s a little bit earlier on. He was checking CFAX for the score as Aldridge bowls his first ball of the day.
Can you still check CFAX for the score?
I don't know.
CFAX itself doesn't exist anymore.
Well, it'll be on the red button, won't it, I suppose. That was my first job at the BBC, working on the CFAX desk.
Page 340 for cricket.
Well, I did news, local news. So the job I did before I went to the BBC, I worked for a press agency in Newcastle, and we had the teletext contract.
Nice.
To do regional updates for teletext. And then when I went to the BBC, I was working on CFAX as Aldridge bowls. It's a full toss, flicked off the legs down towards long leg.
Yeah, I swear 340 was the number for cricket.
Yeah.
341 the latest scores maybe.
You couldn't beat the drama of a injury time Tuesday night winner in the fog at Southend, waiting for the page to refresh in the Bay Hotel at Seaper.
Waiting for Ceefax to flick over to the latest scores.
Michael Bridges winner, mid-90s. Aldridge comes in again and bowls. That's played back to him. But I used to write. You wrote in the the templates that you used to see on the telly. You actually wrote in those coloured templates.
Okay.
And you chose the headline, and they were yellow or whatever, and the template was a sort of blue colour. And I used to go to bed and dream in templates. And I'm not kidding you, the first few months I was working at the BBC, the dreams would pause until the page flicked over into the next part of the dream. No word of a lie. Aldridge comes in and bowls, and Dawkins plays this up to Emilio Gay at mid-on, no run there. If you are joining us, apologies about the issues we've had in terms of the streaming earlier. We're at an outground, so they're powering the media marquee with a generator, and the generator developed a fault, so we managed to keep going after that on the BBC website for a while on our own battery power, but the generator is now back on again. As Aldridge comes in and bowls, and a attempted flick at that from Dawkins. Not sure how many revs per minute the generator's doing, but it seems like it sounds happy with itself.
Seems to be working again, indeed. Yeah, which is a good thing.
You'd have about 1,500 revs on the canal boat, 4 mile an hour. Bowler comes in, played away down towards long leg by Dawkins. I mentioned his highest score was 65 in the 2-wicket win, wasn't it, at Bristol?
Yeah, last week indeed. Yeah, highest score for Kent this season. He got a massive 100 for Loughborough University against Gloucestershire pre-season.
Right.
Got 184, I think it was.
Were you saying about Ekansh Singh playing for Durham Uni?
Ekansh Singh is a Durham Uni.
I can't see any stats about him playing for Durham Uni.
Is it because none of their games these days are actually first class? So like the warm-up games pre-season don't count.
I've looked at all of his different matches. I mean, it even brings up Kent under 12s. In 20.
It doesn't have Durham.
I can't see Durham Uni in there. No.
Let me dig it out for you and try and find it shortly. As Rain is bowling once again from the city end and defended away by Dawkins. Yeah, I was waiting for somebody to message me saying that we gave Crawley the commentator's curse before his departure. Not had any such emails just yet, but Jonathan, listening in from Tunbridge Wells, saying shame about the Crawley dismissal, was a soft one. I don't think he'll be doing the interview post-day, in fairness. This one's chopped away by Dawkins.
It's coming our way, that.
Wide of second slip. There you go. There's
that's dented the ball.
The thud of the ball on the scaffolding of our marquee. I'll give them. Graham Onions, the bowling coach, picks it up and
examines it as well.
Gives it a little look. How long will it be before Durham can get that ball changed after it's banged into various things around the ground? Yeah, it wasn't the most convincing shot from Dawkins. Moves to 32.
Morning, Marty, says James O'Donnell in Glasgow. Sounds like great crack down there on the effects, mate. You've got the school kids in again by the looks of things.
Indeed.
He said, looks like batten down the hatches weather-wise in spells for the last 2 days.
I think it might be later on. This one's left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, I think tomorrow looks fine weather-wise. No rain at all. We're forecast to maybe get some this afternoon. And then, days 3 and 4 could be nasty.
He said, well, with what I understand, on a flat pitch, you'd reckon a draw looks like a distinct possibility, but you never can tell. From our lofty perch atop Division 2, that wouldn't be a disaster, says Jamie in Glasgow. Got some big grey clouds just sitting over us at the minute.
Defended away by Dawkins, this next one. From Ben Rain, 73 for 1.
I was thinking, in my hotel room last night, the temperature was 22.5 degrees, and I tried to bring it down to about 18 and nothing seemed to work.
Cool, I was 17 in my house last night. It was chilly.
Well, I tell you what, I'm really looking forward to that 22.5 degrees later on.
Yeah, we had some hailstorms at one point yesterday in the west of the county. Rain running in. He's got 2 slips and a leg slip for Dawkins, who's walking down the pitch. He's got the same bat model as Zach Crawley, and he almost looked a bit Crawley-esque because he was groping for that one outside the off stump. Through it goes to the wicketkeeper. So yeah, thanks to Jonathan for your emails. kentcricket@bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch. Keith did so earlier on, and saying if Crawley or Dawkins got a big score in front of Stokes, does it actually count for anything in terms of potential Test future? I don't think, to be honest, as Rain bowls to Dawkins, this one squirmed away out towards backward of point. I don't think Zach Crawley, no matter how many runs he scored this summer, was going to get picked for this Test squad. I would argue there was always going to be something that had to change from that Ashes defeat, and with the coach staying, the captain staying, director of cricket staying, something was always going to have to change, and that goes back to my earlier comments about him being a bit of a scapegoat for it. Like there was always going to be one thing that was changing, and that was that opening spot, and his opening spot as opposed to Duckett's. Albeit he hasn't had a good. He's been averaging 20 so far this season.
Here's Aldridge bowling. This is turned by Sam Northeast up towards long leg to Parkinson. 1 run for him.
And of course,
the score on to 74 and him on to 6.
Of course, the new opening partnership is going to be made in Northampton.
Yeah. I think Andrew Radd's claiming the assist.
Yeah, absolutely.
Radio Northampton commentator.
I think David Ripley was on a radio somewhere talking about bringing both Duckett and Gay through at Northants.
In comes Aldridge. That's played by Dawkins up towards the cover area. No run there, picked up by Potts.
3 centuries
Bedford School
this season for the Bedford School man.
Emilio Gay.
Yeah, indeed.
That was where Alistair Cook went as well, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah. 3 centuries this season for Gay so far.
Yeah, and a half century.
Obviously, the one
I've only
against
driven
Kent.
Through Bedford once, and all I can remember was it was a town which had far too many traffic lights, a bit like Stafford.
Or Milton Keynes.
Well, Milton Keynes is more roundabouts and ring roads,
isn't it?
This is a dot ball. Stafford has too many traffic lights as well, but Bedford certainly.
I mean, fair few sets of traffic lights in Beckenham.
There's a the river goes through Bedford, isn't it? And Mark Steele's in town on Radio 4. You can listen to them all on the iPlayer. There's one episode where he goes to Bedford. It's quite funny. Aldridge comes in. That's off the pads of Dawkins, and it drifts away down towards fine leg. A leg by will be signalled eventually. This is taking its time. There we go. Police helicopter's heading back our way now. They found out where you are, Ben. You're in trouble. Dom, my colleague, who will be doing some of the T20 commentaries with me in the next few weeks, he's playing for Durham visually impaired team again this year. This ball from Aldridge is played down towards the gully, picked up by Graham Clark, but he's texted me and he says, I'm listening to the commentary on the way to Chatham in Kent. I'm switching my allegiances to play for Yorkshire in the National League this weekend. So this is the Yorkshire visually impaired team. Unfortunately, I've got no time to pop to Beckenham. Has anybody got any good restaurant and pub recommendations for the Chatham area on Saturday night? In comes the bowler. That's gone through to the keeper. Much appreciated. And he says, myself and Raheel listening on the train to King's Cross.
Where did we go? There's a essentially by the docks. So I was the BBC local radio.
Chatham Dockyard's a museum, isn't it?
So the BBC local radio Children in Need thing that we did this year, the three-legged walk.
Oh yeah.
So we did one of our days, Adam Dowling and myself did it for BBC Radio Kent, and one of the days we did it in Chatham, and it was a very nice pub there which hosted us for the final bit of the show, as Rain gets one to keep a little bit low to Dawkins, squirms it defensively into the onside, but I can't remember the name of it, so it's not
well, that's
good.
a great story, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the police helicopter passing us now. So you did the three-legged race. They did it on our station. It was our breakfast show presenter did the morning sessions and then handed over to our after sort of mid-morning afternoon presenter Anna, and she did the latter part. Did you split the
No,
gig?
we did all day.
Did you?
Yeah. Sounds like they only did half a job.
The weather was absolutely horrendous. I remember one of the
I was going to
days.
say we got lucky on the weather, actually, to be honest. As Rain is in and bowling to Dawkins, defends it back to him. Yeah, it's our drive presenter, Adam Dowling and myself, and yeah, we did a day around Chatham Maritime.
Do you still have a drive time show, do you?
It's a joint one, yeah.
Right.
With Sussex and Surrey.
Yeah.
And the second day we did it in Thanet, and we went to Margate beachfront, and we basically walked to, like, the coastal walk from Westgate to Kingsgate in Thanet, that sort of east coast area of Kent, and it was actually quite mild. We got really lucky how warm it was that day, as Dawkins again well forward to defend, back up the pitch.
Well, on the walk our lot did, they started off in Seaham Harbour and walked along the coast to Sunderland and on to Marsden, and then the second day was Marsden through South Shields and Jarrow, I think, and into Newcastle. But that particular morning on the second day, it was horrible and stormy, and it just absolutely lashed it down, and I think they were worried the kit was going to subdue to the weather.
Ben Rain to Ben Dawkins, back up towards mid-on. Yeah, I think that was our concern, that in terms of the challenge itself, that was most likely to be the horrible thing. Yes, indeed, and we are watching on with Kent 75-1. We're just talking about the BBC local radio Children in Need challenge there on the commentary. But in terms of the cricket itself, Kent have lost just the one wicket so far. Zach Crawley, the man who has been discarded by England, the irony being that he got out to the England Test captain Ben Stokes. It was a cover drive attempted by Crawley, but he hit it in the air and was caught by Matty Potts at extra cover. His fellow opener Ben Dawkins is still going. He's just clipped that one away into the leg side for 3, so we'll move to 35 and the score to 78-1. Sam Northeast, the number 3 batter, is there with him as well. The cloud has come back over the top of Beckenham here, but it's a chilly day, a good day for batting though so far. The pitch itself looks really good out there, and Kent did win the toss and choose to bat first. They brought Matt Milnes and Matt Parkinson, the spinner, into their team for this one. Durham, Division 2 leaders, a team packed with batting, and Kent will be very pleased that they're not the ones out there in the field right now. They're 78-1 as commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Yeah, I got the cue really late for that update as we were talking about the Pudsey three-legged walk.
Yeah, I was wondering what they'd heard. It's a good job she didn't hear the bit you said about her earlier.
What? I've lost my train of thought of what I was talking about on that walk. But yeah, the first day we were Chatham way. A couple of Gillingham players popped by before training, or I think they were having some physio or something. They were both injured at the time, so they, in between doing their physio bits, came and joined us for a bit of the walk. And then yeah, the second day, Thanet and going through the middle of Margate was a lot of fun. Really nice and really welcoming everyone that saw us.
Here's Aldrich bowling to Dawkins. That's come right off the toe of the bat as he tries to dig out a Yorker. Margate's sort of not up and coming, but has upped and come, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Quite the place to be nowadays.
Absolutely. Art galleries and whatnot. But yeah, I think what I was alluding to was perhaps the most difficult part of the challenge was going to be the weather and the conditions. Once you kind of got into a rhythm a little bit with the three-legged walking, it wasn't too bad. You kind of got used to it. Just got a bit cold at the end of the day.
Aldridge comes in, driven, that's 4. Nice shot, straight back past the bowler and away. between him and Ben Rain at mid-off for 4. Slightly over pitch from Aldridge. When Stan Turnham was the manager at Gillingham a few years back, and his pals with me dad, going back to when he was a coach at Sunderland in the 70s. And Aldridge in again. This is just played gently up to Lees at mid-on. So my dad went down to see him a few times when he was at Gillingham and went and watched some matches with him and stuff.
Yeah, excellent.
Last time I saw Stan, he was sitting with us at the Stadium of Light. It was the year of Premier Passions, actually. So Sunderland had just come down from the Premier League. Second or third home game of the season. They were playing newly promoted Sheffield United, who'd just come up from the 3rd Division, and they lost as Aldridge balls here. This is dabbed away through mid-wicket for 1 run to Dawkins. Score moves on to 83. The 4 as well.
Yeah, Dawkins to 40.
Anyway, Stan got up at half time and said, "I'm going home." I said, "What, back to Burnley?" He said, "Yeah." And I said, he was there on a scouting mission for Villa, I think. And I said, "Well, what have you seen?" He said, I've seen enough to know there's nothing for me in this game. And he said, "If I leave now, I'll be home by 5 or something like that, 5:30. And off he went. Gone down the leg side, this one from Aldridge.
So the last time I was at the Stadium of Light was the last game of football we had before the season got curtailed due to COVID. 4 years ago or so? And at that point, Gillingham and Sunderland were both in League One. Now Gillingham are floundering a bit in League Two, and Sunderland are back in the top flight. And of course, staying up quite comfortably this season.
Yeah. I've got about 40 points more than I thought they'd have. That's a thick edge there from Assam North East, and it races down to third man. There's nobody there, so we can officially declare vacant third man is open for the day. 87 for 1 now the score. North East with that boundary moves on to 10. At the other end, Dawkins on 40. 23 overs gone. Derek Allen's message to say him and his daughter do these massive charity walks, and there's one of them where I've met them at the end of it. They walked from the Forth Bridge in Edinburgh to Sunderland.
Crikey.
Over a period of 2 or 3 weeks. And the next one's the day after the summer solstice, so Monday 22nd of June, they're doing an all-day walk at Druridge Country Bay, raising money for Dementia UK.
Best of luck for it.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a bit of spin, I think. Parkinson's going to bowl from the city end of the ground 20 minutes before lunch on day 1. 87 for 1, Dawkins 40, North East on 10. I think the only edges that have sort of genuine edges we've seen today have been really thick edges that have flashed through gully. Nothing's gone to anywhere remotely close to first or second slip so far, as Dawkins plays forward and pushes into the covers. None for 32 for Rain from 8 overs, Potts 7 overs 2 maidens, none for 15. Stokes 5 overs 1 maiden, 1 for 21. 4 comes Dawkins to defend this next one from Parkinson. And Aldridge has just got through a couple of overs so far. 3 overs, none for 12, as it's defended away once more by Dawkins, just leaning gently forward.
Mark Davies emailed with an email entitled Tracy Thorne.
Parkinson, the left arm spinner, once more round the wicket. Bit of an inside edge this time, into the onside.
What's Tracy Thorne the answer to? When we were talking about Everything But the Girl just before we dropped off air the first time, she was the lead singer.
She was the lead singer. There you go. Parkinson, fiddled behind square on the onside by Dawkins. Flash of orange on his boots as he sets off down to the far end as we look on.
Their first big hit was Each and Every One in the summer of 1984. Came out roughly about the same time as Small Town Boy by Bronski Beat, and they were 2 of the big hits of that summer.
88 for 1. as Parkinson is defended away by Northeast. End of the over.
What year were you born?
91.
91. I was already a journalist by then. I started on the Shields Gazette in 1990. So can't really remember anything about what happened in 1991. Was that Crystal Palace in the FA Cup final?
That was 90.
Was it 90?
Yeah. That was 90.
Nottingham Forest against...
I'm glad it's not just me that remembers years by sporting occasions.
Aldridge, another thick edge, and they still haven't put anyone in third man. This was happening regularly at Worcester the other day.
Never mind third man, I'd have a third slip in a gully instead of first and second.
Yeah. Well, nobody's noticed the ball's run off the pitch. Has anybody gone to get it?
I know, it would look a bit
Nobody's
odd.
come out the stand to go and get the ball. Where is it?
Having a big gap between the keeper and the first slips, but nothing's gone to first or second so far. Everything's been a bit thicker.
92-1 the score. Chilly day. So the ball is bowled by Aldridge, pushed off to the covers, picked up by Potts, stop ball. Was that Mr. Hollyoak just walking past us?
Was it? I got distracted by something else. It was indeed, yeah. The Kent head coach.
Aldridge bowling to Dawkins. Dawkins plays the ball out through mid-wicket. Gets a single, moves on to 46. 93-1.
Yeah, my colleague Matt Cole was speaking to him after the win at Gloucestershire, and he was saying he had a phone conversation with Alex Stewart and said, don't suppose you got any 90-mile-an-hour bowlers going spare? And Alex Stewart said no, but I've got James Taylor. And Adam Hollyoak said yep, we'll have him. And on debut he took 10 for last week and hit the winning runs.
Yeah, there was a few people commenting about that. So Aldridge bowls again, that pops up a little bit, northeast forward, hits the splice of the bat. Is that a no ball or not? No. Maybe signalling to left the over. By the way, from an earlier discussion of CFAX, Dave McCall has emailed. Believe it or not, somebody has created a CFAX website. So let's have a look at this. Oh, that's cracking.
Does it have the correct numbers on it?
Look at that. It's got all the...
It actually does, look.
Yeah.
Page 340. Quote from Rob Key. Robinson, one of the best bowlers in the world.
Next ball's a dot ball out to the offside. It's got the news headlines were on 101. News for the region, that was what I wrote, 160. Okay. And the thing was, when you did your overnights, you had to store them in a page number that was one off where they were meant to go. So it was like 161.1, and that used to get really confusing at the end of his shift when it was nearly midnight. Aldridge comes in again and bowls. This is played away off towards deep mid-wicket. And they're going to get 3 here. In fact, it's gone for 4. Wasn't sure it was going to have the legs to get up the hill to the main building on our right-hand side, but it has. And that... Has that brought up the 100 or not? Where are we? 90...
97.
97 for 1.
That scoreboard is correct.
Yeah. So, Northeast with 14 now from that 4, and at the other end, Dawkins on 46. Just before I joined the BBC, one of the last jobs I did for the company I was working for, I had to write this whole feature piece about Catherine Cookson's life history. Okay. She was from South Shields, Jarrah area, famous author. And then I'd only been at the BBC probably 2 or 3 weeks when she died, and it was all still in my head. So I did this CFAX special. It was about 20 pages worth of the life of Catherine Cookson. I just rattled it out in a few minutes because it was all fresh in my head.
Parkinson to continue, bowling his spin from the city end. Dawkins forward to play defensively. Don't know if you've just seen. When's this press release? Has this got an embargo on it? Talking about the England Lions squad for the 4-day series against South Africa A.
Ben McKinney.
As it's driven by Dawkins for a single up towards long off. You've preempted what I was going to tell you. Ben McKinney is indeed in it.
When's that?
It is at Arundel from May 22nd to the 25th.
Right.
And then here at Beckenham from May 29th to June the 1st. So will obviously coincide with the blast, won't it?
Yeah.
And interrupt certain squads. Not Kent, as this one's defended away by North East. Dan Mosley, the captain from Warwickshire. Charlie Allison. Henry Crocom's going to play the second game from Sussex. Eddie Jack, Hampshire. Ben Geddes, Middlesex. Ben Mays, former England under-19 from Hampshire. Parkinson Bowles to North East, who defends. Tom Laws, Alfie Ogborn for the first 4-day match. Liam Patterson-White from Notts. James Sales from Northants. Navia Sharma from Middlesex. Mitch Stanley from Lancashire. Asa Tribe Glamorgan and James Wharton of Yorkshire. This one played away by North East for a single out towards deep cover. So yeah, here at Beckenham, that. Can people come and watch that?
Imagine so.
Lions game, yeah? Yeah. Tickets are available, there you go.
BBC CFAX.
Defended away by Dawkins.
I didn't realise you could do this. You could click on the world clock, page 459. The letters section on CFAX, page 145.
So this is a website recreation. And looks pretty
UK
realistic.
top 40 charts, 528.
Yes. And then the sport is like the green button on your remote.
Headlines in red, sport green, regional TV in yellow. Must be the regional news and the A-to-Z index.
Yeah, 340 cricket. I'm glad I remembered that.
Apparently there's a leadership drama continuing in the UK, it says. Coleman to end 17-year Everton playing career.
Seamus. Leadership drama? What leadership drama?
I don't know.
It's going to be Aldridge to continue from the Beckenham end. 99 for 1 the score.
In comes Aldridge, and that is played away by North East out through towards the deep mid-wicket area. It's rolling up the hill, but it's going to slow just in front of the rope, picked up by Emilio Gay. They'll get 3, and that takes Kent to 102, so they passed the 100 mark for the loss of 1. 102 in the 27th over.
You were talking about Emilio Gay earlier on, and obviously he was saying in that interview about how he drove all the way to Bedford to tell his parents about his test call-up, but I really found it fascinating him speaking on 5 Live and talking about how he wants to expose himself as much as possible to like pressure situations, to, you know, he knows he's going to get nervous when he plays that first test, trying to replicate those feelings.
This is a shortish, wideish ball from Aldridge, and it's punched away past point by Dawkins. It's stopped way down the field in front of all these school children. Fielded by Parkinson. They run 3.
Now bring up his 50. Punch of the gloves between North East and Dawkins. Little casual raise of the bat from the Kent opener. So
his 4th 50 in his 8th first-class match.
And back-to-back half centuries, having got one second innings at Bristol last week.
Aldridge once more to Sam North East. That's turned off the legs out through mid-wicket for a single. So Dawkins 50 in 94 balls. And 6 fours. Aldridge in. Oh, rising ball. Nearly took the shoulder of the bat there from Dawkins. He was up on his toes, fending at it. Dot ball.
Sorry, I was first innings last week. Dawkins 65. At Bristol against Gloucestershire. See a second half century of the season for him.
Dawkins 50. North East 19. 2 balls left of this 27th over. Here's the first of them. Shortish ball, just a half punch shot out through mid-wicket for 1 for Dawkins. So 69 overs left today and 1 delivery. This partnership is currently worth 46 from around about 60 balls.
Yeah, I was going to say, when did the wicket fall? 61 for 1. When Zach Crawley was out for 30.
Aldrich in again. North East plays the ball back to him, and that is the end of the over. 107 for 1. Thanks for sending in the CFAX website, Dave. That was
enjoyed that.
Yeah,
I kept us entertained for 10 minutes.
It's quite a nice way to reminisce about my old job. It's all different now.
Yeah, imagine telling kids these days about CFAX.
Yeah. Well, what you do now, if you're writing a piece for online, the first 4 paragraphs have to be self-contained, and then they get scraped off for what is effectively the online news.
Parkinson bowls to Dawkins, punches off the back foot to wide, long off for a single. 108 for 1.
And that's the stuff I suppose you'd see on the red button, isn't it?
Yeah, good point.
If you're looking through for the news headlines.
All these different ways we digest news these days. Parkinson left arm around the wicket, bowls to North East, who's well forward, playing defensively. Back at the club this season. Batted well up at Chester Street on second debut, if you like. So he's forward again, defending this one.
What did he get? 94 was it? Yeah, 94 Chester Street in the draw. So he's got, going into this match, he had 666 runs in 10 games against Durham, including 2 centuries and 5 50s.
He's playing defensively here to this next one from Parkinson. Yeah, hasn't kind of managed to match that effort so far this season. Got a half century 69 against Northants at Canterbury. So he's cutting away here out towards backward of point. There's a sweeper on the offside boundary, Emilio Gay, who does the fielding, so he only get 1. But yeah, after a decent start to the season, he's not made runs in the last 3 games. 3 and 7 against Worcestershire, 28 and 4 against Derbyshire, 2 and 4 against Gloucestershire at Bristol. So we'll feel like he is keen for a score, and Dawkins is forward to this next one, playing defensively. End of another over. 109 for 1 with Dawkins 52 and North East 20.
Talking of 109, Sam North East scored 109 not out and 110 against Durham on Matty Potts' debut at Canterbury in 2017. And the headlines that day were not about a young 17-year-old lad making his debut for Durham, or indeed Sam North East. It was the general election, Theresa May's snap election. I think it was the another one.
Oh,
I think it was that election.
That one.
And the people of Canterbury voted out a Tory and voted in a Labour MP for the first time since before. It might have been for the first time.
I think it might have been the first time ever, possibly. Yeah.
Here's Aldrich coming into bowl to North East. That's played back to him. It went back way before the First World War.
Rosie Duffield?
Yeah, that's who got voted in, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. That was the name that came to mind straight away, and then I double checked it. Politics not exactly my strong suit.
Aldridge in past the umpire, comes in and bowls, and it's played by North East to Clark at point. Joe Lurch says, "Hi Marty, loving the commentary. My only claim to fame is that I shared a bedroom with everything but the girls' drum kit in 1985.
I wondered where that story was going.
What a quality line.
Just the awkward pause. I shared a bedroom with ...
Yeah. Who have you shared a bedroom with? Keep it clean, please.
The drum kit.
The drum kit, that's
Class.
fantastic. Ulrich to northeast, that's guided down towards backward point. A bit of a misfield from Clark there, and there was a hesitation from northeast as to whether to go for the single. He was called through by Dawkins. So
yeah, Dawkins called it and got through pretty comfortably. Like you say, it was northeast.
I mean, he says niche in that message. I mean, that is utter niche, that, isn't it?
That's brilliant. That's what we like. That's the sort of niche that we
like. That's as
niche
as Nicheville in the niche festival season.
I just seen the photographer in front of us. He was just sitting on a stool a moment ago, and he just unclipped something and folded it up.
Yeah.
It looked a sturdy stool as well.
Yeah.
Goes past the outside edge. This next one.
I was looking at one of those stools a couple of years ago at Sedberth. George Franks, the photographer, had one, and it folds down flat, and they are really sturdy.
Yeah.
The way them.
Nifty.
I think he said you could, for about 60 quid, you could get a good one off the internet.
Nifty piece of kit.
Puts that Bielsa's bucket to shame at Leeds.
Yeah. We're coming up towards
luncheon.
Lunch, indeed.
And we go indoors and get warm. Driven through the covers and away for 4 by Dawkins off Aldrich, who stares at the floor with his hands on his hips there. After that delivery, where are we in terms of the score? 114?
114, yeah.
And what does that say over's gone? 26?
29th over we're in.
So this is the last ball of the over coming up.
Yeah, Dawkins to 56.
Aldridge has gone for 34 in 5.5 overs, none for 34.
A few of those did go through gully, admittedly. Down to third man. He's not had a lot of fortune. Former Somerset all-rounder. Bowling all-rounder, does he call himself? Do you call him a bowling all-rounder?
Yes, he can bat. He got 99 at Middlesex a couple of weeks ago.
He can definitely bat.
Last ball of the over, and it is played defensively back to him along the floor by Dawkins, and that is the end of that over. So 114 for 1, Kent winning the toss and batting today. I'm sure Durham would have done the same thing. Chilly day here in southeast London. We're not too far away from Crystal Palace. The transmitter's on the hill somewhere. I saw it earlier, but round the corner, just out of behind the building on our left hand side.
It's probably behind us. Yeah, I didn't notice if anyone was training this morning on the training.
I had a look through the fence, it was empty. Thought I would have heard something.
Yeah, normally you can sometimes
unless
hear
they
them
have gone indoors
if they're doing a training drill nearby. Parkinson to continue then, one more over before lunch. The left arm spinner is driven out towards mid on. They think briefly about a run and then decide otherwise. Northeast the man on strike. Crawley the one man out in the session, who's looking really convincing other than the first ball that he hit for 4 off the thick outside edge as it's clipped away for a single here into the leg side by Northeast. Yeah, that first ball aside saw some lovely straight drives from Zach Crawley, and was looking pretty comfortable out there, threatening to go on and get a score, as Parkinson is defended away here by Dawkins before it was a wide half volley and he spanked it straight to Matty Potts at extra cover. Ben Stokes, the bowler, the England Test captain, removing him, having looked a little bit frustrated after being driven by him down the ground for 4 moments prior, as Parkinson goes past the outside edge of Dawkins' bat through to keeper Ollie Robinson. Standing up to the stumps, one slip in play. Dawkins plays back and into the leg side to negotiate that one. Yeah, a little hint of turn, that one actually. The one that went past the outside edge from Parkinson. Balls again to Dawkins, well forward, plays defensively. End of the over and the session. 115 for 1, Kent having won the toss and chose to bat first here at Beckenham against the Division 2 leaders Durham. 30 overs have been bowled. As we pointed out, Crawley, that one man dismissed by Stokes, caught by Potts at extra cover, 4:30 when the score was on 61. And since then, Kent have negotiated their way through to 115 for 1. At lunch, you'll hear from me on the BBC Sport website and app. An update very shortly, but on the live stream we'll catch you again in around about 40 minutes time. Welcome back to Beckenham. Ben Rain to get the action back underway from the Beckenham end. Sam Northeast, the man on strike and clipping away out towards mid-wicket. He's on 22. Ben Dawkins there on 56, not out the opener. Zach Crawley, the one man out, 4:30. Caught by Matty Potts off the bowling of Ben Stokes, who a few people would notice that he'd actually left the field at the back end of the session after he'd had a bowl, and just having a quick scour. Martin, he's back out there. He's at mid-on, which is good to see. He's all okay.
He would have just been changing his boots.
So Rain in and bowling. Northeast plays forward out towards short extra. There was a rumour going around the ground that he wasn't feeling very well, hence why he hadn't returned, but he's back out there now, so we can put that one to bed.
Might have gone in to see if Zach Crawley was alright. Maybe he was on my bus this morning and I didn't notice.
The runaway bus in South.
It wasn't runaway, it was rally car.
Here comes Rain in and bowling. Driven back up the pitch. It never fails to amaze me.
I know what you're gonna say.
Every year at Beckenham, we have a cordoned off area.
Said gentleman's now wandering around the back of the side screen.
And people always manage to wander in front of us. They've got past a barrier or a cordon somewhere and just keep walking round. There was a dog earlier on. Somebody was walking their dog round. How they got through a barrier in front of us, I don't know. There we go. Here comes Rain. Forward comes Northeast to defend. Thankfully, said gentleman didn't start to have too much of a conversation with us. Just met Ollie Robinson's little nipper at lunch. His other half is here with baby girl, who was well wrapped up, as you need to be on a chilly day here at Beckenham.
There's a few of them become dads in the last year or two. Ben Rain, Colin Ackerman.
Here is Rain. Full delivery to Northeast, which is driven up towards Ben Stokes at mid-on. Some sort of in-joke there amongst the Durham lads as Ben Stokes did the fielding between McKinney and Ollie Robinson. Or was it Casey Aldridge, in fact? I'm not quite sure what that was all about. Nice of you to join us again, or along those lines.
He couldn't have been off for too long because he was fielding at the far end of the ground at one point. Just not that long before lunch, I remember seeing him.
Whoever's at mid-off is curiously staring at the ball before handing it back to Ben Rain. Here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Newcastle.
It's Alex Lees, the Durham skipper.
So Rain with shirt sleeves runs in past the umpire and driven away square by Northeast. May not get 4 for this. Was that fielded? Maybe just or not. Is he going to own up to? There was an attempt at flicking the ball back.
He's saying it's a 4.
Yeah, there was an attempt to flick the ball back, but he missed the ball.
Well, he rolled off the field.
I think it's Ben McKinney.
Yeah.
And he rolled off the field as he did so. So Northeast gets a boundary.
I said rolled off the field. He slid off the field on his knee. That was what I meant to say.
Okay, they've added 3 runs to the score on the live stream, which has now become 4 runs. So they're obviously trying to work out how to amend what they thought was going to be a 3 and ended up being a 4.
118 for 1, 31 overs. Wind's picking up this afternoon. Just a bit chilly still. did have a little bit of sunshine during the lunch break, but
it was
just
quite nice.
starting. We had a hail shower as well.
Yeah, we had hail as the players came off, or just after the players came off. Then it was sunny over lunch and was actually quite pleasant. And since then, players have gone back out there and it's clouded back over and the wind's got up and it's cold again.
Here's Potts from the city end of the ground. The city 7 miles away. Ball.
David Beddingham's down away to our right, just in front of us, down at third man, with his hands deep in his pockets.
They want him to move finer as well. But as he moves, his hands remain in his pockets.
Yeah. One of those sort of days in the field.
Potts bowls. Turned down towards fine leg by Dawkins for 1. So he now has 57. Northeast 26, 120 for 1 here on the BBC.
So members of the Kent media team have ordered in some burgers at the lunch break from a well-known global fast food chain.
Delivered by a man on an e-bike. No ball as Northeast turns this to square leg. He'll get 2. It's gone to deep square leg. Northeast on 28, 122 for 1. I don't think there's been a period during this game where there hasn't been a plane flying past.
Or a helicopter. One or the other.
Our crowded skies. Potts comes in again. Pushed by Northeast to point. Dot ball, end of the over. No, it's not. They've all realised it wasn't. The slips and the keeper were running up the other end there, and then they've got halfway up and realised that it's not quite done yet. They've turned around and come back again. The no balls probably confused them.
They managed to correct Northeast score, at least.
Potts to Northeast. That's turned off towards square leg. For 1 run. Northeast now on 29. 125 for 1. 2 balls left of the over. It feels to me like it's spitting a little bit here. I keep feeling I can get bits of rain on me and seeing the odd white hailstone as well.
It was at 3 o'clock that there was potential for some rain when I looked earlier on.
Potts comes in again. Bowls played by Dawkins to mid-wicket. There's nobody there. He's only going to get the 1 though as Emilio Gay runs up from the leg side boundary.
On
26 for 1. Dawkins 58.
On the BBC weather app says there is a chance of light rain showers for the rest of the afternoon. I don't think it's going to be too.
The weather's not likely to warm up until midway into next week, I don't think. It's going to stay cold with these northerly breezes until then.
Yeah, like you say, by next Friday rolls round and T20 season, T20 blast season, as Northeast gets a run into the onside. Back up to 25 next Friday. It's more like it.
I'm not doing the away games, so there'll be quite a few Fridays when I won't be on the motorway as opposed to previous years. Beckenham weather today, possibility around about 5 o'clock, says net weather of very light showers.
I guess Durham travel a fair bit for the T20 away games.
We've got a game against Middlesex at Merchant Taylors this year
yeah.
because they've changed the thing, haven't they?
Yeah, with the change in the groups, there is a couple of games that are outside of it, aren't there? Outside the group, etc. So Ben Rain to Northeast, defended away into the covers.
They were talking about too much travel and too many games, and then they've taken 2 T20s away, but they're now making teams travel further by playing people in other regions. I mean, I just don't see the sense in it at all.
Yeah, the irony.
But the last 3 weeks, Durham went to Lords, then they went to Worcestershire, now they're in Beckenham, so by the time this trip's completed they'll have done 1,578 miles in 3 weeks.
Fair yardage. As rain bowls and defended away here by Sam Northeast.
It's fair yardage, alright. It's a big par 5, that one.
Rain bowls. Northeast is forward and playing defensively once again. 30 now for him. He's moved on from 22 that he resumed the session on.
Johnny Eslin's asking, is it a decent pitch, Martin? It is. It's a road. It's always a road here.
It's a bit more than decent for batting.
Yeah.
Looks flat as a pancake. Yeah, almost looks as if they've prepared a one-day pitch. As it's pushed away off the back foot by Northeast up towards mid-on. Yeah, Kent anticipating a strong Durham side coming here, and knowing there might be a bit of weather in the air over the course of days 1 and 3 and 4.
Here's a statistic for you. So Bill Ashdown has the two of the highest scores for Kent. 332 against Essex and Brentwood. That was when they made the highest total, 803 for 4 in 1934. He also made 305 not out against Derbyshire in Dover a year later. But in recent times, Sean Dixon scored 318 here.
Defended away by Northeast again. Yeah, that same game.
So
that Dixon got 300, Joe Denley got 180. And then Ben Duckett got 100, big 100 in reply, I think.
Well, that was in against Northants here in 2017. He got 318. So relatively recent.
Yeah, and
10 seasons.
Kent have got draws against good Surrey teams here as well in recent times, thanks to the pitch still being in good nick on the 4th day. A bit of weather around for the second of those draws, I think. It's defended away by Northeast. So he has 30, Dawkins 58, 127 for 1.
The Met Office radar that I looked at this morning suggested some big bands of rain passing through this afternoon. But again, as I said in commentary earlier today, it's whether they actually land on you or not, or they pass by overhead. It's a bit heading our way now. Sort of lots of showers bubbling up across the south this afternoon, and then they should have passed through here by about 3 o'clock, something like that.
Okay.
According to this, and there's a tail end, and then certainly by 4 there shouldn't be anything here. It's changing all the time, the weather forecast. Quite difficult to predict when showers just bubble up.
Yeah, and quite swirly winds and whatnot. So pots to continue from the city end of the ground.
Another conversation going on here between bowler and skipper, and England skipper. Just thought for a second Ben Stokes was looking at the ball again, but he didn't actually have it in his hand, and I mean just looking at his fingernails, I don't know, as Potts comes in and bowls, and a waft at that one from Dawkins, a play and a miss. Didn't move his feet, he was off balance as he tried to play it.
I don't think it got up as much as he was expecting as well, in fairness. Potts bending his back and trying to get something from this pitch, but new ball aside, I think it's going to be a tough gig as a seam bowler on this pitch. Sort of bowling for mistakes, like we saw with Stokes getting Crawley out earlier on.
That's left alone wide of the off stump. Went low to the keeper.
I was chatting to one of the members of the written media who'd seen Stokes bowl last week as well, and he almost suggested that maybe he was, bowling a little bit wider of the off stump to try and force that sort of mistake from Zach Crawley. Whether it was deliberate or not, it was a bit of a wide half volley, and Crawley's eyes lit up and he whacked it straight to Matty Potts at extra cover.
So a guy came up to me at lunchtime who used to listen to our commentaries in New York City, when he was living there about 10 years ago. He said, this is a back foot punch by Dawkins down towards wide third man. Bedingham slides in and stops it just in front of the rope. He slides off the field briefly. They're on 2.
Yeah, just the 2.
Said he used to have to listen to us quite it was late in the day there. Well, early for him, but late in the sessions for us. He's now moved back here, and it's Durham, a supporter who used to play cricket up in the northeast, who now lives in the Bromley area.
Yeah, it's always, I always enjoy where in the world, obscure places people are listening to county cricket.
Dropped short by Dawkins, goes for a quick single, chased by Potts, who doesn't actually pick it up as he slides in the hope of a quick pick-up and possible run-out moment there.
Cricket@bbc.co.uk if you want to email us, or your address was?
We're cricket@bbc.co.uk.
There you go.
That's 130 for 1 now, the score, with North East on strike on 30. Dawkins on 61 from 112, run rate 3.8. 62 overs remaining today, as the ball gradually makes its way back around the field to Potts. Comes in and bowls. That is defended, goes in the offside, no run. Yeah, when we first started doing cricket commentaries on the BBC, they went on the BBC Weir website, as in Weir side. So
okay.
Hence the name sort of developed from there, really. First commentaries I did were in 2004, in the second year of the T20, and then gradually we expanded to some Monday Cup action when Durham were winning the trophy in 2007. Now that's gone away for 4 byes. That was
wide, in fact.
Yeah, wide. It's been signalled 4 wides. Potts has banged it in short. It's looped up over the batsman. The keeper was at full stretch, leapt into the air and couldn't reach it, and it's gone for 4. So that's worth 5.
Yeah, I mean, not the tallest wicketkeeper, Ollie Robinson, but often wicketkeepers are a little bit shorter in stature. In fact, Chris Benjamin's very tall for a wicketkeeper.
Ben McKinney would have struggled to get that.
Yeah,
He's 6'7".
Good point. It was miles over Robinson's head in a Potts' attempt to get some sort of life from the pitch.
Potts in again. An edge, and that's over the slip cordon and away for 4. Thick edge there from North East. McKinney leapt at first slip but couldn't get near it. Potts is a bit angry with himself there. Quite a good over from Kent's point of view. 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah, frustrating one for Potts. I think he's obviously bent his back for a couple of deliveries to try and get something from the wicket. The North East one, I feel like he probably was, it's probably a bit too close for him to cut in the way that he did. As it was, he sort of offered enough at the ball.
And the delay here as hundreds of school children are coming past the side screen.
I think somebody had to go pick the ball up from underneath the screen. Yeah, I think I saw Lizzie Ammon of the national media press that are here today go and pick the ball up. Our former BBC colleague. I remember.
So did it go down the leg side? Leg side, Lizzie?
Yeah, for a period, was she doing Northamptonshire for a period? I definitely remember doing a game with her at Wantage Road.
The first match she did on the BBC was with me at Northampton, the Durham game in 2014.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
As I think it was Here comes Rain. Short ball which Dawkins leaves alone. Almost update time for Martin. The BBC Radio Newcastle. It feels weird saying Newcastle with a southern accent. 61 for Dawkins, 34 for North East. As Rain is in and bowling to Dawkins once again, left alone outside the off stump. Run rate a nudge over 4 and over for Kent so far. One of those that it's not necessarily even bad balls that end up going to the boundary. Batters know they can trust this pitch. Dawkins lets this one slide outside his off stump. 115 deliveries he's faced for 61. Hear from Molly Davis very shortly, former Kent Women's wicketkeeper and our third voice for the remainder of today and day 3 as well. That's Ben Rain. Ball's on the stumps and Dawkins just leans over the top of this one and defends. A high front elbow. Ben Stokes, the England Test captain, watching on from mid-on. Clouded over again here in north of the county. Historic Kent or metropolitan Kent. South East London to others. It's off the back foot by Dawkins, out towards the sweeper on the offside for a single. He's got 62 to his name. I can hear the travel jingle in my headphones, so once that's been updated and I'll do my radio update for BBC Radio Kent, I'll swap with Molly. That's North East on 34, waits for Rain, final ball of the over incoming. They've now got a slip and a sort of third, fourth-ish slip. As he cuts this away for 4 though, down towards wide third man. A little bit too much width on offer from Rain, and North East tucks it away. Yes, indeed, a cloudy and cool Beckenham, but Kent having a good day of the action so far against the Division 2 leaders. They won the toss, chose to bat first, only lost the 1 wicket before lunch. Ben Dawkins, the opener, is there on 62 not out. Got 65 in the win against Gloucestershire at Bristol last week. And Sam North East, who scored runs against Durham at Chester Street earlier on in the season, he's 34 not out. He's just cut one away for 4 to move to 38, having been on 22 at lunch. Zach Crawley, the one man to go, having been dropped from the England Test squad for the first test of the summer against New Zealand. The irony was it was the England Test captain Ben Stokes who got him out, tried to hit one away for 4 through the covers and ended up hitting it in the air straight to Matty Potts at extra cover. It looks like the sort of pitch where you have to make mistakes on for batters to get out. It's very flat, very good for batting. Kent will be pleased to be having first crack at it. Commentary of this one continuing via the BBC Sport app and website, with Kent going along very nicely on 144 for 1 in this one. Elsewhere today in Division 1, of course, Sussex up against Somerset, 133 for 2 Somerset. There is a latest score, and then Surrey are playing Yorkshire at Headingley, 119 for 3 there, the home side. And as I say, commentary of all of those matches on the BBC Sport website. As it's dropped in short by Potts and pulled away by Dawkins for a single. I'll leave you with Martin Emerson, BBC Radio Newcastle, and Molly Davis will come in for me.
Newcastle. It's how Alan Pardew was in the house for a minute there. Dawkins is heading towards his highest score here. He's currently on 63, so his best total was last week when he made 65 in the win at Bristol. Also got 60 in the home draw against Lancashire last year, and 61 in an innings defeated home by Derbyshire last year as well. Potts bowling to northeast at the minute. This is turned away towards long leg for 1 run, and Molly is now alongside us.
Good afternoon.
Where have you been, Molly?
I've travelled up from Canterbury.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I gather you've been at an important meeting, is that right?
Important meeting, but I stopped for some food on the way with some goodies.
Oh, well, there you are. Did you bring any for us? No.
I will learn my lesson for next time.
Right. Are you doing any more days of this game?
I am.
Right. Potts comes in to Dawkins. That's left alone. Bit of bounce in that one. So where did you stop for lunch? What was it that lured you in? What were you?
It was a nice burger joint on the way up to the ground on one of the roundabouts. So everyone put their orders in. So I did the good thing.
You brought that stuff then, did you?
I did.
Right.
I feel like I got some looks for people who didn't get one, so I'll make a note on Sunday to make sure I bring everyone something. But it's nice to be at Beckenham.
Potts to Dawkins. That stays low, and that's gone way across towards first slip. The keeper's an awful long way across to stop that one.
Yeah, it's carried on going, isn't it?
Yeah.
Beckenham is a fun out ground. Usually a run fest here. The Kent women played here last Sunday, and over 600 runs were scored throughout the day. So if it's a similar wicket to that, then that'll be nice and exciting over the next 4 days.
Wind's picking up as Potts balls. That one's angled back in. It's left by Dawkins, and that's gone through to the keeper. End of the over. 2 from it. 146 for 1.
Is it your first time to Beckenham? Been here before?
No, I was here for that run fest in the heat of the One Day Cup about 5 years ago when Durham scored more than 400. So somebody's just asked me, is it a good track to bat on? So it's an absolute road. Expect a high scorer if the weather doesn't intervene.
Indeed. It's a batting paradise, isn't it, usually here?
Yeah.
So all them batters today are probably going to be, can't wait to get out there and have a hit.
It's interesting how some wickets are just so flat and hard and good for batting, and others aren't. And whatever's underneath, I suppose it matters. But
that's driven, but straight to cover for no run. Looking shot there for northeast.
Beckenham playing the. In fact, this isn't Beckenham's cricket ground, is it? That's down the road.
Yeah, it's not.
They play in the Kent Premier League, don't they?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, that's a bit further down the road.
No, it's a nice sort of second home for Kent. Obviously, the home being in Canterbury, but it's a nice place to come. Hopefully, when it's a bit warmer. Usually, it's always a bit chilly when the wind picks up here.
Yeah.
As rain is in, and that is just pushed off the back foot, but no run to point.
Well, they used to play at Tunbridge Wells in May. It was normally around about May bank holiday, and I had the Tunbridge Wells Cricket Festival. And I remember I've only covered one game there, but that was in 2000. And back in the days when all the national papers sent reporters to all the games, and there was quite a crowd of us there, and they were having a competition between them in the national papers to see how many gratuitous mentions of the rhododendron bushes they could get in their match reports. So.
Brilliant. How many were mentioned?
Oh, lots.
As again, that's pushed into the offside, but no run.
I think a gentleman from the Times won it in the end, but which has got me thinking, if it's that time of year for Tunbridge Wells and their rhododendron bushes, then the stately home near Rothbury in Northumberland, absolutely famous for it. You can go on a drive, and there's just miles of rhododendron bushes around the lake. They'll be worth seeing at the minute, I would have thought.
It's a good day out.
I've forgotten the name of the place now, but it's Cragside. Beautiful house.
As that is again just pushed into the offside. No run there to point. bowling well, isn't he? Sort of tying
It's
Northeast up.
There's not much in this track for the bowlers, is there really? You've got to... It's the mother of all Kookaburra nightmare type scenarios, this, without using a Kookaburra ball. Can you imagine a Kookaburra match here? It'd be 900 versus 900.
I wouldn't want to be a bowler, for sure.
No.
But that's the luxury, I suppose, here at Beckenham. It sort of maybe leans more in the batter's favour. As that takes an outside edge.
Taking third man.
It could go all the way. Big chase out there.
Clark's got it.
Third. Picks up 3 for his troubles. Again, thick outside edge, in no danger there. It's gone wide of the slip cordon. Soft hands.
Still sounds like there's a few school kids at the far end of the ground. They don't look as obvious anymore now, because there was a big crowd of them arrived this morning. They all had luminous tabards on, but they've gone. They've just marched out past the back of our commentary position. But there are still a few in the stand, in that northwest stand there, or the stand, because there's no others. But what a great way to end the week. Day at the cricket, even if it is chilly.
It's a good day off school, isn't it? I'd take it. And again, that's edged and dropped. And it carried, didn't it? You would have thought that.
Bedingham put that down. He's normally a safe pair of hands.
So Ben Dawkins, outside edge, dropped in the slip cordon. He has a life. Kent a 150 for 1.
Oh, was it? Who put it down? Bedingham.
It looked like a safe chance. It went straight to him.
I just thought I was waiting for everybody just to celebrate a wicket, and then suddenly there was this anticlimactic moment where nothing happened. I mean, David Bedingham very rarely ever drops anything. So Dawkins dropped on 63.
A genuine edge as well. So maybe there is something left, or something in for the bowlers still bowl well enough. Batters still have to get the runs, don't they?
Start of a new over from Potts, played by Dawkins out to Clark in the cover area. No run there. When you're working your socks off to try and make anything happen on this track, and then you put a chance down, and it's one of your more reliable fielders. It was Bedingham in the gully. Maybe his hands are frozen.
Is it a hand warmer's day, do you reckon?
Definitely. It's a 3 jumper day as well, I reckon. Potts comes in again here and bowls. Dawkins goes back into his crease and plays this off to mid-wicket for 1 run. So he is now on 65. He's equalled his score from last week. He could have been out on 63. Is he going to go on and make his first century today?
It's an exciting young talent, old Ben Dawkins.
150's just come up as well in 37.1 overs. 150 for 1. Potts from the city end as he comes in and bowls, and this is driven up towards mid-off. No run there by North East. I think it's a bit ambitious calling that the city end. It's the empty field end, isn't it, really?
Somewhere in the distance.
It looks like it looks like this sort of field where you would have a car boot sale on a Sunday morning, I think. We'll call it the car boot end.
Yeah, you can see it in the jokes in the very distance, the sort of city line, if you like. But yeah, you might have to squint sometimes.
Not from down here, we can't.
No.
The big barns in the road.
Go through some trees as well, you'll see it. Clutching at straws, maybe.
In comes Potts, and that's played back towards him by North East. That sounded a bit tinny. Is Croydon a city or is it just a town? Is Croydon a town or a city? Town. Croydon? Town?
Croydon?
It's not a difficult question, Ben, really.
I guess so, yeah.
You guess so what? It's a town or a city? You know, eh? A town.
You're being put on the spot here, Ben. He's eating his biscuits.
Potts comes in. That stays low, turned towards square leg by North East for 1. I'm going to Google Croydon, let's see what it tells me.
See what it says.
Because it's got quite a population, hasn't it?
Bit of local knowledge for you.
Croydon is a large town.
It's a large town.
In South London. It's 9.5 miles south of Charing Cross, for those who wanted to know that.
I reckon you'd do well in a quiz. I reckon if you aren't a quizzer, you should be.
Croydon's population this year, 409,000. I mean, that's bigger than Sunderland, that. Oh, that nips in off the thigh pad and it drifts down through the slip cordon, coming towards our position. You can hear the feet there of Casey Aldridge as he throws that. He stares at me as he's to throw that in. 2 runs were there?
I think they...
Let's have a look. Leg buys.
Quick. Oh, I've just taken the...
They did run 2.
They did.
Yeah, leg buys.
So...
It's 154 for 1 after 38 overs here on the BBC.
It's rain to continue then here from the Beckenham end. Again, trying to create an opportunity like the last over. Found the outside edge. Can he do it again? That is going to be the question. That is in and bowls. North East pushes that up to mid-on. Probably didn't time that as well as he wanted to.
What's the family business that you're involved with?
There's a couple.
Couple of family business.
Yeah. But forestry's one. So
forestry.
Floristry.
Oh,
Yeah.
floristry. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't get much for your 40 quid these days, do you?
Well,
for your panic buy.
your last minute, you forgot on a birthday.
Yeah.
So North East then setting himself. Again. And he hasn't got up as high as he thought, but just defended back to the bowler.
So how many branches have you got? Just the one? Or?
The one down in the hometown of Canterbury.
Yeah.
And then there's a couple of family sort of businesses that keep me busy. When I'm not doing that, I'm just enjoying watching some cricket. Especially here in Beckenham. So rain then into North East. Again, he's punched it off the back foot. It's got high on him there. He's kept it down.
Yeah, I hope he needs his toes in the end, wasn't he?
Yeah. There's been a bit of... Some have kept low, haven't they? Some have risen a little bit. Maybe some invariable bounce, potentially. We saw that last week again when the women played here, so it'll be quite interesting to see how this one plays out over the next few days. Again, driven up to mid-off. They won't take a single.
I suppose your busy one would be Mother's Day weekend, is it?
Mother's Day, yeah.
I used to help out on a friend's flower stall when I was a teenager in Sunderland, and they had stalls all around Sunderland, and it was non-stop all day long. And the money bags that were around your knees, full of pound coins.
Yeah.
It's probably where my back injury came from.
Them last minute buys.
Yeah.
Always keeps you busy. Rain then. Again, off the legs of North East. Gone down to fine for the single. A little bit straight that one. Worked that one away quite nicely.
Do you still get all your flowers from Holland? Do they come over from Holland?
We do, yeah.
'Cause there's a few trucks do the circuit around our way. They come over on the DFTS ferry and they spend a few days in the North East delivering to all the local florist shops, but they're all refrigerated and they must have tons of produce on there.
Yeah, they do their rounds, obviously where we are based in Canterbury. We're near the port, so it's quite helpful. And again, that has gone past the outside edge of Ben Dawkins. Didn't hit this one, and that is the end of the over. 155 for 1.
You're going to have your little bit of green fern in there as well, haven't you?
All the
mix.
greenery, yeah.
It never leaves you. Never leaves you.
A little sideline for you. So moving around.
Stokes has just
Durham
gone
team.
off. Alex Lees is heading off as well, the Durham skipper. So Stokes is off, leaves off. James Minto's come on. Will Rhodes will be on there somewhere as well. 12th and 13th men. Potts to continue from the empty field end.
I think there's some rain in the air.
Yeah, it's spitting a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, the bearer of bad news, but
we might get away with it though. I think the worst part of this cloud's now right on top of us. It does look a little bit lighter to the north as Potts bowls here to northeast. That's played up to mid-on, no run there. So Sam Northeast's debut for Kent was at the end of the 2007 season. Durham won at Canterbury, missed out on the title against to Sussex by 4.5 points, but the following year they won it with another win at Canterbury, which was a game which actually saw Kent get relegated at the end of that 2008 season. In comes Potts again. That's a bit too full on the leg side, played away by Northeast. An attempted diving stop by Bedingham in the mid-wicket area. It ricochets off his hand and goes down towards Emilio Gay on the boundary. 1 run. Benningham's body language doesn't look that good since he couldn't hold that catch off Dawkins' edge a couple of overs ago in the gully, and he's now returning to the gully for a Dawkins delivery. Potts will deliver it. 2 slips in place as well in McKinney and Aldridge's. Potts comes in, that's driven, and that's away up the hill for 4. It's a half volley. Just too full really from the bowler. Dawkins saw it early, and he now moves on to 69, so this is his highest score in first class cricket.
it's a good looking shot, wasn't it? It's one of those as a batter that you hit and you can just stand and admire as you can see it race to the boundary.
69 from 100, and does that say 28? 128.
It does.
Next ball is defended, it rolls back to Potts, who races down to try and snatch at it. He can't take it cleanly.
It has stopped raining here in Beckenham, so the shower has passed over us. I feel there's sort of a weather climate here at Beckenham. I may be wrong, someone may want to correct me on that, but the groundsman sort of hut is just to our right, so they're always the best people to speak to, aren't they, when it comes to weather on their ground and how it all works. All very knowledgeable, the ground staff.
It sort of builds up along the Thames Valley, doesn't it, and floats down here.
You can feel that you're safe, and out of nowhere something appears. It's sort of short and sharp.
Yeah. Potts again, that's left alone. I'm wondering, if these little white things that are flashing past us are pollen rather than actually hailstones, because there's only the odd one every now and then.
There's
the
that.
sky's not too bad at the minute.
And then there was some, it sounded like rain on top of the tent here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll take the win. It's currently not raining. We're still playing cricket.
I do worry when I have to come this far south that we're not going to get the weather. It's always a concern. Potts bowls. This is played by, don't know what the raucous laughter's about, and that's the end of the over. It's just played safely up the other end. Somebody's found something funny out there somewhere. Here's Lees and Stokes back on the field now.
Just a quick break.
Rhodes departs. Minto departs.
So it's going to be rain then to continue their spell from the Beckenham end. Sam Northeast is on strike. He is on 45. Again, going well. Finding some form after a couple of games that he probably feels as that short and pulled. He'll take the 1. Feels he's maybe out the runs the last couple of games, but again, finding his way today. As they go and touch gloves for the 100 partnership
coming around about 141 balls.
They're settling, aren't they?
Oh, they settled a long time ago.
You say that.
They settled while you were on the bypass, wondering which McDonald's you were going to go to.
Reins in then. Whips off the hip of Dawkins, out to deep square. They'll look for 2, but it will just be the 1.
That explains a lot now, because myself and Ben were a bit anxious that the sandwiches we'd been promised hadn't arrived by lunchtime. But those who then a few minutes later were tucking into burgers and fries and drinks, they seemed quite relaxed, as if they already knew sustenance was on its way. Personal delivery sort of thing.
I've made a rookie mistake, haven't I? As that is a big stride forward from North East as a defensive shot gets pushed back to Rain. Yeah, I feel like I've definitely...
I mean, I'm trying not to mention it, you know what I mean?
It's okay, I'll make sure on Sunday I bring all the food treats.
Sunday I'll be expecting a chicken dinner, to be honest with you. So.
Bring a carvery in from one of the local establishments.
Definitely.
As that one again is pushed into the onside, they take a very quick single, and they make good ground. As deep square is obviously on the boundary, and so is fine leg.
Yeah. All these planes we're seeing, I was expecting to be heading down to Gatwick. They're all going into London, so we've obviously got a stiff westerly wind, so they're having to come round in a clockwise circle and then approach Heathrow from there. So that one I can see now is just over Brixton, and it is the Los Angeles flight. Virgin Atlantic.
Yeah, you'll definitely see a lot of planes here at Beckenham on the flight path. And that again is a play and a miss from Dawkins. Goes past the outside edge again. Rain's done that a couple of times now over the last few overs.
They'll notice a temperature difference when they get off that plane.
Ever so slightly.
We've sort of been plunged into November again, haven't we, in the last few days?
The cold snap has very much hit us in May. I made that mistake last week when I was here. Didn't bring enough jumpers or enough warm clothes.
What's the saying about never cast a layer until May is clear or something like that?
I should have listened to that one, I think. As that again is played beautifully off the back foot out to the fielder in the deep. And they'll take a 1 for that shot. Probably hoping for more, as it sounded like it was worthy of a boundary. And that is the end of the over. So 164 for 1 then. Dawkins moves to 71.
That's it. Never cast a clout until May is out.
There we go. That was my mistake last week.
A traditional English proverb meaning don't shed your winter clothing until the month of May is completely over. A clout is an old word for a piece of clothing. Yeah, and it's a warning against being fooled by early spring heat waves before the notoriously unpredictable chilly winds pass by.
Well, I've bought my woolly hat today, so I feel like I've made a good decision. As a lot of people here are also in jumpers, gilets, hats.
Yeah.
Welcome to British summertime.
Potts coming in from the far end. First ball to Dawkins is played out into the covers to Clark. It's a dot ball. How long does it take to come up from Canterbury to here then? About an hour and a half?
Roughly, yeah. It's not too bad. It's beating the traffic when you sort of hit the outskirts of...
You could do the high-speed train into St Pancras, the Javelin, and then come up with a brainwave that I did yesterday and get the Thameslink direct down to this neck of the woods. So Potts bowls again. That's played to the gully, diving stop by Beckenham off Dawkins, no run there. And it just never came. And then I went on a tour of southeastern railway stations, which was fantastic in the rain with me heavy case. I really enjoyed myself.
There's some
going to places I'd never heard of numerous times.
The full tour then, as you've made your way down south.
Potts Potts to Dawkins. He goes back into his crease there, jabs the ball down onto his back foot, and it just misses the stumps and comes to rest just behind them. Sharp delivery.
You can see the frustration in Potts' face, can't you? He's searching for the wicket that he wants.
Ricocheted onto the stumps there.
Yeah, if you're watching on the stream, you'll be able to see his head and his hands there, almost looking up, pleading to how that hasn't rolled onto the stumps.
Got friends in Eltham, and when I was working at 5 Live a few years ago, I lived with them for a few months, and I thought I knew all of the little backstreet train stations that there were in this neck of the woods. I didn't really think I could come across any more, but chalked a few new ones off yesterday. To play in a miss. Potter's putting everything into this over, and he's gone down on his haunches there. What do I need to do to get a wicket? He's thinking to himself. Picks himself up, turns and walks away.
Yeah, we had that sharp shorter ball a few overs ago now that managed to beat everyone.
Yeah.
And you could see then he was just searching and asking why. Again, they're looking for that second wicket, Durham. Potts is hoping to be the man that gets it.
He turns. Comes in. Dawkins stands behind the bat and the ball here and plays it firmly into the ground, and Potts does a great bit of keepy uppy work there with his right foot and then volleys it straight over the keeper and into the top corner. One ball after this over, and then I'll hand over to Ben, and then this will become a southeastern product for half an hour. Potts comes in, bowls, Dawkins leaves it. The sun's trying to break through now, and that is the end of the over. Kent 164 for 1, Dawkins 71, Northeast 47. We've got a run rate of 3.9 at the minute, and 54 overs remaining today here on the BBC.
So a bit of a change around then as Ben's coming in to join me in a slightly... Sun's coming out now, so I'm going to say slightly warmer, maybe temporarily for 10 minutes or so, but I'll take the win. Hello, hello.
Hello, you alright?
Yeah, very well.
How are the roads?
Quite clear, actually. Can't complain.
Saying middle of the day, it's not too sad.
It's not too bad, is it?
Actually, it wasn't too bad, even coming this morning when I got here about 20 past, 9:30 or something. Yeah, it could have been worse.
It's sort of when you hit the towns of the outskirts, isn't it? You tend to find the problems.
It definitely takes longer than you think once you you get off the dual carriageway, the motorway, etc. Looks like we're going to have Ben Stokes then back into the attack for Durham, the England Test skipper. Some rumours about whether he might even take the new ball earlier on, off the back of the fact that England don't really have a specialist in that position. Martin was saying he did it very briefly in the game last week for about a 3-over spell or something.
Right.
But into bowl to Northeast here. Just gently pushed away into the covers by Sam Northeast. I'm slightly jealous of the spectators that are watching on from the stand, and we were discussing what we should call it earlier on, because it doesn't have a name. But obviously it's the only stand in the ground, so it's just the stand.
The stand.
The one with the green seats.
Yeah.
The grandstand. Liam was trying to call it a grandstand.
I don't think it can.
It's just a stand,
just
isn't
a stand,
it? So yeah, so the spectators that are watching on from the stand currently bathed in some very nice sunshine. It's a bit cooler in the commentary marquee.
It's the warmer part of the ground, isn't it?
Stokes is in. Fended off by Northeast. Down into the gully area.
Well, Stokes is the man with the wicket this morning, so looking to probably try and break this partnership as soon as possible. Yeah,
it was a bit of a full shot, unfortunately, from Zach Crawley. Bit of width on offer, and he tried to slap it through the covers for 4 and hit it just a bit off the ground. It was one of those where, as Potts took it, you weren't sure if he'd just done a good stop. It took a moment to realise actually that it's gone all in the air, and he's taken the catch. Stokes past the umpire again. Northeast just defends this one.
Yeah, a wicket at Beckenham that Stokes wanted to get. Obviously the batting track here is renowned around the county circuit. So someone of Crawley's capabilities.
Durham have had some good results here as well, actually, and particularly in the One Day Cup.
Yeah.
A couple of recent visits, and they got 400 in one of those games. So yeah, they know all about how good this batting track is. Graham Clark will tell you about that. Having got 100 on it, big 100.
It always feels so open here as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a big expanse
Yeah.
of field. Stokes bowls. Full delivery. North East sort of falling over a little bit. Turns it away into the onside. There it's fielded, no run. 12th man's loitering with a drink. Graham Onion's the bowling coach. With bright white trainers on.
Looking slightly cold with the big coat as well.
I mean, I got like 2 fleeces and a gilet on.
Yeah, last week I bought a very thin jumper and nothing else, and that was a rookie error.
Yeah, indeed. Stokes bowls to North East again, plays defensively. Yeah, we're coming into T20 season where, of course, no matter how warm it is when the game starts, it's always going to be cold when you're doing the post-match. I always remember a written journalist who came to a T20 game at Canterbury the other year, and it was a gloriously hot sunny Friday afternoon, but by 10 o'clock when we were doing the post-match, he was freezing in his shorts and t-shirt. I was looking very smug in my long trousers and an extra layer that I had on. Stokes bowls. North East once again plays defensively to keep it out. End of the over then. And a maiden over from Ben Stokes in his first one of this spell, having bowled a 5-over spell earlier on, 1 for 21. So North East remains on 47 from 74 deliveries, and Dawkins 71 from 140 deliveries. 164 for 1 here, Kent. Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent. Molly Davis, former Kent women's wicket-keeper, our third voice, and Martin Emerson's wandered off. Will be back with us before too long.
It's a change of bowling, Ben, from the City end. Parkinson, brother,
Twin brother, yeah,
of Matthew Parkinson. Turn to a bit of spin then. That's just pushed down the ground. Very elegantly done by Ben Dawkins for the single.
Amazing, really, that one brother bowls right-handed.
Yeah.
The other one bowls left-handed. Like sort of mirror image of one another. It must be something in the genes. It's like, right, that one bowls left arm, that one bowls right arm, but both bowl spin.
Yes. So then North East sets himself, and again just tried to turn that into the leg side, but didn't get it past short mid wicket, so there won't be a run taken.
Sure, Emilio Gay will be looking forward to batting on this wicket along with the other Durham players.
As Parkinson's in, and again drop back there and turn that round the corner for a single. He's worked that quite well actually, because it wasn't that straight. I always that's a sign of a batter when you're filling and you're filling forward, to be able to sort of do that shot and not fear of the leading edge that always terrified me.
Yeah, good point.
In again then, swept this time, and again I think he's missed that,
Yeah,
as
I'm not
it
sure how much back
rolls
on it.
down for 4, and he has hit it, it looks like, so maybe a glove or something.
Maybe glove. I think you're right. That's a good shout, because it went really fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, glove.
Glove down for 4, so that's 4 more to Dawkins' score.
Take them all.
But to say, it's 4 in the scorebook, doesn't say how they come.
Absolutely.
Parkinson probably feels unlucky there, because obviously he's got a little bit on it, but maybe, I don't know, batter would say they won that. Bowler might disagree. So he's in to reply, and again that's a lot of a better line and length there, that's just defended back. Do you reckon it was competitive in the Parkinson's household?
Yeah.
When they were younger?
Yeah. I bet it was.
Last ball of the over then. And again, that's pushed into the offside. He's played that a bit late there. Bit of fuller delivery. So end of the over then, 170 for 1.
Do you reckon they might have been the sort of the only two brothers that could like get through an entire test match in the back garden?
Yeah.
You know, owing to the fact that they're so much better at bowling than they are at batting.
Yeah.
They probably take 10 wickets against one another, no problem. Or 20 wickets.
Do you reckon one of them went, I'm going to do that, and the other one went, I'll do it better? And that's probably how it started.
Probably.
Well, it's worked out pretty well for them.
Yeah, I mean, clearly at some point they've decided that, yeah, you can bowl right-handed, I'll bowl left-handed. It's just so everyone can tell us apart.
Yeah.
So after a nice swift over from Parkinson, back to Stokes, running in hard to northeast. Pleasant enough drive out towards wide mid-off, where Alex Lees, the captain, does the fielding with the floppy sun hat on.
You're a fan of the floppy
I am
sun
actually.
hat?
Yeah, I've got one. That I purchased from from Barry in the club shop a few years ago, and I wore it. It's play cricket last weekend.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Wickets, runs? Or don't want to talk about
I
it?
mean, I got one wicket
See?
for plenty, for a lot. There's Stokes bowls.
Oh.
Oh, no ball, front foot, no ball, and then it's really zipped off the wicket, and Ollie Robinson had to jump up to do the fielding. I think I got like 17 with a bat, maybe.
Is that the first game of the season?
Yeah,
See?
I'm back for about 9 months. I didn't do any winter nets. I was like playing myself in the middle, to be honest. I was very rusty.
It's not bad for the first game of the season with no pre-season training. Don't be so harsh.
There's video evidence of it as well. They had a one of those frog box accounts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you can see clips from the game. If you rewind the stream back. About one man and his dog have done so. As this one's just angled down towards third man. This could be the 50 for North East. It's going to go all the way for 4, and a half century for Sam North East from 79 balls. 6 fours, says Steve Watts over the tannoy. North East raises his bat to the polite applause he's getting around the ground. And yeah, I was saying earlier on that since his good knock at Durham and then getting a 50 against Northants at Canterbury, it's been a lean few matches for Sam North East, so he'll be very grateful for 1, this nice flat pitch, and 2, to have had some time in the middle as Stokes is bowling to him again. Turns it away behind square, high off the bat. You can hear that thin sound as he comes through for a single, and he's on to 53. Kent 177.
Yes.
For 1. you have to get used, like at Canterbury, the scoreboards are rapid. The electronic scoreboard and then the manual scoreboard, they're almost changing the score as they're running the single. Out ground cricket, I'm trying to get to grips with how slow or quick the scoreboard is.
It's testing my mental maths, and that's something that shouldn't be tested.
At least we can see a working scoreboard now. Stokes is in and bowling. Hits Dawkins on the thigh pad, because the electronic one is missing some pixels, and it's minute anyway from 100 yards away, but I can read the one by the chicken van.
You've got a better eyesight than me, Ben. I can kind of read what it says, but I'm heavily relying on what's in front of me on my laptop.
I'm quite good from long range, looking at scoreboards. Special skill. This one's defended away by Dawkins into the covers. It's quite useful as a cricket commentator on a ground with the scoreboards very small and very far away.
Yeah, it will test you for sure, but you're right, I think at Canterbury spoilt slightly.
Yeah, we are a bit. That old-fashioned scoreboard
Yeah.
is a thing of beauty. and they're pretty good at leaving the score up on the big screen rather than, as they like to do, particularly at football grounds. They like to, just when I'm trying to look at what minute of the action you're in, they'll turn it to an advert or something on there. Shorter ball from Stokes, or back of length anyway, getting into the sort of hip area. Dawkins, who turns this one away into the onside. 76 for him. Top score, new top scorer of the season. We made 65 last week.
It's a nice little test, isn't it, for him?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's always something that, as a young player, you're always told to embrace. Go out there, enjoy yourself, and just enjoy the moment.
Especially when you're facing the England Test captain, 19-year-old.
Exactly.
That's Ben Dawkins, not the England Test captain. I think we all know Ben Stokes is a bit older than that. Here he is, running in hard once more. Goes past the outside edge and through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, so he's got a list A 100, Ben Dawkins, which I think was at Northants. But hasn't got one in first class cricket. This is his best knock in first class cricket, in fact.
He played a lot of red ball at the end of the season. I remember we were on a few times. It was that sort of younger setup, wasn't it? Obviously, I can't sing we've seen this year as well.
Yeah, both in the side for this one. Yeah, it was at Wantage Road. Dawkins got that One Day Cup 100 last year.
So Parkinson is in and bowls to North East, and that is whips off the legs out to deep square leg. Have a single. Quick hands there from Sam North East.
Yeah, unfortunately the pre-season university matches are no longer first class because Dawkins got 184 against Gloucestershire at Loughborough.
And that's swept again. This time it is fine, and it might go all the way. And it does. It felt like it had more bat on it this time than the previous one. But he's taken the attack to Parkinson, not afraid to sweep.
Yeah, you're right. Definitely got more bat on that one. And did well to kind of swivel on it to hit it so fine. Yeah, the long leg fielder just sort of... Oh, it's Ben Stokes. Just jogged round.
It's racing away as that one is defended to mid-wicket. A bit straighter that time, but no, Dawkins has very much shown his intent, I think, to try and score against Parkinson. Swept again, a lot squarer of the wicket. They might come back for two, and they do, as I think that is Stokes that charges round again. So he is being kept busy during this over after his last over, but he just bowled from the Beckenham end. So Parkinson, again, he's just gone across his crease and turned that into the leg side to, I think it's Amelia Gay at mid-wicket.
Just seeing some quotes. Parkinson bowls again. It's defended from Ryan Campbell, the Durham head coach, talking about Marcus North, who was his director of cricket and is now, of course, the New England selector. And a quote from him on 5 Live Sports Extra with Kevin Howes earlier on. He's about as English as an Australian can be. English cricket has made an unbelievably good choice. So there you go. For those worried that Marcus North is not English enough to be the England selector, I'd say in a way it's probably quite good to have somebody who's a bit more neutral making those sort of calls. Obviously Emilio Gay, part of that squad for the first test, Zach Crawley not.
Yeah.
And then Ollie Robinson, the Sussex captain, who I like to refer to as Margate-born Sussex skipper Ollie Robinson, having of course played for Kent as a junior when he was more of a batter at that point in time. Stokes is in again, North East, turns this away down towards long leg. And of course the other Ollie Robinson, also born in Kent on the same day but different years apart. Yeah, is obviously keeping wicket for Durham here today. Back in his, certainly close to home. Family wouldn't have had to go far today to come and watch.
Phenomenal ex-Kent cricket statistics and knowledge there.
Oh. ex-Kent cricketer knowledge, I'm all over it.
That would be your quiz subject.
Yeah, probably that's a good one actually. Mastermind specialist subject. Cricketers who have left Kent but still playing the game. Dawkins off the back foot.
Yeah, how niche can we make the category?
Out towards deep cover. Obviously, Jordan Cox was also born in Margate.
Still playing?
Still playing. Just not for Kent.
So, yeah.
Every time he gets some sort of rogue England call-up, or a Lions call-up, or one-day call-up, can claim it in the Kent Sport News. So the IPL at the minute, isn't it?
And all that knowledge you've collated on ex-Kent players that are still currently playing the
All
game.
this niche, pointless knowledge. As Stokes bowls, feels a bit of airtime at least. Here on the BBC Sport app and website and on the live stream. Just one run for Sam Northeast.
I think it's quite impressive.
Ashford, is he Sam Northeast?
I think you're right. I think.
Just like to name check random places around the county, you see.
Yeah, a lot of the Kent cricketers are sort of spread around Kent, aren't they?
They are, in fairness. Are they men of Kent or Kentish men is the question. Stokes bowls to Dawkins. Angled down into the gully area. Yeah, it's born in Ashford, Sam Northeast. Ben Dawkins was, of course, born in the very Kentish part of South Africa.
Yes.
But plays his club cricket at Tunbridge Wells. Got a few Kentish South Africans in this team. Chris Benjamin.
Yep.
Keith Dudgeon's soon to be adopted. As Stokes bowls, defended away by Dawkins, Johannesburg born, but went to secondary school in Sevenoaks, in fact. Ben Dawkins.
Yeah, it always impresses me how the Kent players will be scattered around Kent.
There's a few sort of decent athletes of a similar age to Ben Dawkins who have gone to school in Sevenoaks. Eva Acaro's in the Commonwealth Games squad, the swim team. Sam Gale, Gillingham footballer. As it's driven beautifully by Dawkins, there is a deep cover fielder who will tiptoe around the rope to keep it down to 2. So 2 runs there for Dawkins. Of course, everybody's favourite son of Kent, Barry Hawkins. How gutting was that he didn't win the snooker the other week? Big fan of snooker, Molly?
I mean, I could say yes, but that might be a lie. But I can appreciate the art of it.
Yeah, it's probably because you didn't grow up when the big break was on telly, and of course it's coming back to the BBC.
Right.
The big news this week, I think, off the back of the snooker doing so well numbers-wise at the recent World Championships. There've obviously been some movement behind the scenes to bring back the big break.
Bring it back. Parkinson then, as that's pushed up to mid-on by Northeast for no run. I think as well, depending sort of how old you are when certain things hit the World Cup or there's something happening, as that's hit straight back to him for no run. I think depends what sport you either get into or enjoy to watch. If there's a World Cup or Euros on at a certain time or a World Championship or something, depending how much coverage there is on that event, I think can sometimes sway people into what they like to watch, what they follow.
Yeah.
As that again is hit hard to cover.
Yeah, it was hit hard into the ground. It's amazing how many cricketers of a certain age that you ask them, you know, how did you get into cricket growing up, and they say Ashes 05.
Yeah.
You know.
There's always an event, isn't there, I think, that sort of tips it. As that is defended back to the bowler for no run. He's waiting for that release shot, Sam Northeast.
I guess that we talk about that a lot in women's cricket, don't we? In terms of you need to see people be able to see the next generation. You need to see it, to be it, and dream that they can go on and do it themselves.
100%. The 2019 World Cup, wasn't it? That was a big event that I think had a knock-on effect in a positive way to growing the women's game. Another dot ball there, and that is a maiden over by Parkinson.
Yeah, and of course it's on the cards again this summer, isn't it? The
exactly.
World Cup.
I think you see it in football, don't you? You see it in rugby. Whenever there's something happening, especially if you know we're hosting something in a really positive way, you've got to sort of take that opportunity to boost numbers, boost supporters, grow a fan base.
Sold out, isn't it? The one-day game at Canterbury against New Zealand. Oh, members can get tickets still. Okay, members can still get tickets. General sale is sold out. Yeah, I think that's what Lucy Armand, Kent's head of women's cricket, told me the other day actually on the Huddle, on BBC Radio Kent's Friday night show, or last one of the season actually, till the football's back. So we've got a bit of a summer hiatus.
But again though, just if you live in Canterbury, it's what a nice event to have on your doorstep.
Absolutely. Here comes Ben Stokes, England Test captain bowls. That one's leapt up. And so is Ollie Robinson behind the stumps to prevent any buys. Super take.
That was an extraordinary take. He's leaped off the ground, got some brilliant air time.
Absolutely.
He's done well to stop that.
Yeah, he's a super gloveman, Ollie Robinson. I was chatting to Martin Emerson earlier, saying, you know, form-wise with the bat, it's not quite been as good in perhaps as his first season at Durham in recent times, Ollie Robinson, but clearly keeping well, and well, can't imagine he's getting quite the same quality of sleep at night time with being a new dad in the last few months as well. Can feel his pain on that front. I'm just hoping by 13 months that number 2 might have learned how to sleep through the night by now. But she's got a bit of a cold at the minute.
He's still waiting for that to...
Yeah, well, it was threatening to come in the last few weeks, and then as soon as they get a snivelly cold through the night, that's waking them up.
See, you need to find some sport to be able to watch that you can watch through the night.
Yeah, I mean, I do quite like to follow the NBA actually. I pretty much just follow it via a fantasy league. I don't know what the scores are between any of the teams. Just know random players' stats from middle of the night wake ups and whatnot. This is a short one from Stokes. Kent's second 11. Oh, this is the T20, right? Kent's second 11 playing a T20 against Surrey at Polo Farm, New Malden. So an away game. Jake Lintop on loan from Warwickshire in the team and taking a wicket as well. That was caught by Sam Billings, who's not keeping because Ollie Morgan got a stumping. Looks like Joe and Jaden Denley have been doing some bowling. 3 for 4 Jaden, 2 for Joe. Having to remember my Denley and J Denley initials there. We've got a fielding change going on here.
We've got an interesting field here at Beckenham.
I think we're about to get some short pitch stuff. So Clarkson, Rogers, Stewart, Jazz Singh, Jaden Denley, Joe Denley and Jake Lintop all having a bowl in that one. So that's a pretty strong looking Kent team. Kent T20 second 11 team in theory, but very much a bit of a warm up for the blast that's incoming. So helmet's coming out for short leg.
Yeah, and you've got a deep square, a deep fine that are both on the rope, and then you've almost got a shorter square as well. So that leg side is very much packed. You think a Stokes decision?
It's going to be a Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of short pitch stuff from Stokes.
Yeah. So it's going to test Ben Dawkins then.
Yeah, indeed. How's the young man going to deal with this?
He's a tall man as well, so he's got to get up there. Stokes.
He's going to have to bang it in. Here he comes. Dawkins just angles it down through gully. They do have a sort of gully, but it's fine of him and away for a single. So presumably he's going to try the same tactic for Sam Northeast.
Well, you've got 4 fielders on the leg side that is in a close region, one with the helmet on, and then you've got 2 boundary fielders as well at deep square and deep fine. So the hospitality balcony to all right. If Northeast hits this,
he's angling it down into the gully. Honestly, I think that hospitality balcony, that would be some hit, because that is miles away up the slope.
Ironically,
that would be a huge club to land one on the on that balcony. Almost update time, by the way. In fact, after we do the updates, we'll do some musical chairs in the commentary box. Stokes is in and bowling to Northeast. Short ball, and that's a genuine edge from him, but there's no slips. Probably would have been 3rd slip.
Yeah, it's...
Has he tried to ride that short ball from Stokes?
He's done well to get it in a vacant spot of the ground. Ironically, the safest shot, if he's going to take on the short ball, there's no one at the cow corner area if you want like a long on. No one out here, so
or just fend it off in that gap in the slip cordon where there's nobody in there. They had 2 catches on the leg side. They're now going to reinforce that gully area and
make them hit.
So they've effectively got no first slip, no second slip, not really a third. It's almost like a 4th slip in a gully. As Stokes bangs it in and Dawkins ducks underneath it. 86 he's on. Northeast on 57. So end of the over from Stokes. I need to check the scores elsewhere. In fact, Molly, if you perhaps vacate and then I'll jump across. Molly Davis, our 3rd voice this afternoon. Get Martin Emerson back with us very shortly. Parkinson, the spinner, continues to Northeast. Played up towards mid-on here by Sam Northeast again. Right, here comes that update for BBC Radio Kent. And a bit of sunshine here as well, Adam, and a good day so far for Kent too. 193 for 1 on what looks like a very flat pitch. Really good for batting, but they're making the most of that. Zach Crawley, who was not included in the England Test squad for the first Test this week, the only man out for 30. Got out to the England Test captain Ben Stokes, who's got the ball in hand at the other end to spinner Callum Parkinson, the 2 twins playing against each other in this game. Stokes bowling some short pitch stuff in the previous over at Sam Northeast on 57, now on to 58 with that cut shot, and Ben Dawkins, the Kent teenager, opening batter, who's on 86 and looking for a first class, so that's red ball 100, having got one in the white ball one day cup competition last season, Dawkins. So 194 for 1 here into Division 1 at Headingley. Surrey have got 4 wickets against Yorkshire. Matt Fisher, who is in that England Test squad, has got 3 of them. 169 for 4 Yorkshire. And then Sussex, Ollie Robinson, born in Margate, of course, the Sussex skipper. He is through 10 overs now, and he's picked up 1 wicket, bowling extremely tight, and has only gone for 14 runs from his 10 overs so far. But Somerset going well. James Rue 70 not out, back at number 4, the wicketkeeper as well. Another inclusion in that England Test squad. Tom Lammonby just out for 73, stumped by the wicketkeeper off the bowling of spinner Carson. So 3 wickets down there, Somerset 188 for 3. Commentary of all 3 matches available for you to listen to via the BBC Sport app and website. Martin Emerson of BBC Radio Newcastle is back alongside me.
Why is there a ball rolling across the ground in front of us?
That is a good
question. Why is it not in the bowler's hand?
That's where it's meant to be.
I just had a wander around the ground, just get a perspective from different angles, really. Some nice viewpoints down towards the main road at the bottom there. They've set up a gazebo with a hard wooden floor, so you can sit underneath that in the shade. And more importantly, if it rains, out of the rain. There's a bar down that end which has got a crowd of people around it.
Quite like sitting at the top of the stand as well.
Yeah.
Good view from up there.
Bumped into 3 of the Durham supporters who were staying not far from where I am. I thought I'd seen them across the pub last night when I went to get my tea. In comes Ben Stokes and bowls, and that's a short one, left alone by Dawkins. They were saying they went to have a look at Bromley's football ground last night, and then the heavens opened, so they went to the new sports bar there, which they said was quite good.
It is good, actually. On the ground itself, yeah.
It's probably about a mile and a half or so from where I'm staying, I think.
Okay. Yes, and nice.
What's
they've
that
done
ground called?
Hayes Lane, it's
Hayes
called.
Lane.
Yeah, they've done quite a bit of work to, new stand, that new sort of fan area, the bar area.
Yeah. Stokes comes round, bowls a short one. It's left alone by Dawkins. Goes through to the keeper. So you got. Did Boreham Wood get up into the league or not? No.
They were winning.
Yeah. Oh, Fylde. No, that wasn't Fylde, was it? Who won that league?
Rochdale. Sorry, Rochdale beat them in the playoff final.
Yeah.
York won the league. Rochdale beat them in the playoff final. Scored a stoppage time equaliser. Took it to extra time.
Wasn't it,
won the penalty kicks.
This one's played down into the ground and away safely by Dawkins on the offside. So Dagenham and Redbridge still in the league or not? Or did they go out of the league? They went out of the league.
And they're in National League South.
Are they?
Oh. They've been bought by a YouTuber.
Right.
KSI, heard of him?
No.
Yeah, so they've been bought out by sort of modern day celebrity, and they get a lot of kids going to watch their games, etc. that follow his YouTube stream or whatever. I don't know. I'm not in touch with the kids these days.
All of these balls from Stokes are fairly shortish. That one's been no balled. He doesn't look overly impressed by the decision from the umpire.
Dawkins doesn't look particularly interested in trying to play them, does he?
We've got the short leg in there, but he's just able to leave them all. Out the back of the stand in the far corner, there's a big sort of play area. There's lots of the kids actually on there playing ball games and stuff. Stokes comes in again, and that's pushed off down towards point for Dawkins for a single. Moves on to 88, 198 for 1. Partnership. I could probably go all the way to tee quite easily. There's nothing in it for the bowlers here. The one edge Durham have managed to manufacture this afternoon. David Beckenham put Dawkins down on 63 in the gully off the bowling of Ben Rain. That wasn't long after lunch. Northeast's on 58. It's the 8th time he's got to at least 50 against Durham. He's got a couple of centuries to his name against them as well, which came in the same game at Canterbury in 2017. He got 94 in Chesley Street in the draw this year, and then got himself out with the last man at the other end. Stokes comes in and bowls to him. and he looks to swat at that one. It's gone up. Keeper's got a glove on it. Not sure if we're going to get a buy signal here or what.
Nope.
That was off the bat. I wouldn't call that a drop because I'm amazed that Robinson actually got anywhere near that. I thought he'd done well to stop before there, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's a good point. I
Guess
guess that's what they're playing for. They are bowling the short stuff in the hope that one of these batters tries to take it on and fends one off to somebody gratefully.
Northeast was on 58 when he had a go at that one. It went for a single. Stokes now to Dawkins. He just plays the ball safely away into the ground and towards backward square leg for one.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't too far away from short leg, or at least that's what
200 up there.
the bowlers and fielders would have you believe.
200 for one, so 139 this partnership. That's 51 overs.
Yeah, of course Dawkins was dropped on 63. Pretty regulation chance at second slip.
The guys I was talking to said they walked here today from the hotel. They're staying at North Bromley, but they decided to do a bit of a sporting tour because they went to have a look at Millwall's training ground next to the Bromley Court Hotel. So I said, well, I have been there. So.
It's clouding over here in Beckenham as Dawkins drives pleasantly up towards long off. From this next Callum Parkinson delivery, this partnership worth 140. 201 for one, having lost Crawley on 61, Kent, as it's flipped away into the onside by Sam Northeast for a single to move to 60. 60 for him, 90 for Dawkins. The young Kent opener getting his chance with Ben Compton out with a finger injury. Softly plays this one into the onside.
Spitting. There's a big black cloud right over the top of us now. But I think this is the last of the weather that could have affected us today.
Oh, over the top here from Dawkins. Smacks it straight down the ground and maybe for six. Yes, all the way for six. As it lands in the hoardings. And he moves on to 96. Decided it was in the slot from the left arm spinner. And went one day mode. Has played more sort of 50 over cricket for England under 19s and for Kent in recent summers than red ball cricket. Shown a good temperament in this game so far. Maybe with a bit of weather on the horizon. He's decided to go on the hurry up before any possible interruption to his flow in his innings. So he's a blow away now from a maiden first class 100, Ben Dawkins, the 19-year-old. Plays nicely off the back foot through point away for a single out towards the sweeper on the offside.
In his 8th first class match as well.
97 from 173 balls. How big and ugly is this black cloud that's just looming over the top of our marquee. Forward comes Northeast to play defensively. End of the over from Parkinson. 9 runs coming from it, 3 singles and that 6, straight 6 down the ground from Dawkins. So Ben Stokes to continue in the gloom here at Beckenham. To Dawkins on 97. England Test captain. Former England under 19 opener.
Might be getting away with this cloud. Dawkins on strike then. He's faced 173 balls. Stokes comes in and bowls. And this is flicked off towards long leg for 1. I think I can hear a parakeet. Yeah, can you hear that? Sounds like a parakeet. There was some noise in the training ground behind us a few minutes ago and some applause. So I don't know if there's a youth game going on or something.
All the first team are doing their set piece drills ahead of facing Brentford tomorrow, which will be much needed. Saw earlier that the England under-19s are hosting Pakistan in a youth test and 4 ODIs in September. Well, in fact, sorry, got South Africa in June and July first of all, the under-19s. A couple of them are here at Beckenham, in fact. First test and the 3rd ODI.
North East up on his toes. Oh, the ball loops off the splice of the bat, but it just doesn't quite carry to anybody. Stokes went racing in to try and see if he could get a Colton ball, but it was way beyond his grasp. Didn't go far really in terms of from the bat. It was only maybe 1 or 2 cut strips on the offside. McKinney and the covers couldn't get there.
North East seems to be, in fact, the short pitch stuff seems to be troubling North East more than it's troubling Dawkins at the minute.
Stokes comes in again. North East plays this to square leg. And,
overthrows.
There's going to be overthrows. Potter's throw side on to the stumps at the keeper's end was erratic to say the least, and they've ended up getting 2 more runs there.
Yeah, ended up getting 3 for that North East. 150 partnership comes up as a result.
In 219 balls.
So Dawkins back on strike. 2 away. Oh, and he has a big waft at this as well from Stokes, well wide of the off stump. The eyes lit up. He thought that was the moment. Got a bit more orthodox with the field for Dawkins, with a slip in a gully. Point coming in off mid wicket, long leg, deep. Point.
I know we'll often say it when it's a good batting track, but here we are, first afternoon. I'm struggling to see either of these teams taking 20 wickets here. Stokes in. That's defended on a length by Dawkins.
Yeah, I would not disagree. It looks absolutely flat as a pancake, this wicket.
It's so road-like, I think Tarmac put it down. There's even a couple of cat's eyes at either end when the light starts.
We could do it in a minute, couldn't we?
Yeah, well, it's just got gloomy with that cloud sitting over us, but it'll pass by in a minute or 2 and then the sun will be back out.
It's got very gloomy at the moment.
Stokes comes in and bowls. That's gone off towards the cover area. End of the over. So 213 for 1. 53 overs gone. 43 left today. Rain 14 overs, none for 52 maidens. Potts none for 44, the 3 maidens from him. His spell of bowling, which has seen him bowl 13 overs.
Parkinson cut away by North East, but straight to rain.
Stokes 1 for 46 from 11, 2 maidens there. Aldridge none for 34 from 6, going at 5.6 and over, quite expensive. And Parkinson
in and bowling to North East, who drives up towards mid-off, who's up in the imaginary circle, if you will.
Parkinson, none for 30 from 9.2, one maiden.
Here it comes again, the left arm spinner. Northeast gives himself room to try and cut into the offside, but can only pick out cover point. There is a deep point out on the boundary. If you're watching on the live stream, you can almost see Sam Northeast chewing away furiously at his gum to try and maintain his concentration as he comes forward and defends.
Do you know what flavour he goes for?
I don't at all.
Juicy fruit or Bazooka Joe?
Got no idea.
Oh, wind's just suddenly got up.
Must be some sort of hard-wearing bubblegum. Here he comes down the pitch, Northeast. Hasn't completely got it out the middle of the bat, but with, as I mentioned, those fielders we've seen back for Dawkins at long on and long off, up in orthodox mid-on, mid-off. He's got enough on it to clear it over the top of mid-on for a boundary, and moves on to 67. $217 for one. Defends away into the onside. Dot ball, end of the over from Parkinson. You're listening to day one of Kent against Durham from Beckenham. Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent, Martin Emerson, BBC Radio Newcastle, and Molly Davis, our third voice. Be back with us in around about 10 minutes time.
Grams 55 on Blue Sky. We are watching from Atlanta, Georgia.
Yes, these are the
originally from Bolden. Knew your dad in the Durham Senior League.
Excellent
Wonder
stuff.
how sweltering and sticky it is in Atlanta today.
I was watching a...
it's one of the venues for the World Cup, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it is.
The when Saturday Comes wall chart came through my door the other day.
Oh, splendid. I was watching a series on one of the popular TV streaming services, which was sort of set in Atlanta, or kind of sleepy sort of suburban town outside.
What was it? What's the series?
Called His and Hers.
His and Hers.
Got Tessa Thompson in it, and edged here by Dawkins. That's going to be the 100. Down it goes to third man, and a first class century for Ben Dawkins. Comes up off 178 balls. Got 184 for his university team against Gloucestershire earlier on in the season for Loughborough.
11 fours and a 6.
Thank you very much. And he got 100 for Kent at Wantage Road in the One Day Cup last year against Northants, but that's his first one in red ball cricket for the England under-19 opening bat. Still 19 years of age, and 100 to his name here at Beckenham, as Aldridge is driven here into the covers by Dawkins. 102 not out, was dropped on 63, and he's made the most of that life to go on and make three figures.
Took a while to actually do it, didn't it?
And Kent 221 for one as a result of it was the thick edge, but it was never going to be catchable. Only one slip in play plus the gully, and it was pretty low in that area anyway, but enjoyable day for Dawkins, who any casual viewers here at Beckenham would be forgiven for thinking it was Zach Crawley out there getting the 100. He's tall and slim, uses the same bat manufacturer, similar sort of style, the way unfurls those drives sometimes, and yeah, he's batted very nicely today, patiently. 180 balls he's been out there for. Goes past the outside edge. Yes, it's a good batting track. Yes, he was dropped, but he's made the most of both the conditions and that chance that went down at second slip, and he was in the 60s to go on and get this 100 today, which he will be delighted about. Having got the opportunity with, as I mentioned earlier on, Ben Compton out of the side at the moment with a finger injury. Dawkins effectively his replacement, and he's flashed this one away for 4 more runs. A diving attempt in the gully, or a backward point rather, to take that out of the sky. It was a thick outside edge, slice drive in the air, which has run away to the boundary for 4 more runs. Aldridge is having one of those days at the minute where he'll feel like everything's flying off the outside edge but nothing's going to hand. He's come back on and gone for 2 boundaries in his first over of his second spell, having gone at 5s earlier on. And again, there was a few that were through sort of third man in his first spell for the unfortunate Casey Aldridge, who's in and bowling again. More convincing that time from Dawkins to punch it into the covers. And end of the over then. 225 for 1 Kent, with Dawkins on 106, North East on 67. Ben Stokes looks like he's wandering off the field here, because I'm pretty sure he's
his boots again.
Pretty sure he's not going to be needed at third man for Matt Parkinson. Turned away into the onside by North East. Defensively, from that first delivery of the Parkinson over, jumps forward again on the front foot to defend back up the pitch. God, the wind really has got up. Although that big ugly cloud has vacated. Doing well to dodge the showers. Cutting away here again, North East. He sits really deep in his crease and chops away out towards backward point. I can see Matt Parkinson on the boundary's edge with Keith Dudgeon. Dudgeon's got a hoodie and a big coat on, as well as his baseball cap and sunglasses. Slightly rogue look he's rocking at the minute as North East comes through for a single, and then Matt Parkinson's got the beanie hat on, bright pink laces or something on his trainers, and got a big jumper and a gilet, and he's holding a hot drink of some sort as well. As Callum Parkinson bowls. Oh, this is slapped away into the leg side. It was a short ball, bit of a long hop, and it's been heaved into the stand, I think. In fact, it's gone one bounce and away for 4. I mean, I lost sight of it, to be honest, but it was a drag down from Parkinson, and Dawkins has walloped it into the leg side. Must have just dropped short of going all the way for 6. 110. He moves on to Ben Dawkins, 230 for 1. Parkinson's final ball of the over. Forward and playing defensively this time, the Kent opener. And an end to that over from Parkinson. We got 40 remaining minimum in the day. 56 gone. Kent's run rate 4.12 on a flat wicket here at Beckenham. And with Stokes off the field, various movement going on with subfielders, etc. I think Minto is on with Emilio Gay just dropping the helmet off the field, taking a little break himself.
Aldridge bowling here. North East plays the ball safely on the offside, no run.
I'm going to vacate and Molly Davis is going to come back in.
Aldridge just heading back to his mark. Comes in again now and bowls. North East defends, the ball rolls back to the bowler. Are you with us?
I am indeed.
I've got an email which I was saving for when you came back.
Oh,
It's entitled Portion Control. It's from Angus. up in Scotland. He says it's entitled Forestry/Floristry. So, in comes Aldridge again, and bowls. This is played away by Sam North East out through deep mid-wicket. It's rolling up the hill towards the main building here, and it's chased all the way up that hill by James Minto, the Durham 12th man. Left arm throw back to the keeper's end. I presume they ran 3. I wasn't watching the batsman, I was watching where the ball went. Scores 233. 250 is the first batting point. So this email, Forestry/Floristry. Hi Martin, enjoying the commentary as always. Don't think this one will be over in 3 days though. As Aldridge comes in, driven by Dawkins down to Parkinson, and the deep cover boundary, 1 run. Moves them on to 111, 2, 3, 4 for 1. He says, they mentioned that one of your co-commentators also works in floristry, i.e. you. It reminds me when I got a job as a forestry lecturer. My first job, other than labour on the end of a chainsaw, I more or less got away with it until the head of the department decided to start a floristry course without warning me or the reception. In comes the bowler again. This is played up to mid-on to Rhodes, the 12th man, 13th man, no run. I was rather bemused by all of the phone calls I got from middle-aged women inquiring about my forestry course. The worst was the background of guffaws from the staff I shared the office with as I stuttered and spluttered my way through their inquiry. All the best, Angus from somewhere near Perth. P.S. Near Caster Clout till May is out. Refers to the Mayflower, not the ship. He says, that's a wideish ball, and Sam North East's gone down on his back knee and tried to waft at that one and played and missed. End of the over. 4 from it, so 2, 3, 4 for 1.
Wow. Thank you for getting in touch. Some floristry
So he was working in forestry, but he was told he was going to be running a floristry course. That was that story. Jamie's been back on. He says it's one for the purists, this. Indeed.
IPL fan.
So that has been hammered down the ground to mid-off. It would just be a single though, as the fielder is down the boundary there. Again, these two, as we said earlier, very set now, playing their shots. As that is swept hard, and it won't be 4. It's gone straight out to the fielder, but very good contact from Sam North East. He's taking on the sweep now. We've seen Ben Dawkins do that.
Sun's coming out now.
It is.
We might actually get up to the heady heights of 13 degrees.
Parkinson bowls then. And again, he's just waited for that and guided it off the hip. Another single. Yeah, you could end up losing a layer. Is it going to be the coat, the jacket?
I won't be.
Jacket's firmly staying on, is it?
Yeah.
Throughout the day. In and bowls. A very similar shot. Just rocked back, worked that into the leg side.
I remember, I was talking about that near Caster Clout until May is out. And there is a lot of obvious common sense in that, but I remember around about 1996-97.
As again, he's done a similar thing. He's rocked back and guided it, but Sam North East has turned him back, so there's no run.
Sunderland were in the Premier League under Peter Reid. They'd come up the year before, and they'd beaten Everton 3-0 at home in their final league game at Roker Park.
As that again is just pushed into the leg side. So end of the over, 2-3, 8-4-1.
And then their last match was down here at Crystal Palace's ground when Wimbledon were were renting it, the guests if you like. And all Sunderland had to do that day was avoid defeat, and they would have stayed up, and they lost 1-0. And Wimbledon did everything they could to miss chance after chance after chance. But in the week building up to that game, we went on a boating holiday on the Norfolk Broads, and it snowed for 3 of the days, and that was the May bank holiday. So it was perishingly cold. Aldrich bowling here to Northeast, who plays the ball into the covers.
That's extremely late for snow, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean there was. I remember on the news while we were sitting shivering on our boat somewhere near Wroxham, and farmers in East Anglia were complaining that their crops were going to get ruined by the snow and the frost, and the bitterly cold easterly winds as well.
That Norfolk Broads, lovely holiday. Wroxham,
Yeah.
is it capital of the Broads? What do
Yeah.
they say?
Aldrich in again. Ball played off to cover, no run. There's a store in Wroxham, isn't it? There's one business seems to own every building in Wroxham, and they claim it's the world's largest village store, but it's just a succession of warehouses, isn't it? Really, can't remember the name of the company now.
I think everything's named after that company.
Yeah.
It's like all concessions in every single department.
It's a nice place, but not in the snow. Aldrich comes in again here and defends on off stump. Problem with the Norfolk Broads is by its sheer nature there's lots of it where you're just out in the wilds. You just don't see anybody, and you just don't even know where you are. And the river twists and turns, and you're going through all this flat landscape, and quite a bit of it's tidal as well. So for instance, trying to go through Great Yarmouth Harbour, you've got to get there when the tide's right so you can get under the railway bridge. This is a little forward push by Northeast up to the bowler's end, no run there.
Yeah, you've almost got to go the other way to avoid the tidal part. But yeah, if you want to venture into Great Yarmouth, then you do become into that territory. You can't moor up at certain times or when the water's at certain levels.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was taking on a few Broad holidays.
Weird. That's the only time I've been there on a boat. Aldrich in again. Oh, put down by Rain at backward point. I don't think he saw that until it was far too late. Was that a bump ball or not? I thought that did that go into the ground or?
It flew off the bat. The reaction would say it's a genuine chance.
Northeast on 73 when Aldrich bowls, and he slaps it straight to Rain. Rain didn't see it. It's nearly taken him in the face.
He's done well to stop it, but as you said, genuine chance. So there's a couple of chances now Durham have created.
So that's both batsmen dropped. Northeast on 73, Dawkins on 63. This is a bouncer to Dawkins, and that is the end of the over. 239 for one.
I don't think Durham they've created opportunities in this session. Obviously there was the genuine nick that was put down, and there's that chance as well. So they'd be disappointed, but not through lack of opportunities created. So it will be Parkinson then to continue from the City end, looking to make his breakthrough. So Northeast on 74 then, Dawkins on 113. Parkinson bowls, and again that's Fuller, that's whipped into the leg side, and it'll be cut off in the end, but it will be a run.
What do you reckon the odds are that somebody is listening to us on a boat on the Norfolk Broads?
Be a brilliant statistic, wouldn't it?
Message in if you are, but I want pictorial evidence as well. Not having you making it up.
That's Fuller and defended away.
You can email we@cricket@bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch, or at Marty Cricket on Blue Sky.
As again he's rocked back there and just dropped it in front of him. Yeah.
Got a listener in Atlanta, Georgia. Anybody else? Far-flung destinations. I'm always interested to hear where you are and what you're up to. It's lovely to know you're listening to the cricket wherever you may be.
Again, that's driven hard, but he's found the fielder. It's Potts at cover. It's hit straight at him. Yeah, if you are on the Broads and you're listening, love to hear. And again, he's dropped his hands on
nearly
that.
a Yorker, that
yeah, he's really got him. That's missed everything. A bit quicker, that one from Parkinson. Again, shorter, pulled away, high up in the air. He's topped edge that, isn't he?
It's not where he was aiming,
No.
because he was looking to pull that over a long on, and it's gone up over
Yeah.
mid-off.
Mid-off. I must admit, I've looked straight to the sands to see where it's gone.
Yeah.
And it's gone straight up in the air. So, opportunity again. Not to be. So,
4 overs to go to tee.
4 till tee.
Forgot about that.
It's flown by the session.
Yeah, we're not quite on time though, because it is now 3:40, which is when they should be going to tee.
I mean, that chance didn't fall to anyone in particular.
No.
But I suppose from a Durham perspective, if you're fielding, you just feel it's another one up in the air, isn't it?
Well, that's two, because Stokes, towards the end of his last session, one looped up off the splice of Northeast's bat,
Yep.
but landed in no man's land, didn't it? Here's Aldridge going to bowl to Dawkins on 114. That's left alone. At Chelmsford, Leicestershire were put in by Essex and are 266 for 5. Hampshire are playing Notts down on the south coast. Hampshire are struggling. They are struggling generally this season, but they're currently 115 for 6 amid the showers and the odd rain delay down there. Aldridge comes in again. Dawkins drives up to mid-off, no run there. Glamorgan are in Birmingham. It's almost a derby. They're playing Warwickshire, 194 for 3 Glamorgan. The Yorkies have got Surrey in town in Leeds, and Yorkshire have been put in at 209 for 4. Somerset decided to have a bat against Sussex at Taunton, and they're 236 for 4. Gloucestershire in Bristol put in and are struggling as this ball is edged and away down towards vacant third man. Has it got the legs to go over the rope or not? It's just trickling towards the rope. It hasn't got there.
No.
Now run 3.
That's peculiar, isn't it? Everything
Well,
for that.
vacant
Yeah.
third man must be like the second top scorer today. Gloucestershire 99 for 6.
Oh.
They've been struggling this year. It's Southport. Worcestershire are the visitors. They'll no doubt be on the beach later on, wondering where the sea's gone. 212 for 8 against Lancashire. And at Lord's, Derbyshire in town as Aldridge bowls this one to Dawkins, played up to Lees at mid-off, no run there. Middlesex batting there, 159 for 9. Women's One Day Cup, Hampshire 209, the Blaze 117 for 3 after 25 of the 50 overs. Aldridge bowls, Dawkins drives, he finds Lees again, no run. And then the rest of all the scores, it's like looking at American radio stations. PBKS, you're listening to PBKS. 200 for 8 against MI, who are 205 for 4. That's in the IPL.
So one ball left of the over here, and the umpires are just...
Having a look at the ball.
Yes.
Roy's of Wroxham, says Andrew Perkis. Yeah, I was thinking of Rob's, but that used to be in Hexham in Northumberland, and I don't think it's there anymore now.
That's it. He has the monopoly, doesn't he, in Wroxham?
Yeah. The Secret Farmer says, I find it strange the authorities come down hard on a 2-day pitch, but seemingly don't care about counties supplying a road as a wicket. Which doesn't do the game any good, says the Secret Farmer. Let's hope he doesn't turn up with his plough. They're going to change this ball.
They are. So
How many overs in are we?
Well,
60.5.
yeah. So players run on with a briefcase full of cricket balls that have been used. It's a similar amount of time. The umpires are just choosing which one they're going to pick to continue.
Does the briefcase have to be attached by a locked sort of handcuff thing on a chain, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it could be
Yeah.
the new rule that's put in. That's been jogged
This
off
one
now.
looks a bit shinier than the other one, to be honest with you, in the sunshine. Katie says, surely if you were a groundskeeper looking at the weekend's forecast, you'd prepare a wicket that could see a game finished in 2 days' worth of play, not a flat track like this.
I always take my hat off to all ground staff, because I really couldn't do what they do. The hours they put in.
Yeah, it's long hours, isn't it?
It is. Always busy doing something as well. You never see them really sitting down. Obviously when the game's on that's different, but in and around that, busy people.
Well, this new ball, bring a wicket instead. Bump ball out into the covers, no run there. Off Dawkins, that is the end of the over. Victor Main, the Durham groundsman, said he can work on a track for days on end and then still doesn't know how it will play. I see these people who go out and look at the track for ages on a lunch break and stuff like that, and I think, what are they looking at? What do they think they're seeing? Because I could look at any wicket and really not, certain, unless it's an absolute green top or something threadbare at Somerset or whatever. You just, this place has got a reputation for being a good batting track. It has had for years, but
it's one of them you don't really know unless you've played in it. I think you can look at it objectively, but until you've bowled and batted on it, it's a bit difficult. As that is, again, played off the back foot, but hit straight to cover. Is Lee's in cover? My eyes, I was checking.
It is, Ben. He's got a wide brim hat on as well. He's now unhappy about this ball, is he? He is. He's saying, look at this ball. Look at the ball you just picked. Look at it. Look at that. Look at that, umpire. Where'd you get that from? And the umpire says, what's wrong with it? Looks like a good ball to me. The umpire's telling him to calm down. And Lee's just saying, go and take that to your buddy over there and have a look at that again. So this ball's lasted 2 deliveries. We're back to Duke's Gate.
Yeah. Are we going to see the briefcase run back out again?
He's only just unpadlocked off his wrist. No, the umpire says, no, we're happy with this ball. Here comes the get on with it. There you go.
I think, they're going to politely tell Durham captain, this is good to go. It's all fine. So we're going to continue then. Parkinson is in to bowl to North East. Again, that signature whip off the pads. But it hit on the ground. Straight to the wicket. In again. It's defended out of the way. He varies his length, doesn't he, a little bit. You can sort of see that even from here. Keeping the Kent batters guessing slightly. Experienced bowler.
Playing against his twin brother in this game.
He is.
There's at least a couple of occasions in the past where they've got each other out in a match, and I commentated on one of them.
Again, same shot, just guided into the onside.
I think one was Derbyshire, Lancashire, and then the other one from the top man that played against each other at Leicester in about 2023.
Again, another dot ball as it's played back to Parkinson.
And then Matt came here and Callum went to Durham from Leicester.
Change for both of the brothers. That's punched down the ground this time. They're going to take a quick single and they will get it as well. As Clark comes in to cut it off, and that's the end of the over. So 2-4-4 for 1. North East moves to 76. Do you reckon there's a healthy conversation after the game, after the day's play? Once both have had an impact into the game?
I would imagine so. They probably both know what each other's thinking anyway.
Yeah.
They talk about a certain telepathy among twins, don't they?
They do. Probably nice family reunion, both sort of at different ends of the country currently. Nice to catch up.
Yeah. Here's Aldrich, none for 49 so far, bowling to North East. He's looking to try and push that out through the leg side. He mistimed it. I think it's come off the gloves and just goes very short on that leg side. No run. What was that?
What was that? The tent's falling apart.
What was it?
I think it was one of the wooden slats underneath us.
Is it snapping?
It's all falling apart.
One of us is going to be propelled into the roof of this tent in a second, aren't we? Oh, that's a bit of a daisy
Ooh.
cutter, and it's built by the keeper. A bye's going to be signalled, I think.
He's sort of taken
Shot
McKinney's
through
head off
Lou,
as well.
yeah.
It's rolled up of Robinson and nearly taken first slip out. I'll see on the replay. Just see him moving out the way.
Sui 2K says, regarding never cast a cloud until May is out, this refers to the May blossom of the hawthorn tree and not the month. Well, I'm sticking with it as the month.
He'll claim that one.
There's no hawthorn trees around here anyway. That's gone through to the keeper. I've had a lot of blossom this year. There's been an amazing amount of blossom up home. Incredible amounts. As blossomy as I can ever remember it.
It's a strange one, isn't it? You have that, and then the unpredictability of the weather that's had the cold snap, and yeah, you've had a lovely week.
It's been a very wet start of the year, wasn't it? January and February were very wet. In fact, end of February, a mate of mine was dropping me off down in, he lives near Hinckley in Leicestershire, and he said it had rained every day of the year there. It hadn't rained all the time in where we are, but Aldrich bowls, this is defended and rolls back to him. But the Somerset levels are underwater again this winter, sort of reminiscent of scenes of the flooding in 2012 and 2014 there, around the Borough Bridge area. Bidford and Avon, where we were at half term, near Stratford on Avon a few weeks ago, the river levels were so high there, the bridge, you couldn't get under the bridge, it was just jammed full of wood as well, but they were meant to do maintenance on the bridge and they had to pull it off because the river was just too high. There were hardly any boats going up through the bridges at Stratford either, other than rowing boats really. Oh, playing a miss here from Dawkins, and Aldridge turns with his hands raised in the air.
Yeah,
he was about to celebrate a wicket there, but he didn't get the nibble he thought he was going to get.
I think Kent have batted well in this session, but I wouldn't. Durham, they've bowled well. Opportunities have been created. I think they've been unlucky in some cases, but as we've mentioned several times already, on a wicket like Beckenham, you've really got to put in the hard yards to try and get results as a bowler.
Yeah, it's not easy, is it?
It's not.
I mean, Durham would have batted this morning if they'd won the toss.
Good toss to win, really, here, isn't it?
Aldridge in. And that's played downfield towards the deep cover boundary on the main road side of the ground, across towards Crystal Palaces. I forget what it's got on the front of the building. There's something centre of excellence or something.
You're just blocked, aren't you, by the trees in front of you?
Yeah.
It's not the academy building, is it? Or is that the side?
The centre of excellence is this sort of tan-coloured building behind the big trees.
Okay.
And then the indoor barn and the indoor pitch is the big. It looks like a giant ice rink, doesn't it?
It does.
Or an aircraft hangar.
It's probably, same size.
Yeah. Some building work going on behind the centre of excellence. There's a crane delivering some cement up there. Start of a new over from Parkinson. That one's played back to him. So there hasn't been a wicket in this session. There could have been two.
Driven. Diving stop by Parkinson. Stops any run. Flying to his left. Bump ball, of course. Yeah, I think behind the tree is the Crystal Palace badge on that sort of air.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I had a walk around there a little bit earlier.
Again, that one's driven harder down the ground. Parkinson can't cut it off, so it'll be a single. I think it's Clark out there patrolling the boundary.
It's nearly time for tiffin. Got about 3 balls to go.
So Northey sets himself. Again, he's tried to push that into the offside. Probably hasn't timed it as well as he wanted to. No run. There's been times he's struggled for that timing, isn't he, North East? As that one is defended away, sort of come off the splice of the bat slightly to Lees. He's racing through his over.
Yep.
In and bowls. And again, on the money, defended away.
No wicket in that session.
No wicket. So Kent are 247 for 1. Dawkins is on 118 and North East is on 76.
And at 247 for 1, they are 3 runs away from their first batting point. We've had 64 overs, so we've got the 32 to go in the final session. And the partnership's worth 185 from 284. So we'll leave it there, and we'll be back with you in 20 minutes.
Good evening, welcome back to Beckenham for the final session of day 1 between Kent and Durham, the Division 2 leaders out there in the field. The hosts Kent have racked up 247 for 1 so far. Ben Dawkins, the teenager, 19 years of age with a maiden first class century, 118 not out for him, and then Sam Northeast, the former skipper, 76 not out, building on the runs he got up at Chesterless Street earlier on in the season. 186 this partnership is worth after 61 for the opening wicket. Zach Crawley the only man out today, full shot, caught an extra cover off Ben Stokes, the England Test captain. Casey Aldridge is going to get things underway. Ben Watts here from BBC Radio Kent. Martin Emerson of BBC Radio Newcastle is around. I sent him off to have a break. Molly Davis, our third voice, is with us. As Casey Aldridge is in and bowling, on punch off the back foot by Dawkins, very pleasantly indeed. There's a sweeper on the offside, so it'll be just the single to get the session up and running. You were just saying to me, Molly, off air, this could be an interesting session when we see more runs and more runs and more runs. Seems to be the way the game's going thus far.
It does. You get the feeling that Kent are going to just bat and just pile on the runs here.
As Aldridge bowls to Northeast, which for Kent supporters of a certain ilk, ones that have watched plenty of this team in recent seasons, makes a change for Kent to get themselves ahead in a game and win the toss and look to lead from the front and build a nice big score on the board. That's what they've got the opportunity to do here on such a flat pitch as Northeast fiddles this out towards backward point.
Yeah, maybe you think the tea break, Durham an opportunity for a bit of a regroup, just to chat about how they're going to approach the final session of the day. We saw Ben Stokes going with some short stuff earlier, so I'm sure that might continue throughout. Might look to Parkinson as well.
Yeah, definitely look to Parkinson to maybe hurry through to second new ball, which will be available before stumps. We think we've managed to get past the worst of the cloudy weather as Northeast defends into the onside.
You can't help but feel the temperature has dropped though, or it could just be me.
Yeah, it's a little bit windy, isn't it? It's a little bit blustery.
I think where we're so open early, we said that, apart from the stand, the whole ground's pretty open. Any wind that comes through, there's just no protection, so you just find yourself upon layers upon layers.
Here comes Casey Aldridge past the umpire. Northeast drives straight back down the ground for 4 runs. Really nicely played.
Good looking cricket shot
by Sam Northeast. 250 up for Kent with that stroke. 252. Yeah, I saw newspaper journalist Lizzie Hammond earlier on looking rather chilly, and I've seen her since, and she's got some sort of shawl on, but I don't think I've seen her today where she hasn't looked freezing cold. As it's a short ball from Casey Aldridge. Northeast sways out of the way. If I was her, I'd have been going to the club shop and buying an extra layer or something. Yeah. Thankfully, I think a lot of the supporters were wise to the weather. Can see at least 2 or 3 gents who are sat on the boundary in front of where the sort of pop-up shop is, in front of the indoor school and the VIP balcony, with beanie hats on. Definitely a day to be purchasing a Kent cricket beanie hat in the shop, isn't it?
Indeed. Anything to stay warm.
It's been cold taking the headphones off. When you have your commentarist in off air,
keeping your ears warm.
Yeah, the headphones do keep the ears warm.
So Parkinson then, as that is hit straight down the ground by Dawkins, up to Clark at long off. It'll just be the single. Yeah, it's It's always fun to look around the ground today in May and just see coats and jackets and beanie hats.
Hoodies.
Yeah, rather than shorts, t-shirts and summery garments. In again, as that's just pushed back to him from Northeast.
I was actually in the club shop pre-day at Canterbury the other week, and there was a member who was wearing a club hoodie who bought another club hoodie and put it straight on over the top.
He's tried to whip that off his legs again, as he's done so well throughout the day, but can't get it past mid-wicket.
To 80 now, Northeast, after that boundary in the previous over.
Again, a similar thing. He's just trying to work that round the corner. Just not enough pace on it from Parkinson, which is what probably benefits him well, is varying that speed and that length we were talking about before we went in for tea. And again, Northeast just pushes that down the ground to long on for a single. You're right though, the quicker he gets through these overs, you think in and out the overs. Hurries Kent slightly before you know it, there's 20-15 overs left in the day. Shot pulled convincingly from Dawkins, and that will be cut off by the Durham fielder as he's worked his way round from long on. They'll get a couple in the end. Back of a length from Parkinson, punished by Dawkins, but not all of it. So that is the end of the over then. Dawkins moves to 122, Northeast is on 81, and the score is 256 for 1.
So Northeast on strike here to Aldridge. Played away into the offside. I mean, I don't want to preempt anything here, but part of me is thinking, when was the last time Sam Northeast got 100 for Kent?
He said it.
Because it was obviously pre this return to the club, as he's off the back foot, playing this one away into the offside. Groans around the press box. Can't believe he's just come out with that.
He got some looks there, Ben.
Apparently got one in pre-season.
Apparently.
Against Loughborough. Thought he got 90.
There's disagreement between the media team here and us on comms. It's just driven into the offside that couldn't get past the cover fielder. Potts,
I think he definitely got 100 in pre-season. That does ring a bell. But yeah, in the Durham game, he got at Chesterler Street and got 94 in the first innings.
So yeah, Ben Watts has just let one of the Kent media team know he's got it wrong. Oh. Kept low, didn't it?
Kept a little bit low, that one, yeah, to Dawkins. There's a report from May 2016. Sam Northeast led from the front with an unbeaten 154. This is from a Gloucestershire cricket website. Any advancement on May 2016 on the last Sam Northeast 100 for Kent? This is where we need a proper stato to dig into the cricket archive, etc.
Kent superfan. As that is just pushed into the offside of the back foot, but it's gone straight to rain at point. So Dawkins can't make that one good for runs. The coaching staff in front of us from Durham are doing a lap in coats and bobble hats, which is just
very fetching ones, I must say.
They are very nice, aren't they?
Got a sort of mauve bauble on the top.
Very nice. It's like the battle of who has the better bobble hat.
Dawkins letting this one go from Aldridge, which they would have you believe it wasn't too far away from the top of the stumps.
Well, I bought my sunglasses today, and everyone in here has brought a woolly hat, so I think I've very much misjudged the situation. But that is the end of the over then. So it'll be Parkinson to continue from the city end.
I wonder if Martin Emerson even mentioned this game earlier on in the commentary, actually. September 2017. Sam Northeast got 100 at Chesterler Street. From number 4 in the Kent order, 110 he made.
And that is short and pulled away into the vacant deep mid-wicket area, and now just casually come back for 2. Bit short there from Parkinson, just allowed Northeast to sort of rock back and pull that. Again, he's ticking over his runs quite nicely, as that one's a bit fuller and straighter and just pushed back to him. A lot of the Durham fielders look a little bit cold now, hands in pockets where hand warmers are, trying to stay warm to the best of their ability. And that again, he's just dropped his hands on that, dropped it in front of him. No run. Northeast looks like he's waiting for the one that's just slightly over pitch to sort of push down the ground. And one he rocks back and tries to get that past point where rain is not to be, though.
Yeah, I've seen him do that a few times. Sort of tries to use the depth of the crease to work a room.
As again, a long stride forward, as we've seen him do a few times today. Get over that ball. He does get through quickly here. You feel that you've got to keep up with him as he's bowling. As that time he's used his feet to get down the wicket to almost flick it into the onside for a single. So that is the end of the over. Kent are 260 for 1. How much trade do you think the ice cream van's done today?
Yeah, probably not a roaring trade today. I mean, personally I'm in the camp of it's never too cold for an ice cream, but I've not bought one today, have I, in fairness, so
tomorrow job for you. So it'll be Aldridge then. That will be continuing from the Beckenham end. Every year there seems to be a conversation here of can the ends be changed in terms of names.
Yeah, I'm normally the one leading it as it's driven by Northeast. Misfield at cover. No, they're not going to run through for a Misfield single. Perhaps wise. No need to take the risk.
Slightly uppish there from Northeast.
Yeah, maybe. Just for a moment.
If I'm being hypercritical, of course.
The big news today in Kent Sport News from this part of the world. Bromley's Emma Raducanu's got a new coach. I've heard that story before. This one's clipped away behind square on the outside. For 2, good running. They come back for a second. It's actually gone back to one of her former coaches. 200 partnership comes up between these two.
Let's meet in the middle. Quick high five.
Do you know what? These two are going to be thanking their skipper later on, saying good toss to win, Daniel. Albeit Alex Lee's called wrong in the air. Obviously it was his right to call it. So yeah, quite comfortably the highest second innings partnership for Kent against Durham. Previously it was 110 by Mark Benson and Neil Taylor at Canterbury in 1992. 110 the stand in that one. 200 partnership, so another Beckenham Festival week. Records being broken with the bat. Could we have the next Sean Dixon type knock as Northeast goes back, plays out into the covers?
You think now if you're a Durham top order batter. You're looking at this just wanting to have a go, get out there.
It may well be a while
Yeah.
before they are allowed.
You could be waiting a couple of days.
Such an opportunity.
Just a misthrow as the ball's returned back to Aldridge. It's back in now though.
Forward he comes to this next one, Northeast on 87, defends into the covers. Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network is in the marquee with us. He's just put something on social media. 200 partnership up, groans in the commentary box as Ben Watt Sport mentions the possibility of Northeast getting 3 figures. Sorry everybody. 262 for 1. As Aldridge is in, turned away into the onside by Northeast for definitely 1. He's going to come back for 2. That was some interesting fielding. He sort of like jumped into the slide there, did Matty Potts. I don't know if he got some chirp or if he would turn round to the supporters as if to say, come on, I deserve some applause for that. That was very peculiar. He's also got a lovely grass stain on his trousers, which clearly suggests he doesn't do his own washing. Because you don't dive around like that in the field when you do your own washing, that's for sure. These grass stains are hard to get out of white trousers.
As that's played off the legs of Dawkins out to the deep square leg region. He'll come back for a couple as the new over from Parkinson continues. Yeah, I would agree. He looks like one to dive around, quite keen to get himself in the mix of things, as that is swept again, and that's gone pretty fine, and that will go for 4. So he's favoured the sweep shot this afternoon, and they get 4 more for his troubles.
Plays the sweep shot well for a big man, doesn't he?
He does. He gets down nice and early. I'm sure the coaches out there will be telling you how technically correct that was.
Yeah, sort of played the shot on length, I think, as much as anything.
He's not afraid to sweep, is he?
No.
Not so much on the line, really, is it? It's just you're right on length. So Parkinson replies. It's out upish to the offside cover region. Couple of bounces, but the fielder will happily return that.
I think he's probably ideally thinking go into out, up and over extra cover there, but just sliced it a little bit.
Which I like, but they've got a deep cover on the boundary, so...
Yeah, I guess you're thinking sort of a bit straighter than that fielder.
As that's been hit down the ground, and a quick single in the end, and they get through quick. Sam Northeast is testing Clark, who now drops back out to the boundary for Dawkins.
Well, it was good decisive cricket that from Northeast. Set off straight away, his call. He's running to the danger end. Clark had to throw it to the keeper in the end, and Dawkins was able to comfortably get home likewise.
Well, he hit that and he knew he was running straight away. There was no, you're right, indecision in terms of yes or no. So a small stop in play again.
I think is there more complaints about the ball?
There is, yeah.
Ben Stokes is showing it to the umpires.
See, if you're just joining, they've changed the ball.
On like 60-ish overs, did they?
Yeah. And then they got the new ball for 2 balls, and it was queried again by Lees. And I think the umpires had a polite, no, we're going to use it. And they've come back after tea, and 3 or 4 overs after, they said it's not what we want. And they've... I
think they're going to change it.
They're going to change it, yeah. How many times do you reckon a ball's been changed in innings before? Or a session,
I think there was a period of time, wasn't there, with... I don't know if it was the Kookaburra balls or if it was a batch of Duke's balls that were faulty and they were getting changed all the time. Like, multiple times in a session. They were just going misshapen really quickly. The other season. So the briefcase comes out again.
It does. I'd say it's obviously definitely a bowler thing. I don't imagine batters have too many complaints about the balls being misshapen or not quite what they want. So probably any bowlers that are listening probably would completely agree.
And bowlers never have any issue when it's taking wickets either. You know, if there's a misshapen ball and you're skittling batters out, and you ain't complaining about it.
Exactly.
So only when it's on a flat pitch like this and nothing much is happening, that you query, I don't think this ball's fit for purpose. I don't think it's the right shape. It's not taking me any wickets.
So they have changed it. New ball then has been given, and I'm sure will make its way to Parkinson, who is halfway through his over. Camp batters just waiting patiently for the play to resume. I'm sure the Durham player that's running off the briefcase full of balls is just going to keep it by his side for the time being. Already made a few trips.
Seen a post on social media from cricket journalist Nick Friend, who was saying that Ben Dawkins has netted against some of the England bowlers over the winter while he was at uni, in fact.
As that's played into the offside to Potts at cover.
Obviously the England crop train up at the ECB National Centre at Loughborough, and that's on the university campus site. So Dawkins apparently benefiting from facing up against the likes of Stokes and Potts and Mark Wood, Josh Tongue in between lectures ahead of the Ashes.
It's not a bad way to spend your time, is it?
Yeah. Go to a few lectures, hit a few cricket balls, head to the Students' Union, don't wake up till lunchtime.
And going back against Ben Stokes. There you go. So 272 then for one.
It's quite funny when they when England are touring overseas in the winter, they replicate the conditions indoors at the National Centre. So sometimes you rock up for a club net on a Sunday and it's like 30 degrees and humid if England are about to go to Sri Lanka, and you're like, what on earth's going on here? Short ball pulled away by North East into the onside for 4. Good control on that stroke out towards the mid-wicket boundary as Casey Aldridge banged the ball in a desperate attempt to get something out of this pitch, and North East said thank you very much. Moves to 94.
Yeah, we said earlier, obviously last couple of games they'll be searching for a few runs, but Beckenham's the place you want to come to when you're searching for a bit of form.
Certainly it is on a week like this, where they've preferred a wicket like this, as it's flicked away into the leg side, and more runs here for North East, probably 2 down towards long leg. They come back for the second, so he's moved on to 96. Blow away. In fact, he's gone beyond the 94 he scored at Chesterless Street against Durham on, quite frankly, a much more difficult pitch to bat on. Emilio Gay obviously got 100 in that game, but not many batters did.
He moves closer though.
Definitely a bowling day on the opening day of the season, but this one a batting day. With Kent as North East flicks into the onside once more. Has this got enough to go all the way? They might get back for 3 if it's cut off. It will be cut off. So they're going to come back for 3, and North East will move to 99 and Kent to 281 for 1. 4, a 2 and a 3 have come off this over. 9 runs for Sam North East to move 1 away from 3 figures, as Dawkins on 129 takes strike against Aldridge. Tucks himself in behind this one to play defensively back up the pitch. Sam North East still chewing away on that gum at the non-striker's end.
It's the worst number to sit on, isn't it? No one likes to be on it. Someone likes to just get to 99.
Oh my, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? Wouldn't mind getting close.
Yeah.
It's not happening very often. It's Aldridge bowls. Short ball. Dawkins fends that off out towards fine leg. Hasn't played the pull shot or the hook shot that much today. Generally he was looking to swerve out of the way, wasn't he, when Ben Stokes was banging him in earlier on.
So North East will have one ball in the over, if he fancies doing it now.
This is where, as a bowler, you hang one up outside the off stump. Real tempter. So he's bowled on the stumps and he's flicked it away off his hip. And Sam North East gets his first 100 since returning to his home county here at Beckenham, against the team that he scored his last 100 against for Kent back in 2017 in September of that season. North East have got 94 against Durham in the first game of the county championship season, has 100 from 162 balls. Kent 283 for 1. Never in doubt.
Never in doubt. You got a few looks when you mentioned it earlier, but you've proved more wrong, Ben.
Such is my trust in this wicket.
So he's got his 100, he's nicked the strike, new over then, Parkinson's in and bowls. And again he's done that signature flick. Hasn't gone as far as he wants to, but he has sneaked through for a single.
9 boundaries, 9 fours. Here's knock for North East.
Yeah, I feel I've taken over your...
No, you're alright.
As that has been hit hard into the offside. He threw his hands at that one, and he'll get a couple despite a diving effort there from Potts, but he's sort of dived over the ball, which has allowed Dawkins to come back for 2. These Kent batters now, probably is the way you start enjoying batting, isn't it? Rocked on the back foot.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And this is where, as a teammate, you sat there, your number 4, Tawanda Mayeye, sat there in your pads, with your feet up, thinking, as much as I would like to be out there scoring runs, this is nice as well, to be watching your mates go and both put hundreds on the board.
As that's swept again, and you think it's gone completely fine. I'll be intrigued to see if he's got anything on this, and he has. It's signalled as 4, so it feels like glove again. Well, watch the replay. I think it is.
He's making a little art form out of this, isn't he, Ben Dawkins? The really fine sweep shot that sort of punches behind the keeper.
He just manages to get it past the keeper. So fine. It's the 3rd or 4th time he's done that now. You'd feel Parkinson would feel kind of unlucky with that.
Yeah.
As he replies, and again, and that is just guided off the back foot. And he'll take a comfortable single. And you can see it's the point where they start enjoying batting, because it's an easy punch through here. It's just finding a gap. It's simple cricket in its form. And again, back of a length, he's worked that off stump Sam North East out to deep square, and he'll walk through for a single as well. So the end of the over, 292 for 1. North East moves to 102. Dawkins is on 137.
Just for some reason I've only just noticed how loud that generator is behind the commentary position. Yeah, at least it is working, yeah. Thought I was going to have to get my camping battery out earlier. I forgot I had it, having showed it to you as I came in, and then completely forgot I had it, and then ended up going to fetch some more tiny batteries out of my car to get the kit to work this morning. Thankfully this afternoon's been much better for tech problems. Tech problem free, hopefully, and you're hearing us loud and clear on the BBC Sport app and website, and via the live stream on the club site. It's turned away into the offside by North East, no run. Aldridge has toiled away for 15 overs and then no joy, none for 71.
I suppose at this point you're looking at that drop of Ben Dawkins to be quite costly in the second session today.
Yeah, indeed so. North East had a couple of chances himself. There was a hook shot, wasn't there, that he went for against Stokes, albeit it would have been a superhuman grab from Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
It's Martin Emerson, BBC Radio Newcastle, was describing he pretty much saved 4 rather than dropped to catch, but
it's these things, it's the small margins, isn't it? You look back on after a day's play.
Aldridge in and bowling, turned away through square leg. Wonder if both teams are thinking they should have picked more than just one Parkinson to bowl some spin. They seem as not going to thank their coaches and captains and those involved in selection, having to toil away on this pitch. Albeit the second new ball is not too far away, and we did see a bit more carry with the new ball in the early stages. Albeit it'll just fly off the bat that little bit quicker, as it's off the back foot by Dawkins, away out towards the sweeper on the offside boundary for a single that he walks through. Shall we look at elsewhere in the county championship?
See what's going on.
Leicestershire 261 for 6 against Essex at Chelmsford. Yep. There's Aldridge bowls and northeast drives up towards mid-off. 89 for Sol Bollinger, the top scorer in that one. Whether all the Aussie got 61. Rain has come to Hampshire's rescue at Southampton. They were floundering on 85 for 5 at one stage, 105 for 6, 128 for 6 there. This is short cut away by northeast. Fielder out there on the offside boundary is not going to be able to cut that off. It's 4 more to Sam Northeast to bring the score up to 298. Somerset 281 for 4 against Sussex. Glamorgan 235 for 4 away to Warwickshire. Yorkshire 261 for 4 at home against Surrey. Those 3 cards all very similar. And then in Division 2, Gloucestershire, who were 88 for 6 earlier on, 81 for 6. They've recovered recovered a little bit, 231 for 8. So Northants definitely having the better of that game. Worcestershire 245 for 9 at Old Trafford. No, Southport they're playing that game at, with 3 wickets for Balderson, just the 1 for Jimmy Anderson in that game. And then Middlesex were all out for 177 against Derbyshire, who were 17 without loss in reply at Lords.
So Parkinson then, as Dawkins hits that down the ground to mid-on, he'll get a single. There we go, some of the generator noises.
Yeah, I was going to say, that definitely wasn't that loud earlier, was it?
I don't think it was. Maybe it's just working overdrive now.
It was, yeah. I think I'll turn the effects mic up. Kent won by a wicket at New Malden in their T20 second 11 game, or second 11 T20 comp game against Surrey.
That is short and wide and hit with some intent through the covers, despite a diving effort.
Now I don't know how they won the game. 300 comes up for Kent. I don't know how the second 11 won, but at the end, Freddie Clarkson was not out naught. Jazz Singh was not out naught. Was it a leg by to win the game? It was a wide. A wide to Jazz Singh to win the game in the final over. Was it leg side wide? Oh, sneaky leg side wide to win the game.
And that's 4 more as well to Ben Dawkins here in Beckenham. Again, when he sort of hits the ball, it stays hit, it seems. Seeing the ball well. We've seen some sweep shots, we've seen some intent drives.
I missed that. We were looking at the second 11 scorecard. Yeah, on the back foot, pulling it away for 4.
That's a full toss, and that's just been hit straight down the ground.
He always hits like up on the ball, doesn't he, Dawkins, with that pull stroke. Good footwork, but then he sort of hits up on it into the leg side.
Long levers, I think, just gives him that elevation as well. It's been pushed back by North East. Yeah, different approaches from these two batters. A bit more aggression potentially from Dawkins. That playing without fear mentality. As that's again been hit hard. Out to a wide mid-off. Happy to take the singles here again. And that is the end of the over. Parkinson is rattling through them. But like his brother. I see Matt Parkinson for Kent. We all watched him sort of rat through the overs last year. And there's a helmet being brought on here then for one of the Durham fielders. So you would assume a short leg's coming into play. And Ben Stokes is taking the jumper off. So he'll be taking the ball from the Beckenham end. Looking to get that second wicket that Durham need in this last session. So it'll be interesting to see the play here from the England quick. So yeah, helmet's going on.
Sorry, we're watching the wickets from the second 11 game.
It's all good.
Tommy Elam was captain for Surrey, son of Mark.
Oh.
Ended up on the losing team.
So Clark with the helmet on here at short leg then.
Kent slightly fell over the line. They were 134 for 7 and only needed like 2-3 runs to win and lost a couple of late wickets. So Stokes then back into the attack from the Beckenham end. Pull shot from North East out towards long leg. He'll come back for 2. Matty Potts does the fielding. Didn't feel like he quite middled that.
No, he didn't get it all, did he? So you'd assume Stokes would be going short here with the short leg in. There's no boundary fielders on the leg side. There's a gully in place, a deep point.
Especially to North East, who has looked more likely to take that shot on.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you say, gully in, short leg. They've got a couple of catching fielders in the leg side. Another pull shot from North East. This time it's beaten the fielder at mid-wicket. Parkinson setting off after it. He even runs like his brother. They come back for 3. Again, I think just because it's a soft ball now. 250 partnership comes up.
As you can see the crowd in the stand applaud that.
So 3-11, 4-1, 100 all pulled away by Dawkins, who's taken the shot on. 144 for him prior to that stroke, moves to 148.
But I mean, please jump in if you disagree. The ploy to bowl short, but the field, you would think, is obviously wickets attacking, keep them in. But there's no safety. You think if they're going to take it on and connect, like's happened the last sort of 2-3 balls, you're going to sort of hemorrhage runs through that region.
I think you're right. I think they've moved to try and avoid that situation.
Yeah.
They've got a deep mid wicket, but he's not all the way on the boundary. Pulls it away and he's flashed past the man at mid wicket. Parkinson did not pick that up at all, and there's the 150 for Ben Dawkins. Crashed away into the onside, and his first class 100, his maiden red ball ton, has become 152 not out, and Dawkins is really ramping home Kent's advantage.
Without saying,
ramping home Kent's advantage. I've got my metaphors mixed up there.
Sorry, I knew what you meant, Ben.
Stokes bowls short again. This time Dawkins ducks underneath it. What a knock this has been there for Ben Dawkins. The composure to get through to 100 and then to go on and keep batting. That's the sort of ruthlessness, I guess, you need on a wicket, which is saying, have some runs. I'm so flat. Just bat on me. And Dawkins is not giving his wicket away. Not wasted his opportunity.
Agree. It's been a beautiful knock. Enjoyed watching it.
The 19-year-old faces up to the England skipper and goes back and defends. There's a bit of pain there for Stokes, just sort of hobbling on his foot, maybe a slightly heavy landing on his front foot as he came through and then bowled that delivery. End of the over. I think with all the focus on Sam Northeast getting through to 3 figures, it kind of, quite comfortably a record, this partnership for the second wicket against Durham. Yeah, with all the focus on Northeast getting through to 3 figures, I think Dawkins has very quietly crept up towards that 150.
I would agree.
Sort of didn't even notice that he was on the verge of doing it.
So, is there a change of bowling here from the City end?
It is.
Yeah.
Ben McKinney's going to have a bowl.
So replacing Parkinson. I'll talk you through this over with a bit of musical chairs. Make way. But yeah, these two, haven't they? They've just made batting look pretty easy towards as the day's just progressed. So McKinney in then, and again that's been worked into the leg side. Has it come off Northeast's pad? It looks like it's gone pretty fine, down to where fine leg would be. And they have, leg buys. I've watched enough cricket to know what that sounds like. Again here, Durham just looking for an answer for their second wicket. Had the short stuff from Ben Stokes. Now I've got a short that and back of a length and pulled away.
That was a drag down.
Slightly. But the protection is out there. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and then long off and long on. So he has protection around the ground. Again, that's just been pumped off the back foot to deep cover. Happy to take the one, these two. Yeah, it just sort of takes you back to the era before with Ben Stokes bowling short. Looking at the plan, but also the field, it was interesting, as that's been worked into the onside for a single.
Like you say, I guess maybe the not having the fielder on the boundary was kind of saying, if you want to take on those fielders and hope they made a mistake, as it was, they flashed a couple past Parkinson at mid wicket that he didn't even see, and kind of got themselves some extra boundaries.
Bowled again, his height sort of got a bit of extra bounce on that, just worked down to the fine leg region. I come back for a couple.
Yeah, I'm sure Ben McKinney would much rather be batting on this wicket.
I would agree. I'm sure he didn't probably think he'd be bowling at the end.
I was told that Daniel Bell Drummond apologised to Alex Lees when he said we'll have a bat first.
Again, Fuller just defended away. Yeah, it's one of them.
I think we're realising why.
Yeah, agreed. Oh, I think I might make way.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Molly.
No worries.
Molly Davis with us here on BBC Sport Online and on the Kent Cricket live stream. I do actually have a BBC Radio Kent update at 5 o'clock, I don't think. They do it as part of a sports bulletin after the 1:30, although there's nobody other than myself on sport today, so unless my newsreader's doing the sport bulletin himself, Matt Davison, today, we'll wait and see. But yeah, Stokes to continue. Will the short pitch stuff continue? Here he comes to Northeast, backs away, cuts it out towards deep point for a single. Certainly feels like the short pitch stuff's going to continue. Stokes is taking it on for the team with this old ball. We have after that ball, just under 4 overs away from the second new ball being available. Martin Emerson back with us.
Got 2 observations for you. Firstly, I don't think there will be another wicket today, even though the new ball is due. Secondly, I think a Durham player could go for 200 plus in this. It's like a return to the Kookaburra ball experiment, but without the Kookaburra ball.
in the air from Dawkins, but safe as he pulls away the short delivery from Ben Stokes out towards the fence for 4 runs. Yeah, it's as flat as any wicket you're going to see, this one.
It's not much of a contest when there's nothing in it for the bowlers like this.
I don't disagree.
You're just going to see 2 teams scoring tons of runs here and nothing for the bowlers. It's a bit dispiriting if you're in the field.
I can see exactly why Kent have done it. They've looked to that Durham squad and that line-up and them being top of the league and thought, what's our way of getting a result from this game?
Or not getting a result from this game.
Or not, in fact, or getting some points from this game, as it's a short ball from Stokes that Dawkins ducks underneath. And albeit you've got to apply yourselves, and Durham have dropped a couple of the rare chances that they've had.
I can't believe the highest second wicket partnership for Kent against Durham's only 109. It was in the first meeting between the two in 1992, Benson and Taylor. That's really low, that.
It is a low partnership, really, for a second wicket partnership. It's obviously been wiped from the record books by this one, which is now worth in excess of 250 runs. Quick single into the offside. Dawkins, just 19 years of age, comes through for the single. In theory, I don't know if he's finished his university exams, etc. Certainly your first year anyway. They're not so important. As Stokes bowls, Northeast steps away and then carves it through mid-off for 4 runs. A little bit unorthodox from Sam Northeast. But he's picked up the boundary nonetheless. Stokes to him again. Once more he goes back and cuts into the offside out towards deep point for a single. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree really with Martin's analysis. It's pretty dispiriting as a sort of neutral or cricket fan of the bowling team when a batting team has been piling on the runs in this sort of fashion. Kent supporters have been on the wrong end of these a few times in recent seasons. Canterbury particularly, and it's often hard batting second when you've spent so long toiling in the field and getting nothing for your efforts. Certainly Kent have found that. Durham may well not struggle with it being such a good batting track when they get their opportunity. There's McKinney. He's into Northeast and pushed away defensively. Yeah, which is why the game at Canterbury the other day, when they left a little bit more grass on the wicket, there was a decent contest between bat and ball in that Derbyshire game. At Canterbury, as Northeast drives back towards McKinney. I think if there was going to be a contest between bat and ball here, they'd have had to have left a lot of grass on a wicket that is so often pretty hard underneath.
McKinney bowled at Lords a few weeks ago, 3 overs.
He's dragging this one down, and Northeast has tried to pull it away and has thudded it into the ground. Didn't really get the power on it.
Ben Stokes looked like he'd been wrong-footed there, and then he suddenly threw himself across to the left and stopped the one-handed. Yeah, the track at Lords 2 weeks ago was absolutely lifeless, and felt like Middlesex had produced a track they were never going to lose on, and McKinney came in and bowled a few overs on that occasion.
Here he comes and bowls to Northeast, defended away into the onside.
Is that
I think it's the generator.
We've never noticed it like that before.
Again, this is what I was saying earlier on.
It's not going to develop another blood pressure issue. It shuts itself off.
Here comes McKinney again. He's dragged it down. It's been cut away by Northeast. Out towards deep cover. Yeah, I said this on commentary earlier on, and it was like, was it this loud earlier on?
No, I've never noticed it in my headphones
didn't
today.
Notice it earlier on. around the wicket to Dawkins, fiddles away into the onside. No run on this occasion, 338 for 1. 160 for Dawkins, 123 for North East. Yeah, this is sort of giving me vibes of the game that you were talking about earlier on, Martin, when Sean Dixon got that triple 100 here at Beckenham.
You can only hope, from the point of view of the match, that the introduction of a new ball might make a difference, but equally on this track it might just go to the boundary a lot quicker than the old ball does. Parkinson has switched ends here. 277 this partnership.
Yeah, in that game Kent got 701 for 7 declared. Northants got 568 all out. Kent were 3 down second innings when it was drawn.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. You see all these really high scoring games and nobody wins generally. You know, the highest score at the Oval last year, 820 was it, something like that, ended in a draw. You look at teams with their record scores, they nearly always draws. So what we need to do now is we need to switch from the highest Kent second wicket partnership, because that was negligible to say the least, as Parkinson bowls here to Dawkins, who plays a short on the leg side. So the target these two now can eye up is 314 for the second wicket, Michael Carberry and Michael Lum for Hampshire in 2010 at Mays, Bounty and Basingstoke. Ball pushed out into the covers and stopped by Lees. That's defended. I'm just looking to see.
So these are the biggest second wicket partnerships against Durham.
Yeah. Next ball's defended. Durham played there once or twice around about that era. End of the over. So Hampshire on that occasion 421 for 5 declared, and Carberry got 162. Lum got 158. Durham made 320, and Hampshire batted again, and the game ended in a draw. The highest partnership for any wicket against Durham was wicket number 7. I commentated on this game. Johnny Bairstow and Tim Bresnan put on 366 in 2015. Turned the game on its head.
McKinney continuing, bowling around the wicket to the right-handed northeast, the spinner or batter, who's bowling a bit of part-time spin. Here he comes once again, leggy. It's off the pad and drops away into the onside.
Just see if I can turn that down. See, that's right down.
Yeah, I don't know if we're hearing it louder in our headphones than the effects mic or whatnot.
Oh, there we are.
Is that better?
Yeah. I think sometimes the microphone does that when it's the battery in it's about to go.
Yeah, I did wonder about that.
Yeah.
Whether it was my battery in the FX mic.
But I've got one of those microphones, and I was told you always have to push the button all the way up to the top. So
There we go. That might have fixed it for the moment.
yeah.
As Dawkins defends.
We're about due another power cut anyway. So Danceman says the rumble has got a lot lower level now, but it was still audible.
Driven back towards the bowler by Dawkins. Back. In fact, forward to play defensively. 340 for 1. Was that a shout of try and take a wicket? But I don't think it's a lack of effort, that's for sure, from a Durham point of view. New ball available when it's been taken, unsurprisingly. 160 for Dawkins, 125 for North East, so 340 for 1. They can't score against the old ball. So we got roughly an hour of play left today. 16 overs to be bowled. Might even finish relatively on time, he says. A couple of slips in position for Ben Rain. None for 50 from 14 overs, but new ball in hand. North East takes his hand off the bat as he punches away off the back foot out towards deep extra cover, and with the new ball it just means it's raced away to the boundary and got away from the chasing Ben Stokes out towards the rope. So North East moves on to 129. He took his bottom hand off the bat as he sort of punched that away. Back foot drive into the offside. As Rain is in again. Driven straight back past the bowler. He's got a foot on it, Ben Rain, but that's not going to stop the boundary. A brand new ball has been introduced by Durham and it's just gone to the boundary twice so far. That can be the problem sometimes when you get a brand new ball. It just goes to the boundary quicker. So North East on to 133 now. Ben Rain bowls to him. A little bit of a leading edge into the offside. Says no. Dawkins turns and goes back. Blustery winds got up again. East waits for Rain to come in again, and he's defending this next delivery. Drops it into the onside. Second new ball. More aircraft going overhead. As North East waits, and Kent are a couple of runs away from another batting point. Away by North East behind square on the onside, and it will go for 4 as well. Down towards fine leg. Long leg's not going to be able to cut that off, so 3 boundaries in the over. 350 comes up for Kent. I suspect Alex Lee's bowlers and his teammates are going to rue that incorrect call at the toss. We've Kent 352 for 1. The second new ball so far, just helping Sam North East add to his score, 137, as he defends this next one from Ben Rain up towards the Durham skipper Alex Lees. The end of the over, so 15 to go in the day. Kent 352 for 1, and regular Kent listeners and supporters will know that's not normally par for the course, although Kent's batting lineup on paper often looks reasonable. They sometimes struggle to deliver the promise that perhaps it offers. But on this pitch today, even from early on this morning, it looked very, very flat out there. And this partnership for the second wicket now worth 291 runs between Ben Dawkins and Sam Northeast, who've contributed pretty evenly to it. 137 for Northeast and then 135 of Dawkins' runs have come in this stand, as Matty Potts is going to take the new ball from the city end of the ground.
Here he comes. Bowls, wideish ball. Leaning in to try and cut it was Dawkins, didn't connect. In comes Potts again, and another waft from Dawkins, twice really beaten for pace there. Did I say I predict a Durham player will go for 200 runs in this innings? Which would be the fourth time that's happened, and they've all happened in the last 2 years. At the minute, Callum Parkinson's none for 80 from 21 overs, so he's the most expensive so far. This is carved away for 4 by Dawkins past point. Beckenham couldn't stop it on the boundary, and Rain's gone for 62, Potts for 48. He's kept things tight generally. Stokes for 70, Aldridge 77, Parkinson 80. Nobody in a Durham shirt had gone for more than 200 until a Kookaburra ball draw at Warwickshire at the start of the season 2 years ago, when they had a boundary on one side of the ground was about 45 yards. Parkinson went for 200 on his debut. Then later, when was it? It was last summer, George Drizzell went for more than 250, I think it was. As Potts comes in and bowls. It's left alone. That was at the Oval.
He's out on loan, isn't he, this week?
Yeah.
With Worcester.
So Callum Parkinson 2 for 206 against Warwickshire on his debut in 2024. Beat Graham Bridge 3 for 180 at Northants in 2003 as the most expensive previous Durham bowling. The bowler, that is driven by Dawkins wide of mid-off, being chased by Stokes up towards the top right hand corner of the ground. Pulls it up just in front of the boundary near the ice cream van. They run for 3. Next ball is left alone. Highest score against Durham is Surrey's 820 for 9 declared at the Oval last year. It included 3 centuries and a treble 100 for Dom Sibley. Matty Potts took none for 105, Daniel Hogg 2 for 136, George Drizzell 1 for 247, the most expensive bowling figures in Championship history. Durham managed to save it for a draw. Shafiqullah Ghaffari then went for more than 200 in a draw against Worcestershire at Chastity Street at the end of last season, so could we see a 200 again here? It is absolutely not a fair contest, this. Bat is totally and utterly dominating ball. As Rain comes in. Ball turned off towards deep square leg for 1. I say that because Kent will have to bowl, obviously, and
yeah,
it'll be the same for
absolutely.
them, and they're going to have to go through all of this.
The only slight change will be that by that point, one team's got 500-600 on the board, and sometimes scoreboard pressure can lead to a few more wickets. But Kent have been on the wrong end of this situation quite a few times at Canterbury in recent seasons, where other teams have batted first and Kent's bowling hasn't been incisive enough.
That's defended.
I'm not suggesting that's the case today. It's very much a case of Durham have admittedly had, not many chances. They have put a couple down, but this is a flat wicket.
Yeah.
This is a sort of wicket really that we saw in that one day cup game when Durham got 400 and Kent got 300 all in one day of 100 over 50 over cricket.
That was a parakeet.
Oh, good spot. Flying past the commentary box. Yeah, this is a one day wicket really. IPL type pitch.
Played up towards deep square leg. 4-2. I tell you what, Durham have given a lot of runs away with that little flick from Sam Northeast up the deep square leg. Is that the 300 partnership? So they do have Carberry and Michael Lum, 314. That'll be gone soon. Sam Northeast had a good record against Durham over the years as rain bowls. And that's off down towards vacant third man. Be two more there. Parkinson chase after it. The last wicket fell in the 17th over. We are now in the 83rd.
Well, we realised earlier on that the 100 that Sam Northeast got against Durham in September of 2017 was obviously the last one he got for Kent because he left the club that winter.
So that was at Chesley Street. So twice that year, so he's got 400s against him now. Twice that year, Durham had Kent down to the last pair in both games and couldn't finish them off. Rain again, that's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. This partnership from these two, 301 from 399 balls.
Mm, 61 for 1 per score when Zach Crawley hit that cover drive to Matty Potts in the air and was taken off Ben Stokes.
Bowler comes in again. Bit of bat and pad there from Northeast as he looks to try and turn this through the leg side.
Yeah, I'm not going to suggest this is all Kent's doing, but obviously in the last couple of weeks they've beat Derbyshire at Canterbury, they've beat Gloucestershire at Bristol. There's this coincidence but not coincidence, the fact that since they sort of had a big team meeting after the Northants game and they've come together and had some conversations and made some decisions and they've turned the comments off on the club's social media pages. This one goes past the outside edge and through to the keeper. You look at it as a coincidence on the one hand, but at the same time there's clearly a different mindset and mentality about this Kent team in the last couple of weeks. This is a far cry from the team we've seen fall in a heap a couple of times this season, albeit a completely different wicket. It's left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, Kent so far this season, a couple of wins, a couple of draws, just the one defeat. But the two that they did draw were very much sort of rain assisted, rain affected draws.
Yeah, they look poor at Durham in difficult conditions with the weather, but
they were worse in following games.
Yeah. Potts bowls to Dawkins. That's an effort ball. You hear the grunt as he bowls it. Dawkins leaves it.
We just looked at the highest Kent partnership on this ground, and it was indeed the game we've mentioned a few times already today. 2017 against Northants, Dixon and Denley. 382 it was worth.
Well, that could go in this game. Carberry and Lum's 314's about to disappear as well.
That's the one that's most imminent. There's Potts bowls, and it's defended into the pitch by Dawkins.
Sean the Brewer says, I'm inclined to agree with Marty. Not sure this helps develop batsmen. I also miss Tunbridge Wells week, where a few years ago I had ice creams with Ben Watts and Isabel Duncan.
I mean,
there you are.
What's not to love about Tunbridge Wells week and ice creams? But yeah, the rhododendrons will be out this time of year.
Did those ice creams come from Isabel's trust fund?
Steady.
Always teaser about that.
I probably didn't buy them, to be honest, because this one is through to the wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. Not unless Steve Niker from behind the bar fetched them for us.
She mixes in high society circles, Isabel. Went with her one night to the cider barn at Cheddar Gorge. And, we went to see a band, and it was Mick Jagger's brother playing in the band. She told us on air she has holidayed with the Jaggers a number of times.
Potts to Dawkins, lets it go. Outside the off stump.
She goes off to Sam Moritz to play snow cricket in the winter.
Snow cricket?
Goes and plays elephant polo in India and goes to some extremely remote parts of the world to go cross-country skiing and stuff like that.
Yes, you mentioned about Kent being poor at Chester Street. Obviously they got a draw in that game thanks to the weather. Basically day 3 got wiped out from memory. Twana Miye's 100 basically saved them on the final day.
Yeah. Here's Ben Rain looking to try and break this partnership. The ball trundles out to point as North East looks to try and cut at it. Yeah, as I was driving to the ground on the Sunday morning, got a phone call from the news desk on our TV station saying, "Can you tell us what's going on at Chester Street? Can you describe the scene?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" And so they just sent out a press release to say the ground's closed, and it had been really horrendous rain and winds the night before and into the early hours as Rain comes in and bowls, and a bit of a false shot there from Sam North East. He plays that one-handed up to Ben Stokes at mid-off, no run. We'd been out on the Saturday night. I'd gone out in Sunderland with Dan Whiting, who'd come up to cover the game for Radio Kent, and we were in this bar in the city centre next to the fire station theatre, and we were sitting in this window seat, and it's a really old pub, and at one point the window was bowing, and it caught our attention. You think that window's about to implode, and then I looked through it, and everything outside had gone white, and we're thinking, what on earth is happening out there? As Rain bowls, the leading edge. Oh, we have a wicket. The second wicket record will not be broken. It ends with the dismissal of Sam North East, caught in the slips, and he's gone for 141, and that ends the partnership at 303. So the wicket is not the wicket partnership record is not broken, and my prediction that there wouldn't be a wicket today has fallen on its bum. So
Sam North East to pass then. Leading edge, 2 second slip. Good take by McKinney. Good applause.
Before he'd played a bit of a false shot one-handed, hadn't he? So
yeah, the second new ball does do for Sam North East, and Durham have managed to get themselves the second wicket of the day. North East 141. He departs for, and as Martin just described, 364 for 2, 303. The
record partnership for Kent for any wicket against Durham.
There you go.
.3 overs.
See a northeast for 141, and out comes the man that last week got 90 and 108, Tuanda Mayeye. So a man in a decent bit of form, who has been watching on all day thinking this looks nice to bat on. Now he's going to get his opportunity to try his own hands to get some runs on it. McKinney the man taking the catch then. Reward for Ben Rains, hard toil in his 16 and a half overs bowled today. Tuanda Mayeye then marks out his guard. He was talking off the back of the winner.
68.5 overs that partnership.
68.5. Yeah, I was talking about his desire to really put together a couple of scores and get a result for the team last week. Down the leg side, good take from a tumbling Ollie Robinson as it was fired in towards leg stump. Can he continue his form to Tuanda Mayeye? Almost a test of concentration as much as anything, this one.
Yeah, I think you need to change the battery in that microphone.
Is it going again?
Yeah.
Making more funny noises.
Yeah. Sounds like a... Yeah, it's definitely that.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
The battery's gone. Here's Ben Rain then to Tuanda Mayeye. He got a century in Kent's second innings in Chesley Street. He... what did he make? 109 not out. Not draw.
Sounds like we're underwater, doesn't it, that fixed
Yeah.
mark?
It's reminding me of the old sort of dial-up modems where you could download a whole song in a day.
Yeah. Where you'd get booted off the internet if someone rang the home phone.
Yeah.
Get booted off MSN.
Yeah.
And it's driven back towards the bowler.
I was on the phone to some technology company recently and they asked for my email address, and it's got I've got an MSN email address because I set it up in 2000 or whatever.
Yeah.
And the guy on the other end of the phone says, "Wow, that's so old."
MSN.com.
Yeah.
Yeah. 11 overs remaining in the day. I'm sort of waiting in the next couple of minutes to do an update. When I've done that, I'll go try and find a new battery for that effects mic. So Potts is going to continue from the city end. Dawkins on strike. Let's this one go outside the off stump. Just the one slip for the Centurion. As Potts is in. Let go outside the off stump once again. Well, Dawkins feels eerily quiet without the effects mic.
But it is also like Chinese water torture. Sounds like one of your Dalek friends.
I was going to say, it feels like we're about to take off. We commented earlier that the stall in front of us that the photographer's been using looks a little bit like a Dalek. For all the Doctor Who fans out there. As all Potts goes past Dawkins outside edge, bending his back and getting a little bit of lift from this wicket with the second new ball. Definitely feels like the time where you need to take wickets when the ball is hard. And the pitch is giving you something.
I wonder how long it took to design that seat, that little bench.
It's clever, isn't it?
I wonder if it was years worth of exploration in
an engineering
in a shed down the bottom of the garden, or
getting it to fold up but also be strong enough to sit on it.
Yeah.
Potts bowls. Dawkins drives in the air, slices it through point. That fielder is out on the boundary and will do the field, and they come back for 2. So gets away with it a little bit there, Dawkins, to move on to 170. He's trying to better his best score this season against a county team, which was for Loughborough University in a game pre-season. Potts angled away here into the point region by Ben Dawkins. Yeah, England under 19 batter, 19-year-old Ben Dawkins, the teenager, has got his maiden first-class century for Kent, and he's gone on and made it a big one too. 170 not out he is of 265 balls. He got 184 against Gloucestershire for Loughborough University earlier on in the season, but this is his first time he's gone through the 3 figures for Kent, and he's making the most of what is a flat wicket for batting on, as did Sam Northeast, who also made 100. The two of them putting on a record score for any partnership for Kent against Durham. 303 that stand before the second new ball did for Sam Northeast. Got a leading edge and was caught at second slip off Ben Rain for 141. Zach Crawley, the one man out earlier on to England Test captain Ben Stokes, the man of course who hasn't picked him in the latest England squad. He made 30, Crawley, before he got a wideish delivery that he hit in the air to Matty Potts at cover. But the day has been all about Dawkins and about Northeast and about batting, that's for sure. Kent winning the toss earlier on. The Durham captain called it and called incorrectly, and as a result Kent have piled up 366 for 2 here on a batting day at Beckenham. So Rain into Mieye, goes past the outside edge. I'm going to make way. Molly Davis will come in, and I'll see if I can find you a new battery for that effects mic, so we can stop swimming underwater.
Rain from the Beckenham end, the town end. It's gone through to the keeper. Yeah, we've turned that mic off just to save our sanity, basically. It's like Chinese water torture. Are you back with us?
I'm back with you. Slightly colder than I was earlier.
Yeah,
but I'm back.
Well, actually, we've got generally fairly clear sky now, but the sun's just behind a big cloud across to our left over in the west. But it's been that cold wind today.
Had the hat on, had the gilet on.
Yeah, let's turn you up a bit.
There you go.
You got a what's this sort of thing? What's this material? This fleecy sort of malarkey.
Fleecy jumper, yeah.
Black and white. Malarkey, what's it, like a camouflage, isn't it?
Slightly.
I didn't see you coming. Rain to Mieye. That's played off down towards long leg for 1 run. Did you see those naughty Southampton fans the other day who came dressed as bushes after the Spygate scandal with Middlesbrough?
It's all going on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then a relative of mine is a Southampton fan, so well, a relative of mine is a Southampton fan, so I feel like I should quite happily sit on the fence.
Well, declare an interest. Stokes to Dawkins. Comes in and bowls. It's no movement of the feet there. Dawkins chasing one which was almost in the next postcode.
Yeah, you think the break of the partnership late in the day as well. Twans Mieye coming out to the crease. 10 overs really for him to settle into. And Dawkins has obviously been up there for about 267 balls. So
he's a very good partnership breaker, Ben Rain, using all of his wherewithal, his cunning and his experience as he comes in again here. Dawkins plays this to the covers, no run there, picked up by Alex Lees.
Well, I suppose a wicket at the end of the session.
How many overs have we got to go? 9.2.
9.2, yeah.
Still more than half an hour.
Racing through. You said you were unsure if you'd see a wicket in the session, and you did see one, so...
Yeah. Rain comes in again, that's through to the keeper. Yeah, they got to within about... What are we? 11 overs from the close of the play before that wicket fell. 3, 6, 7 for 2 end of the over.
Matty Potts to continue then. Yeah, from the city end. Looking for the third Kent wicket of the day.
From the empty field end. There's a gazebo in that field. It's the only thing that seems to be in there at the minute. And there's a couple of stewards sitting under it. He's found a battery. He's going to watch live engineering at its finest here as he tries to work out how to unscrew the microphone.
Very own tech support all on hand there from Ben.
Far be it from me to comment, but he's gone through a lot of biscuits today, hasn't he? His whole packet of bourbons disappeared earlier.
It's a good choice of biscuit though. Potts then. In and bowls it. Edge and caught.
The end of Mieye.
Mieye makes his way back to the pavilion.
For one.
He's nicked it. Comfortable catch in the end in the slips.
Yeah, Aldrich.
Yeah, it's a good point. We mentioned earlier about he's sitting all day next in, your pads on. It's a long time to wait. And he's come out and he's nicked off to Potts. So Durham, 2 wickets in this session so far. It's what they needed to close the day, or to get towards the end. Genuine outside edge. And a good catch to his left.
They've got a bowling point. We have a fanfare anywhere on the PA system that they can play. What are we? 87.1 overs. Only 3 added. I think Durham have got Kent just where they want them now. It was all part of a cunning ploy. Oh, that's perfect.
There
I can even tell you which engines are on that plane that's flying past now. Rolls Royce at its finest.
So Kent captain is striding out to the crease. Daniel Bar-Drummond will be joining Ben Dawkins out in the middle, who's just taking on some fluids. It's a long day for him.
Could make a comment about buses, but after my experience of local buses today, I don't think I'll bother. So, still in a state of shock. As much as some of the neighbourhoods that we flew through were very pretty, it was a long way to get here. Half an hour, 36 minutes being rattled around.
I think it is sometimes waiting around for your chance to go and bat, watching 2 of your teammates pile on the runs and making it look pretty easy. Coming in towards the back end of the day, it can be tricky. But Potts as a reward from what he's been doing today. We saw earlier in the, just after lunch, the sort of pain he was going through to try and find a wicket head in hand, but he's got what he wanted today. So he's at the top of his run then, coming into the Kent captain. 2 slips in the gully. He's in and bowls. And again, outside edge, falling short of gully. Didn't carry in the end, but again, a genuine outside edge. Good bit of bowling there from the quick Durham bowler. Beddingham at Gully. I think he dropped one earlier. So he dropped Dawkins. Is that who it was?
Yeah, when he was on
wasn't it?
63.
Yeah. In and bowls. That one again rises slightly on Drummond, but he plays it down this time. And just here a bit of towels are up here for Durham. The back end of the first day. Obviously currently 367 runs have been scored. But if Durham can get one more here, you'd think they're not going to be that gutted, especially here at Beckenham, where runs usually come pretty easily. In and bowls, driven this time just wide of mid-off, but he's cut off by Stokes in the end. So it's been an eventful over so far. Wicket, dot ball, there was an edge, wasn't there, as well? So we're halfway through this pot's over then. Dawkins is now on strike, he's on 170. As he sets himself and pots his in the bowls. There you go, full and straight. Dawkins just defends that. Bit more buzz in around the team now, you can just see that. Bit of excitement for the Durham fielders that have been out there all day waiting for their reward. Cold at times, the odd rain, the odd shower, bit of sun, but it up. So then, last ball of the over. Dawkins readies himself, and again that rises on him, go past the outside edge. It's a dot ball in the end. He's done well not to hit that, and that is the end of the over. 368 for 3. So it's good over there from Potts. What his team needed, I think, to lift some spirits. Martin's writing some notes next to me. Writing away.
Just putting in my shopping order. Did we need carrots?
Yeah. Some more biscuits as well, I think.
The rate he's gone through them. He'll be chasing buses in half an hour. All that sugar. Here's Ben Rain in the evening sunshine. Oh, another wicket! A false edge from Daniel Bell Drummond, and they're coming like buses and rally cars now. He edges to the slips and he's gone.
So he goes for one.
He's gone for one as well.
Yeah.
Wowzers.
It's interesting, isn't it? You had, just watching the replay here, is
that inside edge on the thigh pad then off to the slip.
I think he's edged it into his pad and it's flown off to Gully. It's a high take in the end, but he's caught it. Beddingham, I think, yeah. He still wants Dawkins, doesn't he? But in the end, he's dismissed the Kent captain. And it's interesting today, we were speaking about Sam Northeast and Ben Dawkins making batting look easy here at Beckenham, and just towards the back end of the day, at some point it's looking a little bit difficult. Good bowling though from Rain and Potts. Good partnership bowling. Maybe batting isn't as easy as it looks sometimes.
Ben Rain, 32 wickets for the season now. Wow.
So
I'll tell you what, if I was Kent now, I'd be panicking. Durham have got them right where they want them now. What's that, 88.1 overs?
Oh, so the new batter coming out is Chris Benjamin, coming off a good run of form. 1500s to his name.
They would have been thinking, I don't think Tuanda McGee or Daniel Drummond imagine they would have been coming in the bat tonight.
I agree. Yeah. They both would have probably thought that Sam Northeast, Ben Dawkins would have seen today's play out.
Yeah. Chris Benjamin made 82 not out in a Durham innings victory against Sussex while on loan from Warwickshire in 2022.
Kent fans and supporters will know he's in a good bit of form at the moment as well, Benjamin. Looking to continue that on. So yeah, you're exactly right. Durham here, sort of a sprint finish if you like, towards the back end of the day.
McKinney is at first slip, I think. Is there a gully in there? Who's the gully is that?
There is a gully.
Is it gully, is he? I'm trying to see who's who here. It's defended. Where is that McKinney at gully?
I thought McKinney was at first slip.
Who's got the wide brimmed hat on and the glasses on there?
It's a long way away from
Well, the
me.
catch was taken at gully.
Scorecard says McKinney.
Yeah. Well, McKinney does wear a wide brimmed hat.
Oh, it could be his. Who's there?
Rain again. That's gone off towards the covers to Gray.
At the end of the over, when he jogs up towards the 10, you'll see.
Is that Will Rhodes has gone in, does he? No, McKinney's at first slip,
Yeah.
so... Well, the scorecard's wrong then. Was that Alex Lees at the gully in the wide brimmed hat?
Yeah, it could be.
Here comes rain again. This has gone to Beddingham. Yeah, it's not Beddingham because Beddingham's mid-wicket.
There's also a white floppy hat as well down there that won't be Alex Lee's, but there's another white floppy down there. But yeah, it's Lee's in the gully, so he took the catch.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Lees in the gully. It's gone to gully. That's definitely not McKinney. McKinney's at first slip. That's right. So it was Lees who took the catch.
Scorecard's wrong. I'm sure Lee's will be asking for that to be changed. It'll be, that one's mine. I'd like a bit of credit for my work. It's turned into the leg side. So I think it's one ball left in the over. So Rain very much on top here. Could be a wicket maiden, I think. If this is a dot ball, it will be a wicket maiden. Hey, there's a dot ball. It's a leave from Chris Benjamin. So wicket maiden by Rain then. Good follow-up over from the Potts over previous. Durham will be pretty happy with the back end of the day.
Yeah, after a long day in the field. They were 364 for 1 and then 368 for 4.
Yeah. So it will be Potts then to continue. Ben Dawkins will be on strike. So far today, Rain potentially picking the bowlers with 2 wickets to his name. As Potts charges in, and again driven, hasn't timed it, Dawkins, so there won't be any run up to Stokes at mid-off.
Derek says when Kent come to the northeast next time, make them play at Beamish. Which is well, it's a sort of living museum just up the road from Chesty Street, which has different eras to it. So you've got the 1800s colliery, and they've just built a 1950s village, but they do have a cricket ground on the site. It's a huge place.
Very nice. As again, full straight, defended away by Dawkins to Parkinson. Yeah, Parkinson in cover. So it says 6.5 or 6.4 now left in the day. If Durham can get one more here, it's a good day, isn't it?
It would look that way, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Ooh. That has whistled past the outside edge of Dawkins. Good take by the keeper. I thought originally he'd hit that. It felt like it moved a little bit after.
Yeah.
But I'm clearly wrong. But a very good delivery by Potts.
I think there's a few people who were hoping you were right there.
Maybe it's the keeper in me that just instinctively thinks everything's out. But it's a good passage of play here. For the yeah, they're a lot straighter. Just literally guided into the onside. They're going to come back for 2. Good running by the Kent duo.
I messaged on Blue Sky earlier. I said Dawkins and North East have put on 301 in 399 balls. The highest second wicket stand by anybody against Durham was Hampshire's 314 at Mays Bounty in 2010. That will be broken today. And then Michael Avery responded and said, excellent jinxing. Ian Atman says, looks like a road, come on Durham. Missed my cue, says you cursed them.
Potts bowls them, and he's hit that up to mid-off Dawkins where Ben Stokes is. Timed it well enough, but doesn't get it past the fielder.
This is the 90th over, so there's still another 20 to go for bonus points, which will end at some point tomorrow morning. With the score on 370, there's still 2 batting points to be had. 370 for 4. Durham would need to take another 5 wickets to get all 3 bowling points.
So last ball in the over then. And again, the down leg side, a very athletic take by the keeper, diving to his left.
Is that reminiscent of your wicket keeping?
Oh, I'd like to say so, but people may disagree.
Do you still play?
Stopped last year.
Did you?
Yeah, that was stopped last year. Just think I'd played for a fair few years now. Feel like I've did what I wanted to.
I can ask you, I know you're a woman, but I can ask you your age, because that was what day 1 at journalism college I was told. When you become a journalist you can ask women how old they are. So
only 25.
Right,
So
you've gone early there then, haven't you?
That's not the same for me.
Not fun anymore.
These days.
Words on leg 1. Complicated, isn't it?
It is. You'll see
You might get the bug again in a year or 2.
Potentially. It's a funny one. I think you kind of know, don't you? It's something people that play cricket any level, I think you know when you feel that you've sort of done what you want to do on the pitch. Some people love to play until they physically can't.
Do you play any other sport or not?
Bit golf. Quite enjoy my golf.
Yeah. So has the golf replaced the cricket then?
I think slightly.
Yeah.
Bit of a shorter day.
Yeah. Wild Wahoo here from Dawkins, trying to cut that one. Where do you play golf?
Down Canterbury way. There's a few nice courses. Right. Obviously we've got a lot of the coastline as well, so there's a lot of courses.
Sandwich is that's a links course, isn't it? Where they've played the Oak?
Yeah, is
there a course at Deal?
There is, yeah. There's is it Royal St Ports, I think? Yeah.
Is it Royal St George's?
I think that sandwich, Royal St Ports, I think is in Deal, so we're spoiled for choice.
Next ball has gone off to deep point for 1 from Dawkins, who moves on to 173. I played quite a lot of golf, and when it's going well and you're hitting the ball nicely and sinking your putts, it's great. But when you're in the trees and can't get out of the rough, it's a bit of a nightmare, isn't it?
Can be tough, but if the sun is shining, it's a nice walk. Like I said, where I'm based, it's quite nice. You get a lot of courses with some nice views. So
we used to travel around sort of Northumberland and Yorkshire and stuff, just visiting different courses. Scotland as well. Good crack, I enjoyed it. 6 o'clock it is now as rain bowls. This has just gone round Lees at Gully and it's gone down towards third man. Parkinson chases it 2 runs to Benjamin, who's on 3 now. What do you play off? Have you got a handicap or not?
Unofficially, I play off, I think, about 17, 18.
You know what you play off. Don't put the I think in it. Come on, tell us what the crack is.
I officially don't have a handicap.
All right, okay.
So that's
you
the
put
next
3
one.
cards in, don't you?
You do 3 cards,
In fact,
yeah.
it's easier these days because can't you put electronic cards in and get a handicap?
I don't know if you can. I think it has to be a physical card, I think. But I'm not a golf expert as of yet.
Here comes rain again, and this is played up to the bowler. No run there. I tell you what, I'm sure I heard of an organisation, register of golf club, and you put some cards in. Somebody tell me if I'm right or wrong on this. I'm sure you can do it online now. You don't have to technically be a member of a club.
I need to do it. It's I think anyone that plays any sport competitively, even when you go into a different sport, you can't help but get the bug to just try and be as competitive as you can.
3-7-4 for 4. Rain balls. That's gone through to the keeper. And that is the end of the over. We've got 5 to go today. I got the day I got my first handicap, which was officially 22, and then went round in a competition. I ended up 7 over. I dropped 1 shot on the first 9, and then on the 18th tee at the Ram side, where I never ever went in the lake on the right, I was 4 over, and I was playing with 3 guys I'd never met before. One of them was marking my card. I'd got to the tee box too early because I got mixed up about my tee time, because normally I was racing to the tee box and teeing off at the very last second, and I was just dead relaxed and I wasn't really thinking about my score. And on the final tee box he said, you're on for you could end up finishing 4 over here, and then I sliced my tee shot into the lake, but I finished 7 over.
Okay.
49 Stapleford points, won the tournament. The club captain was playing in the tournament. He went mad, convened a meeting of the committee. I was accused of cheating. So,
driven by Dawkins, and a very good diving effort, I think, in the covers. I was going to say it's Parkinson, but it's not. He's at a wide point, but he won't take the run. Dawkins driven on the up, and the fielder's still on the ground, I think, out of disbelief that he hasn't mopped that one up.
was that in the air?
It was maybe slightly upish.
I'm not sure that was an
Maybe.
easy chance. I don't think it was.
Again, that is got Dawkins a bit tangled there. It's hit his thigh pad and just bounced in front of him. It's Aldridge bowling now from the city end. I think it was Potts diving anyway to his right. Quote me if I'm wrong, a little bit of a theatrical player, in a positive way, of course.
Yeah, I got. They then convened a meeting, accused me of not being truthful about my real ability, and I was docked 4.4 shots off my handicap under Rule 7 known play. I didn't know anything about Rule 7 known play. Just left alone. So what was like the best day of my life on a golf course was then ruined by snotty committee people. And then the following game I played, after 3 holes I was something like 10 over. I went in the trees 3 or 4 times, and after about 6 holes I just couldn't hit the ball, and I just had to walk off the course. And winning that tournament actually wrecked my game, and it got to the point where I decided to put the clubs away for a month, and at the height of the summer I didn't play for a month, just to get it out of my system.
Left alone again then by Dawkins.
But I then went back to it. I had a few lessons at one point, but it was an instructional DVD by Justin Rose, which really clicked with me. And it was just being robotic about your setup. Approach every shot the same.
Yeah.
Make sure you go through the whole setup where you have your feet in the right position. You do this, you do that. And when I started to introduce that in the game, the shots just dropped incredibly. There's a few times I went round sort of 6 or 7 over.
Again, that's driven, but not probably where he wanted to. He was going straighter, but he's hit that to mid-wicket. There'll be no run.
And it's not all about power either. The harder you try and hit a golf ball, the more error you bring into it. It's about a nice, relaxed swing, because the club head's designed for optimum speed. So, swing slow, hit long is the motto. But then my back went, so I've hardly played for the last 10 years.
So it's a lovely game when you get it right, but when you don't, it's very frustrating. So Aldridge then bowls, and again left alone by Dawkins. No chances with about 4 overs to go in the day. And that is the end of the over. Kent 375 for 4. Dawkins sits on 174 and Benjamin's on 3. It's a social game as well, isn't it?
Yeah, well that was the bit I liked. I liked the crack, and didn't enter that many competitions because I didn't like the stiffness of playing in competitions.
Yeah.
And some people you play with didn't want to chat. They took it really seriously. You know, for me it was about having a bit of fun, a bit of crack. Just a nice way to spend an afternoon, you know.
Yeah.
And that's the excuse I used whenever I wasn't playing very well. I was just there for the crack.
Yeah, I'm here for the social golf rather than the actual golf. Is that Parkinson then? Gonna have a bit of spin from the Beckenham end.
I was just looking to see where Ben was, but he's busy opening his 9th packet of biscuits of the day, so he's a bit busy at the minute.
I think he had some fruit on the go.
No, I'm not having allegations like that. Parkinson bowling from the Beckenham end, our end of the ground. First ball is left. He's gone left arm round, and it is Dawkins on strike who plays this ball out to deep point for 1. These helicopters hovering over the far end of town again. I'll just be able to hear it in the microphone. It's a bit windy still.
Yeah, you see a lot of helicopters, planes on the flight path here.
We never got any messages about Croydon Airport, did we? I don't know if you were here
I
when
don't think I was on, no.
And I was waiting for the bus this morning. There was a bus came to the stand which was going to Croydon Airport. I'd never heard of it, and I thought, is it a real thing? Chopped into the floor here by Benjamin. Thick bottom edge. It's gone down towards short third man. He gets a single.
Wind is just bitterly cold, isn't it?
377 for 4. This is left alone. Remember being in a marquee at Kidderminster a couple of years ago, and it was really, really cold there. It was April-ish time, late April, but as soon as the sun went round the back of the marquee, the temperature just dipped. There was no heat in the day, and we were shivering for 3 days there. And they had these big industrial heaters trying to blow warm air in, but it was really cold. Right, I'm going to come off air now. We'll get Ben in. So A, he can see you through the end of the day, and B, it means he won't be eating any more biscuits. I'm worried about him now.
So, end of the over then. I think there's 3 overs left of the day. If you're watching the stream, you'll see the graphics come up with the partnership, and that big partnership is 303 between Dawkins and North East. But for now, there's 3 overs remaining into the day. Dawkins is still out there on 175, and Benjamin is out there on 4. Ben is back.
Indeed.
That's defended away by Dawkins. Aldridge.
I've even moved on to the fruit in my bag, such as the occasion.
You keep him warm?
I think that's why I've ate so much today, just to keep warm.
Don't blame you. So Aldridge, top of his mark then, coming in to bowl. Again, straighter on the pads, just almost guided to the vacant square leg.
Yeah, 2 they've managed to run. That was like T20 cricket, that. You just dab it into the leg side and all the field is set back. And you can scamper through for a couple as they make a long way, make a long charge in from the boundary.
Just saying to Martin, it's kind of obviously Kent's day in total, but Durham they're going to be pretty happy towards the back end of the session.
Feels like they've salvaged something from it.
Yeah, Fuller, and that's just driven hard through mid-wicket, and they get 4 for it. He hasn't even tried to overhit that. He's just timed it.
Yeah, that's a class shot. It's a Zach Crawley-esque shot, isn't it, from Ben Dawkins? Tall batter, just leaning on a slightly leg stump delivery.
He's made it look pretty simple most of the day. Some batters today might contest that it actually is that simple. So he bowls, and again a lot fuller and straighter. Dawkins just plays that out to Potts at cover for no run. Was just waiting for that straighter ball to jump on it, really. But yeah, you're right, Durham obviously taking something away from the back end of the day. Maybe make their setup of day 2 a little bit more promising.
They have a second go with this second new ball in the morning.
In and bowls a very good area as it's left. And obviously taken by Ollie Robinson. It's a good leave in the end.
Dawkins trying to see out the day, having been there to face the first ball of it.
Yeah, he's faced 228 deliveries now. No, 288 deliveries, apologies. It's a long time. It's a concentration as well, isn't it? To remain focused.
Yeah, absolutely so. He's shown great maturity today.
So again, back of a length ball, it's risen up on him, but he's kept it down, and that is the end of the over. So 2 overs left today.
Impressive sort of fitness and concentration, but in endurance of that. He's kept on making good decisions really as the day has gone on, even though he's been out there all day. He's faced 289 balls. It's a lot of time out there in the middle concentrating, but you know, for a player who largely sort of has made a name in terms of his talent as a white ball opener. This has been a super knock. As Parkinson bowls to Chris Benjamin, there's half an appeal. Really quite sure it was ever particularly convincing. Robinson up to the stumps. The left arm spinner bowls again here to Chris Benjamin in a very good bit of nick at the moment as he pushes away out towards deep cover for a single. His 42 that he got in the second innings against Gloucestershire last week actually ended a run of half centuries that he'd been on. It's not bad when 42 is the anomaly in your sequence. As forward comes Dawkins to defend into the covers. I've got no idea what Liam's trying to communicate there.
I know, I'm going to have to get him to write something down.
Off goes Dawkins onto the back foot and pushes away into the offside.
Very, very good at charades.
Shakes his head in disgust against media manager. Back goes Dawkins, cuts out towards backward point as we close in on stumps on day 1. With Kent on 383 for 4. That run rate has slowed back down towards 4 and over. With the little quick fire fall of wickets as it's defended away by Dawkins of Northeast for 141 and then Mayeye.
That's the end of the over.
And Bell Drummond going swiftly. There was a groan as I nipped into the Portaloo earlier and I thought, oh, they've lost a wicket. And then there was no sort of rapturous applause, so I thought, oh, it's not Ben Dawkins. And then heard over the PA, Daniel Bell Drummond out to wow. So there you go. There's too much information that you didn't need. Final over of the day. It's going to be bowled by Matty Potts.
It is.
I'll let Molly carry on.
Sorry.
That should be the last thing I say on Twitter.
Trying to keep warm, Ben. So then, last over, as Ben has just mentioned, Dawkins sits on 181 currently, Benjamin on 4. A lot of cold looking Durham fielders. A lot of cold people in the commentary box. Bowls, and again, sort of taken the splice of the bat to point. But Clark is there.
I think tomorrow's meant to be a little bit warmer. You're not here tomorrow.
I'm not. I think I'm due back on the rainy day again, which is the Sunday.
Should we bring some sort of heater?
Yeah.
Like
I feel like I'm due to bring some food in on Sunday as well before I get some more though.
are
So
you?
I feel. Go back and do some floristry.
cutting down any trees tomorrow.
Full just defended back from Dawkins. Not Dawkins, apologies, Benjamin. Do you know what I've done there? I've looked at the soles of their shoes and they've both got orange soles of their spikes.
That's a good observation, though.
But the biggest giveaway is a very tall Ben Dawkins is standing at the non-striker end.
I mean, in fairness, Chris Benjamin's not short. He must be 6 foot.
That one there to an appeal for caught behind but not given. I think Robinson was looking for something there maybe at the end of the day. A rising delivery beats the outside of a Benjamin.
They were desperate for it.
They were.
Casey Aldridge has had a thankless day. None for 84 into his 19th over. Hasn't had any luck. He's had edges go through vacant gully areas and whatnot.
That one there is tucked away into the leg side, off the back foot. They're going to come back for 2. As we've mentioned, that sort of one-day running comes into it. 2 quick gents between the wickets.
Yeah, it's proactive from Benjamin in particular. Made the call.
I'm sure Ben Dawkins, 290 odd balls later, is
He's looking okay physically out there. He's not looking fatigued as such. I would be by now.
Yeah. And that one is in and over that for no run. Now there's 1 ball left then.
Would have collapsed in a heap by now. But
Oh yeah.
Dawkins, at the safety of the non-striker's end, is going to bat out the day. The 19-year-old. Been out there for every single ball of the day.
It's a long day at the office, but a good day at the office. So last ball of the day for Aldridge.
Somebody just said mancad in the media text.
As he's into Benjamin. And that, he's left it late, but he's left it alone. And that will bring the end of the over and the end of today's play. Kent finish on 385 for 4. Ben Dawkins finishes on 181. And Benjamin finishes on 6.
Yeah, fine day for Ben Dawkins. And a classy touch, actually. Ben Stokes, the England Test captain, goes up to him and shakes his hand and says, "Well batted, young man." A few of the other Durham players as well, giving him props and congratulations for an entire day's work from the teenager, a maiden first class 100, and he has cashed in on the opportunity and the moment as well on a really good batting wicket. He's kept on going. He put on a partnership with Sam Northeast of 303, a record for any wicket against Durham for Kent, and he's going to get a really good hand here as he leaves the field. Ben Dawkins. Splendid day's work from him as Chris Benjamin allows Dawkins to lead the players off. Ben Stokes, Alex Lees and the Durham boys follow shortly afterwards. And Martin Emerson, BBC Radio Newcastle, myself Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent, and Nikki Chowdhury, who's our third voice tomorrow. We'll be back at 11 o'clock in the morning for commentary via the BBC Sport app and website and on the Kent Cricket live stream. Join us then. Kent will resume on 385 for 4.